To the Native Edge Institute here in New York City. My name is Yvette Fielder, and I'm a program director at the National Center. And we've been putting on these Native Edge Institutes for the last 5 years across the country in various cities and communities all over the United States. And of course, we also have the virtual online participants that are able to watch live from their home or their office. And so we just want to welcome you and thank you so much for being here in this amazing space of the Hard Rock Hotel. Let's give a round of applause for the Seminole people in Florida. We're just really happy for them, and we wanted to support them by having the Native Edge Institute here today at the venue at the Hard Rock in New York. And I wish everybody at home was able to see this. It's like a 3-tiered, layered space. I guess Ed Sheeran was here a couple of nights ago and had a private performance for a small group of his friends. And so we're just so excited to be here. So I want to welcome to the stage Mr. Derek Watchman, Chairman of the Board of the National Center, and let's give Derek a warm welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Yvette. Welcome, everybody, and Yate Habene. That's good morning in Navajo. Welcome to everybody here. This is our Native Edge Institute here in New York City, the Big Apple. As Yvette said, we're being sponsored and hosted by the Seminole Tribe here at the Hard Rock Hotel. And so, on behalf of the Board of Directors for the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, welcome, and we look forward to a day full of information, advice, networking, but overall, to discuss and to continue what I believe is our our movement and our mission, and that is to continue to improve the overall well-being and the economic capacity of Indian country. My joke is I'm Navajo from Navajo, and but I say that because I'm actually from a little town called Navajo, New Mexico. That's where I grew up, and it is a little town north of Winter Rock. And that town actually was created back in the 50s as the host town, if you will, of the former Navajo Forest Products Industries. It was our lumber mill on the reservation. And it was one of the first or second Navajo tribal enterprises. And that in the heyday, that operation had over 500 employees. So we had a little lumber town on the reservation. Because the harvesting permit was canceled, we actually had to shut that business down. And so I grew up in a little community. Coincidentally, my father was one of the first Standard Oil franchises, so he actually created a gas station, it's not Chevron, but a Standard Oil gas station in the little town of Navajo, New Mexico. So that's where I got my start. I remember at night, maybe some of you, you count the coins, you roll the quarters and stuff, and you get it ready for deposit. That sticks in my mind. And then, of course, I used to love going out and checking with these big long sticks how much gas. I think it's all electronic now, but you had to take this big old stick and put it into the tank to see how much gas is there. Kind of you do your manual calculation of your inventory and how much fuel is left in those tanks. So I remember doing that growing up, and so years later, obviously from that experience, I got my MBA from Berkeley, and my first encounter or visit with the National Center was Res 87. And so I'm dating myself here, but Res 87 opened my eyes to the network and the possibilities that Indian country and we as natives and indigenous people have. And so I went to Res 87. My goal was, because I was an MBA candidate at Berkeley, my goal was to see if I could get a job. I graduated in '88 with my MBA, And a couple months later, I actually came here to this town. Started my financing and banking career with Prudential Capital down the street in South Seaport. And so many years later, here I am as chairman of the board for the National Center. And so as chairman, some of the things that I think are very, very important is what we're going to talk about today. And so, our theme today is mastering for success. And so we have a great lineup of presenters, and, we're going to share with you our experiences, our knowledge, and what we think are many keys and tools that will help you master what you do so that you can be successful. And so, I as a former banker and gaming operator, the key is you got to close those deals. You got to get the deals funded. If you get a contract, you got to make sure you successfully close those contracts, get the job done with quality, with efficiency, and on a timely basis. If you do that successfully, that'll build your capabilities, and that'll give you, one of the key ingredients to get more work. And so, in this day and age, there's a lot of work available through federal contracting. The Biden-Harris administration, which I think is very cool. I haven't seen that in many years. When you talk about Washington, you hear about tribal, and so tribes are included in this particular ball game. And so, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, I think many of us, I know tribes are challenged with trying to pull all that money down, all the infrastructure dollars, so that we can successfully use those dollars for many of the different needs these fundings are being appropriated to. And so that's where we step in, I believe, as tribal business people. Some of us are from tribal enterprises. Some of us have our own tribal-owned businesses. And so, we need to improve our skills so that we can support our tribes to get the work done. And for those of us that want to deal directly with the tribes, get the work so that we can help improve Indian country. And so today, in my opinion, that's why we're here. And so thank you for joining us. We have a day full of great information. I've been to most of these NEIs, and I can tell you that I learn something new with every event that I go to. And so, I think we're constantly learning. One of the other things that I think is very, very important is just the networking. Getting to know people, having the business card. So if you have an issue that comes up, I remember, pull that card, and because I know a lot of us would love to share our knowledge, and just to be helpful or potential lead to get some additional business. So I have my own consulting business, and basically I call it a tribal affairs business, but I help tribes and others with finance, banking, economic development, energy, the whole 9 yards. I think when you're involved in tribal government, you get hit with all kinds of experiences and knowledge. So I use that, for my work and, trying to advance what I think is important for Indian country. So from the National Center, I want to say thank you. Our CEO, President Chris James, couldn't be here today, so as chairman, I'm going to, try to do my part to, get the program going. But I want to say thank you to Yvette and Aaron and the whole team from the National Center for hosting this. I think it's a great event. I want to say thank you to all of you that are here in advance. I want to say thank you to all of our speakers. I think it's very, very important. And of course, we've got a lovely facility. This is amazing, to see this. And so I think many of us, when we, especially, when we talk about home, we'd like to see these kinds of venues and these kind of opportunities back home. And so that's my dream, and I'm sure that's yours. So let's continue to work together. Let's continue, to improve our skills so that we can make a difference for our home, our elders, our brothers and sisters, our tribes, because I think that's very, very important. And I say that because I attended the Indian Gaming Association legislative update in D.C., and they had the big discussion that I think my takeaway was that Indian country, our sovereignty, our rights, our lands, our homelands, is under attack, if you will. If you look at, the different concerns, for whatever reason, they're looking at Indian country as something foreign and something that maybe is not necessary, it's not needed. So there's these attacks on, simple things like affirmative action. I know that, my tribe, we lost the water case. Fortunately, we were successful in the Indian Child Welfare Act, but we have other issues where our overall being and welfare, I think, is being eroded. And so, it's nothing new, actually. I think, for years and years, there's always been this termination policy. How do we eradicate, I guess, natives? And it could be there, maybe not. But I think for me, one way to address that is just to improve, our presence by having access to capital and having all the tools so that we can build our economies, build our reservations so that we have a driving force. We have people on our reservations to help fight the fight, if you will. And so when you look at the whole evolution of this country, just having access to resources to help fuel your fight, if you will, I think that's what we need to do. So I think that economic development, improvement of reservations is a goal that all of us really need to keep in mind. And then lastly, we can't forget about our children, our youngsters, the seventh generation concept. We need to make sure that we provide an environment where our kids, grandkids, and so forth, have a place to live, to grow, and, to be who they want to be on our reservations. And so with that, I want to say, thank you for joining us. And we have a great program. You'll see me here most of the day, but welcome. And for those of you that are online, thank you. Thank you for joining us. It's really, really important. And I want to put a plug in for our upcoming event. Everyone knows Res. So Res 24 is coming. And what's the dates for Res? March 11th through the 14th, 2024. So Res 24 is coming. Put that on your calendar. Our last year's event was magnificent. We had, thousands of people. So I encourage you to put that and join us in Las Vegas at Caesar's Palace in March. Great networking, great people, great information, great food, great venue. And so put that on your calendar, and I hope to see you there. So with that, I want to say thank you, and I'll turn it back over to Yvette to get this program going. So, everybody, and let's enjoy. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Derek. Yes, so important. All the work that we do is for the next generations. Our first speaker is John Shiraka. Many of you know John. He is the founder of Gov Contract Pros. And in the handout, you have his full bio here. So go ahead and welcome John, please, to the stage.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Yvette. Thank you to the National Center for having me. Thank you for the sponsors. And thank you for the folks that are online. I know since we've come out from COVID, some people are comfortable traveling, some others are not, and that's all great. So we appreciate the participation online. Lastly, we're a small, one quick question for Yvette. Where'd she go? Do we have questions online? Can they ask questions online? Okay, so in the audience, they go to the mic in the middle, but if they have a question online, are they able to do anything, or is that? Oh, okay. It's answered, yeah? Okay, so if you have questions online, we can answer those as well. So, thank you guys for being here. My session covers federal contracting and the benefits for the Native community in general and individual Native-owned firms and socially and economically disadvantaged firms, right? So if you think about the federal government is the largest buyer of goods and services in the whole world, and participating in that marketplace with the federal government as your client can be a great source of revenue, and diversifying to include the federal marketplace in your portfolio is really important, at least from my perspective. My background is I used to run the federal government set-aside programs for a period of 7 years. We'll talk about the various set-aside programs. The federal government, by law, has to set aside contracts for small businesses, 8A companies, socially and economically disadvantaged companies, which includes Native-owned companies, women-owned companies, service-disabled companies, and historically underutilized business zone companies. And I'll explain all that. I think I have a clicker here. I have a the slide is relatively long, right? But what I'd like to try to do is keep this interactive. We're a small group, so I think we can have Q&A and keep the discussion going. I know that if you listen to me just speaking to you for 2 hours, you're probably going to get really bored and then be really ready for lunch and maybe not the afternoon. But if we keep the discussion going, I think we can have a good interactive discussion on what's really important to you guys. And that's why I wanted to make sure that the folks online had an ability to ask questions as well. So generally speaking, what I'd like to try to do is just talk about the federal marketplace in general to lay the groundwork, right? Talk about the set-aside programs, or what are the different ways the federal government buys, what are the goals that they have, and then how do they buy, as well as how do we get approved for the various programs, like 8A, HubZone, women-owned, service-disabled. So real quick, how many small business owners do we have in the audience? Awesome, okay. And of those, how many are currently federal contractors? Okay, good. How many are eligible or think they're eligible for one of the socio categories? Let's say 8A. Women-owned, service-disabled, and then HubZone. Okay. Okay, so we'll talk about all that. This is great because that gives me a general idea of sort of where to focus on. Oftentimes there are folks that have significant experience, so they want to talk a little bit about more like the mentor-protege program, which we'll try to get to. But then there's the basics of just working with the federal government that can be sometimes daunting. But the one thing that I'll say is it can seem like a maze, but if you just are persistent and use the resources that are available out there, and a lot of these resources are free, right? So Chris is here from, used to be the PTAC. It's the Apex Center now, right? Apex Incubator? Accelerator. And she'll be speaking this afternoon. And she's connected with the National Center. But there are resources in your communities as well. There's small business development centers. There's the SBA district offices. There are small women's business centers. So I would encourage you to try and figure that out. When I was at the SBA, I originally started out as a regional administrator. That meant I had 7 district offices from Pennsylvania down to Richmond. In some districts, the SBDC was really strong. In other districts, it was the PTAC, or the Women's Business Center. So if you walk in the door, don't be dissuaded if it doesn't match what you're looking to do. I'd go to the other ones to find a good match. You will find a good match. So the federal marketplace in general, and by the way, I know Yvette said come up to ask questions. that's a little too formal. If you guys want to just raise your hand and shoot out a question, that works too, right? And I'll repeat it for the folks online. I know she wanted the folks online to be able to hear, but feel free just to raise your hand and ask a question. So the federal government is the largest buyer of goods and services in the entire world, and they buy everything, right? So if you think about anything that the federal government, the Department of Defense, Health and Human Services, Department of Homeland Security, every single agency buys everything from, bolts, nuts, equipment, building, janitorial services, procurement services, financial services, consulting services, professional services. So it's sort of the whole gambit, right? And it's roughly 120 to 150 billion dollars have to go to small businesses each year, right? So the federal government roughly spends, and the number's not up there, but it's in excess of $700 billion, right? And 23% of that, by statute, has to go to small business. So it's every year there's opportunities for small businesses. Now, if you look under that, there's what we used to call the 5533. So 5% for small disadvantaged or 8A companies, 5% for women-owned small businesses, 3% for service disabled, and 3% for HUBZone. The federal government has always met the 5% goal for small disadvantaged, and the Biden administration, when they came in, they said, wow, look, we usually hit 10% on SDB and 8A. Let's make sure we cast a broader net and increase the goal. So by executive order, that first goal was increased to 15%. Now, from 5 to 15 sounds like a huge increase, right? But the federal government had been hitting 10, 10.5, almost 11. So the first year, which was I think last year, they said we're going to hit 11. That was easy. This year it's going to jump up to 12. It's going to keep going up until it gets to 15. So as it goes up year after year, it's going to be harder and harder to meet that requirement, right? So the federal government, and I know we'll have some folks from MBDA, I don't think the district office is here, but the federal government has an initiative to cast a broader net, to bring in more small and disadvantaged businesses into their portfolio in order to meet that goal, right? So if you think you can qualify as an 8A company, I'd encourage you to look at that and see, okay, well, what are the steps to get qualified? And then how do I participate in the federal marketplace? And those are some of the things we're going to talk about. Federal government has met the 5% goal before. The numbers just came out yesterday, actually, for 2022, and they missed the 5% goal. So that's a challenge for the federal government. So if you think you can qualify for the Women-Owned Small Business Program, I'd encourage you to look at that as well. Service disabled, they've met that every year, and they should. And then with the HUBZone program, the HUBZone program is historically underutilized business zones. And they've never met that goal, right? And the goal is only 3%. Now, what is a historically underutilized business zone? Historically underutilized business zone are areas identified by Housing and Urban Development, the agency, that have high economic unemployment, high poverty rates. There's a whole formula that establishes historically underutilized business zone. The SBA, if you go to the SBA and do search for HUBZone, they have a map. And you can put in your address, really simple. They've updated the map. It's pretty simple to use. You put in your address and it'll tell you, am I in a HUBZone? Now, it's interesting, and we'll talk about the HUBZone requirements, but your headquarters don't have to be in a HUBZone. Your principal office has to be in a HUBZone. And a principal office, all that means is where most employees work. So if you have 2 offices and you have 3 employees in one location and 2 employees in the other, the one with the 3 employees is your principal office. So we have clients that, it's not really gaming the system, it's really following the system. We have clients that'll move an employee from here to here, to make sure that this is their principal office and this is in a hub zone, right? And then when you look at that principal office requirement, you can exclude your project site employees. So if you have someone working at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base or on-site at, I don't know, IBM or Northrop, you can exclude those guys from your calculation. So you exclude your project site employees. You look at everybody else, see where most of the people are, that's your principal office. So that's requirement number one, is my principal office in a hub zone? Requirement number two is, do 35% of my employees live in a hub zone, right? And that doesn't mean the same hub zone. It means any hub zone, okay? And an employee is anybody that works 40 hours a month, right? So it encourages getting interns. A lot of times interns are in college towns. You could hire an intern in a college town. It doesn't have to be in your town. They can work remotely. And as long as they work 40 hours a month, they count as an employee for hub zone purposes. So those are the two requirements. And the reason I wanted to sort of go into that is because the federal government has historically never met the hub zone goal. So if you can qualify as a hub zone firm, I'd encourage you to, because that's one of the areas they want to identify more firms to help meet the goal. Now, the other thing that a lot of folks don't realize is that the federal government gets double, triple, quadruple credit, right? So if you're small, 8A, hub zone, woman-owned, service-disabled, which I call the unicorn, then the federal, so they give you $1 million contract, they get $1 million in each of those buckets. So the federal government can't do a multiple set-aside. So then when they go to set aside a contract, and we'll talk about how that works, when they go to set aside a contract, they have to pick, hey, is this going to be an 8A contract? Or is this going to be set aside for women-owned small businesses? That's fine, but you still look more attractive to the contracting officer because they can check off multiple socioeconomic categories when you're awarded that contract. And then the other thing is, if it's even awarded, even if it's not set aside, right? Even if it's issued as a full and open requirement, if you win, the federal government still gets to get credit. So it's just, if you think you can qualify for those, I would encourage you to look at it and identify ways of qualifying, because it just makes you more attractive with respect to the federal government and the federal government getting to their goals. We can talk about this later if we have time. The federal, yes, ma'am. No, I can hear you.
You said set aside. Does that include sole source?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the question was set asides versus sole source. And by the way, these slides are all available, and I'm not going to follow the slides, so we'll jump around. Set aside versus sole source. So when the federal government looks at a requirement, if there are 2 or more small businesses that can provide the product or service, they have to set it aside for small business. Now, the federal government can decide, or the contracting officer has the discretion to decide if they're going to do 8A, hub zone, women-owned, service-disabled, depending on where they are with their goals. If they're already meeting the 8A goal, they can set it aside for the women-owned small business. So that's the set-aside component. In the 8A program, there are streamlined authorities to direct award or sole source a contract. So in the 8A program, and the 8A program is very unique in that sense. In the 8A program, a contracting officer can direct award a contract up to the threshold, which is $4.5 million for individually owned firms, without competition, without justification, and without approval, right? So it's entirely at the discretion of the contracting officer. Now, they do a government cost estimate. You have to develop a proposal. You have to negotiate it, but it's a direct award. And that authority to direct award exists that way, in a streamlined fashion, exists only in the 8A program. So that's a really good question, because if you think you qualify for the 8A program, I would encourage you to look at it, because it's the only program with that type of authority. Now, the challenge with the 8A program is twofold. It's a 9-year program, right? That's why you have this special authority. It's a 9-year program. You wouldn't want to get into the 8A program unless you're ready to be in the program, right? Because you don't want that 9-year clock to start ticking and you wasting your first 2, 3, 4 years trying to gain traction, because there's a developmental phase in the 8A program through year 6, and then there's a transitionary phase, 7, 8, and 9, where they wean you off of that sole source that you asked about, right? So in year 7, I think it goes down to like 70% of your contracts can be sole source, and it goes down from there. So if you don't take the most opportunity in the first 5 years with respect to sole source, you're not going to be able to do it in the latter years. So a lot of times when we talk about this, and I know Chris talks to her clients about this, don't get into the 8A program, because the SBA has to let you in if you qualify, right? And we'll talk about the qualifications real quick. But don't get into the 8A program if you don't already have some track record of performance with the federal government. If you already don't have a network that you can leverage with the federal government. So do you have, are you on or present at a buying activity? Does the program officer, the contracting officer know who you are and the fact that you do good work? Because those are the times where you can say, hey, guess what? I've been here. I've been doing good work. Now I'm 8A certified, and you can direct award to me. The opposite, if you just get your 8A without any of those networks or connections, a lot of folks are like, well, I got my 8A, I'll just get contracts. That doesn't happen, right? You have to have the relationships, the networks, et cetera, to leverage that 8A sole source authority. The other programs, the women-owned, service-disabled, and Hub Zone, they also have a sole source authority, but it's much more stringent. Congress will argue that it's more stringent because you can be a women-owned small business indefinitely, or service-disabled, or Hub Zone, because as long as you remain small and meet the program requirements, you can stay in those programs. So the way it's restricted is that the contracting officer has to demonstrate that you are the only firm that can provide that product or service. So the contracting officer, being risk averse, oftentimes doesn't want to write a justification and have it approved from a higher authority that says you're the only firm that can provide this product or service. Now, when I was running these programs, we would argue with buying agencies and say, hey, you know what? You can be creative. You can say this is the only women-owned small business in this jurisdiction or this geographical area that can provide this product or service. Or this is the only Hub Zone company with this type of past performance that can provide this product or service. However, contracting officers are often risk averse. So if you look at the numbers, you'll quickly realize that when you talk about sole source, almost 90% of all sole sources occur in the 8A world, not in the others. How many tribally owned entities do we have, or folks from tribes? Okay. So there's a little bit of a difference when it comes to tribally owned entities, right? In the 8A program, the program is really an economic development tool for the tribe, right? And a lot of folks, when I was running these programs, a lot of folks would come to me and say, well, wait a second, how come tribes have unlimited sole source? So we talked about sole source for individual companies, right? 4.5 million. Tribes have unlimited sole source. They have a cap, $100 million. That's where the contracting officer has to write a justification and approval. That's at DOD. At other agencies, it's 22. It might have gone up to 25. So a tribe, because they support an entire community, as Derek was saying earlier, these are economic development tools. Because the tribe supports an entire community, they have much higher sole source authorities, right? And at civilian agencies at 22, I think it's 22 and a half, it might have gone up. After you get to that threshold, the contracting officer then has to write the justification and approval. And at the Department of Defense, it's 100 million. So what we see is a lot of times you won't see sole source to tribes above those thresholds. Again, contracting officers are risk averse. They're willing to go up to that threshold. It's easy. Beyond that, it's much more difficult. You have to get approval, et cetera. The other thing that I'll just point out, since we have tribal organizations here, I really encourage in this environment to look at the 8A program, because it honestly, and this isn't to the disadvantage of individual firms, although contracting officers will tend to do the easy thing as with agencies, because if you have to get to 15% 8A, the easy button is a $100 million sole source, right? You get there a lot quicker. I mean, it's just simple math, right? So if you are a tribe, if you're not in the 8A program, I definitely look at participating, leveraging the 8A program for economic development growth. Now look, the SBA wants to make sure the benefits are flowing to the intended recipients. Are they? There's tribal organizations that can participate in the 8A program. There's Alaskan Native corporations that can participate in the 8A program. And there's Native Hawaiian organizations that can participate in the 8A program. Alaskan Natives and tribes can get the unlimited sole source everywhere, civilian and DoD. Native Hawaiian organizations are limited to the Department of Defense. For whatever reason, the statute was written that way. They're trying to change that, but right now they're limited to the Department of Defense. The other thing that I should mention with tribes is tribes don't just have one bite at the apple, right? As an individual, remember we talked about the 9 years. We said make sure you take advantage of all of those 9 years. And you get assigned a business opportunity specialist at the SBA, and we can talk about that and how often are, how effective they are, how good they are. It's mixed. Some of them are awesome. Some of them are overworked, and they just don't have the resources to be able to support the 8A companies. So there's individual 8As can have one 8A, one bite at the apple. Tribes, you can have multiple 8As, right? You can have 8A number 1. You can either wait till that 8A number 1 is graduated and start 8A number 2, or you can just start 8A number 2. Oftentimes tribes will start their first 8A as a general 8A. It'll sort of be a catch-all, whatever kind of business, construction, IT services, IT hardware, maintenance and operation, we'll do all of that if we can generate the work. Once we start building that first 8A, then we start taking out, okay, IT services, that'll be 8A number 2. Construction, that'll be 8A number 3. Professional services, that'll be 8A number 4. There is one restriction. And we'll talk about North American Industry Classification Codes, NAICS codes, industry codes. You can't have 2 8As in the same industry code as a tribe. And you have to be out of that industry for 2 years before you pop in a new one under that same NAICS code. Now, NAICS codes are 5-digit codes. You can just change the last digit by 1. It's pretty similar. You can pop in a second. So there's a whole strategy. If you go to like a really large Alaskan Native corporation, they'll have a board this size with like a whole strategy on their 8As and when are they going to graduate, what contracts do we have, when are we going to pop in the next 8A, how do we transition those contracts over, et cetera. So there's a whole strategy around that. But the reason tribes, Alaskan Native corporations, and Native Hawaiian organizations have that advantage, right? Unlimited sole source, multiple 8As, is because they support entire communities, as opposed to the 8A, which supports, the individual that the designation is based upon. Does that all make sense? Any questions so far? No? Any questions online? No? Okay. So a lot of times hub zones are overlaid with enterprise zones, right? But they don't specifically have a designation for federal contracting. If you look at the maps, a lot of times they'll overlay, but those enterprise zones by themselves don't have a special privilege with respect to federal contracting. Yep. So for the basics of, and Chris will go over this, but I just want to sort of brush on this and then talk about when we say, are you ready, right? What do I mean by that? First of all, know the basic systems, right? If you want to do work with the federal government, even if you've been doing work for a while, sometimes even if you're a subcontractor, how many subcontractors do we have? Is anybody a sub to a larger prime? Okay, okay. And by the way, I'm sorry, that's a good point. Let me go back. So this 5533, prime contractors, large prime contractors have the same goal, right? So if you are starting off and you're finding it difficult to get a foothold in the federal government as a prime, because sometimes it can be difficult, you can be a subcontractor to a large prime. So if you look at Northrop Grumman, if you look at AECOM, Boeing, even medium-sized firms, if they're other than small, they have the 5533 goals as well. So they're trying to identify small, women-owned, disadvantaged companies to help meet that goal. So that's another way to look to enter the federal marketplace. So if you're wanting to do work with the federal government, you have to be in SAM, right? So you have to register in SAM. And again, there are resources to help you do that. You can do it online. As soon as you start the process, you're going to get like 100 emails from random people saying they'll help you and they'll charge you $250 or $500. You can do it yourself, or you can have a resource partner help you, right? You can go out and hire someone to do it. There's nothing wrong with that. But know that you don't have to hire someone to do it. And be persistent, right? For whatever reason, it is not the most, and by the way, I come from government. Well, I come from private sector. My dad started a government contracting operation back in the 80s. I did that. Then I went to government. Now I do advisory work. So if I tease or make fun of the government, I do that in a loving way because I've been in government. But it's a government process, right? SAM is a government process. It sometimes doesn't make sense because you start at GSA, you start in SAM, you have to coordinate it with IRS and your EIN. Yes, ma'am. Yes, so don't worry about taking pictures or writing notes. The slides can go out to everybody and people online too. So don't worry about taking notes. And if you have questions following this, feel free. My email's on the slides. National Center knows how to get in touch with me. I'm always happy to follow up with any answers on anything we've discussed or things we haven't discussed. So the SAM process starts at GSA. It coordinates with IRS. And SAM was recently updated. And if your address doesn't exactly match, and I mean exactly, like if the suite number is on the second line instead of the first line, it'll bounce back. And then it has to go to Defense Logistic Agency. Don't ask me why they were originally, and Chris may know this, but don't ask me why they're responsible for assigning cage codes. I don't know why it goes there, but it has to go there. They were first. And so there's all these different things that happen, and you have to follow it and respond in time. Because you'll get an email and they'll say, hey, we just want to verify. And sometimes it'll end up in your junk box. And they give you 3 days. And if you don't respond, you have to start all over again. So it's easy to get frustrated and give up. Don't just be persistent. You'll get it. And if you can't, use the resources that are available for you. Yes, ma'am.
I was just going to say, I registered in SAM not too long ago, but the government actually created a YouTube video, and the woman walks you step by step. So you can find it online on YouTube, and it's very straightforward with the explanations.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay, did everybody hear that? The GSA, I think it's GSA that did that actually, has a YouTube video on SAM, and it's helpful. So number one is getting into SAM, right? Then all the requirements that come out, let's say you want to bid on something, are in SAM. And you can set up a SAM search. You can do it by NAICS code, North American Industry Classification Code. You can do it by product service code. You can do it by keyword search. But this is what I'll say. If you're looking at SAM for requirements to bid on, you're probably behind the curve, right? Because the folks that are going to be your competitors, they're probably already at the agency. They've probably already teamed up with somebody. They're probably already prepared most of their proposal. So being aware of what's out on SAM is important, but getting ahead of that is important as well. So what do I mean by that? I mean, the federal government is so large, you could do a shotgun approach, and you might get lucky, but being targeted is really important. So if you look at usaspending.gov, you can go in there and you can do, and USA Spending is every contract the federal government has ever let in excess of $25,000. So you could go in there and do a search for industry, product service code, keywords, and the trick is who's buying what I'm selling, right? Widgets, who's buying the most widgets? You don't want necessarily to identify, you know, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base is buying widgets, but there's one $1 billion contract. Well, that's probably not good for us, right? So if you find the highest buyers, then you want to drill down to, is there a plurality? And then you want to drill down, are they setting it aside? Are they setting it aside for 8A, women-owned, service-disabled? Are they friendly with the type of business that I am, right? And then you want to decide or identify, are they buying it off of individual contracts, like one-off contracts, or are there government-wide acquisition contracts that they're using, or the federal supply schedule that they're using to do the acquisition, right? So this all gets pretty complicated. But I'd say it takes some time to sort of understand all this, but don't give up because it seems complicated. The federal government can buy through individual contracts, one-off contracts, right? And they're listed in SAM. They can buy from government-wide acquisition contracts. So let's say government was buying widgets, and they've done this more and more recently, and they call it category management. Let's say government's buying widgets. Instead of having thousands and thousands and thousands of contracts buying widgets, they've decided, hey, we'll have one master contract for widgets. If the federal government wants to buy widgets, they're going to go to this master contract. We're going to have contract holders, so we'll have 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 contract holders, but we're going to make all the agencies go to this one master contract to buy widgets. Now, there's a couple of challenges there. When I was running the programs, we argued that this wasn't friendly to small business. GSA and OMB, Office of GSA General Services Administration and Office of Management and Budget argued that, hey, wait a second, we're still going to meet our small business goals. Why? Because of the 25, 30, 40, 50 businesses that won that master contract, maybe half of them were small. So they could still meet their 25-3-3, but now they're meeting them with fewer and fewer companies, right? Because what happened to all those thousands of widget sellers? So there'd been an initiative to establish these government-wide contracts, what we call category management. And every year the goal was to bring more dollars under management. So you have to be aware when you look at how the government is buying, you have to be aware, are they generally going to these schedules or these government-wide acquisition vehicles, or are they doing the one-off contracts that I can play with in that marketplace, right? And if they're going to those larger government-wide acquisition vehicles, that doesn't mean, oh, okay, no go, right? It means let's do some more homework. Like, who has those government-wide acquisition contracts? Do they have subcontracting goals, right? Are they doing matchmaking? How do I get in their supply chain? So it's just figuring out how government is buying and then figuring out how you fit into that puzzle. So that's USA Spend. Now, a lot of folks, when they go through SAM, and it sounds like you did, don't realize, and sometimes this link is broken. How many people have gone through SAM? Okay. How many people know what DSBS is, Dynamic Small Business Search? Ah, okay. So a lot of people don't realize that when you go through SAM, it asks you all these questions, right? And then it asks you revenue or number of employees, or both. And depending what NAICS code, North American Industry Classification Code you're in, and please call me out if I'm using an acronym that you don't know. Government loves that. Depending on what NAICS code you're in, manufacturing is employee-based, everything else, almost everything else, is revenue-based. It determines if you're small. If you're small, you don't know this, but it opens an additional folder for you. You answer questions, but that's dynamic small business search. A lot of folks will go into SAM, fill it out, get to the end, and be like, I don't have to fill this other stuff out. DSBS allows you to upload your quals, past performance, information on your firm, right? Why is that important? Because a contracting officer, when they're looking for small businesses, one of their research tools is dynamic small business search. They have access, like you can go to dynamic small business search. You can go to dsbs.gov, I think that's what it is. By the way, if you ever go to any of these and they want to charge you, you're at the wrong place. Now, it doesn't mean that there aren't some good tools, like third-party tools like FedMine or Bloomberg Government or BidSpeed or others that are good tools that take all this data and make it more user-friendly. But you don't have to pay for this stuff, right? So if you go to dsbs.gov, you can do a search for 8A companies in your, by geography, by NAICS code, by PSC. But contracting officers have a unique portal into DSBS. And that's one of the ways they do market research. So if you're not updating DSBS, if you're not inputting your past performance and your experience, they're not able to see you. And that's important, and we'll talk about that in a second. Is it here? Yeah. We'll talk about that in a second. So it's important. And then the last thing I'd say is on DSBS, it's kind of an antiquated system. When the contracting officer goes to search, the firm that updated it last ends up on the search list first. So we have clients that'll go in there and put in a period, put in a sentence, take out a sentence. So update it regularly, at least once a quarter. And then the last thing is, when we talked about the prime contractors having to meet their subcontracting goals, the SBA has a system that's called Subnet. I'm not that happy with it. It's not updated quite as much as one would expect it to be, but large firms that aren't meeting their goals have an opportunity to advertise on Subnet, and sometimes you may be able to find an opportunity that matches what you're selling with a large prime contractor. Now, one thing that I'll say before I move on, and then I want to see if there's any questions. So once you identify your top 5, let's say, or top 10, because you really want a really targeted approach, right? You don't want to do a shotgun approach, because that's where most firms get frustrated, right? Firms entering the federal market, because it's a huge maze, they do the shotgun approach and they're like, this never works. Everybody else wins, I don't win, I can't develop the relationships, this isn't working for me. You have to have a very strategic approach. So once you do your analysis, it's like, what's your top 5 or top 10? First thing folks do is, I'm going to go to the contracting officer, right? And that's okay. Contracting officers execute on the acquisition, right? They look at following the rules. They look at making sure it's set aside if it's supposed to be set aside. But it's not really their money. They're just executing on a requirement. There's the contracting office and there's a program office. The program office has the funds. So you want to identify the contracting shop and the program shop. And you want to figure out, how do I get in front of both? And then sort of the third leg to the stool is, every agency has a small business office. So for those guys who've actually registered in SAM, or just for anybody, how many folks know what a OSDBU is, or what a OSBP office is? Okay, so Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, or Office of Small Business Programs, right? Every agency, except for the SBA, statutorily they don't have to have one, has to have this office. And that office is the advocate for you and is sort of the police to make sure that the agency meets its goal. So when you look at USA spending, you'll see that some, and I think the reports are still up there, you'll see that some agencies have a really low goal, like Department of Energy has like 10%, 11%, 12%, because they buy things that aren't necessarily small business friendly. Department of Defense is like 21%. If I remember correctly, I think HHS is somewhere in the 40s, DOI is in the 40s, SBA is like a 74%. You'll also see, as the scorecard came out, you'll see who's having a tough time meeting their goals. That's maybe where you want to sort of strategically, target. But every agency has a small business office. They're there to advocate for the small businesses, to cast a broader net and bring in new players, and to work with their acquisition folks to make sure requirements get set aside. So the way I look at approaching an agency is, do I know the contracting office? Do I know the program office? And have I been engaged with the small business office? And larger agencies like the Department of Defense, right? So the Department of Defense has, instead of Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, OSDBU, they have OSBP, and a couple of other agencies have changed the name as well. DOD is so mammoth that they have OSBP for DOD, then each of the components have their own OSDBU office, and then there are small business specialists at the various buying activities. So if you do your research and you're like, okay, I got to go to Wright-Patterson and Aberdeen, you want to identify who the small business specialist is at those buying activities. There will be one. And then you want to start figuring out, are they going to have matchmaking days or industry days? I want to be there. You want to look at their pipeline and see, okay, what's coming up for rebid? Remember we looked at all the contracts? So if you look at all the contracts and you're seeing that they're expiring, even before they're listed on SAM, you can meet with the small business office and say, hey, I know this is coming up. We're really well qualified for this. And guess what? We're 8A, and we can even get the sole source. The other low-hanging fruit is, how do I explain this? Let's say you identify Aberdeen. Let's say you identify a whole bunch of 8A contracts that were previously sole sourced. From that, you can identify 10 companies that are graduating from the 8A program that had those sole source contracts. Once you graduate from the 8A program, you can't get sole source contracts. So that's like the lowest hanging fruit, right? If you become an 8A, is where are their contracts like I can perform? Where are their sole sources, and where are those sole sources going to 8A companies that are about to graduate and therefore won't be eligible? Now, later on, and I don't know if we'll take a break or not, depends how tired you guys get from me. We can talk about a strategy with graduating 8As, mentoring new 8As, right? Because graduating 8As have contracts, and they want to be able to somehow participate in those contracts. So why not mentor a new 8A and figure out a partnership to allow them to continue some work on those contracts once they graduate? And that's sort of a strategy to partner up between a graduating 8A and a newer 8A. So, I'm sorry. I'll stop there. Is there any questions so far? Yes, ma'am. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great question. So firms that are too large to participate in the 8A program, right? Because you have to be small. So the requirements are, number one, you have to be small, right? So if you've already either been through the 8A program and are no longer small, or you were never in the 8A program, but you're other than small, that doesn't mean that you're entirely out of the small business world. And there's a lot of large firms that look at mentor-protege as well. So, and I can talk about this real quick and see if it generates any questions. Like I said, this is just a guide. This is a good discussion because the mentor-protege program originally started in the 8A world. And it wasn't statutorily authorized. It was the SBA decided, hey, these newer 8As could really use help in getting into the marketplace, understanding how the marketplace works, establishing networks, building the systems like accounting systems, HR systems, project management systems. They could really use a mentor in helping them get there, right? And so they developed the 8A mentor-protege program. And that meant the mentor would have a protege, and some benefits would flow from mentor to protege. And there's 5 areas, and we can put them up later, but basically what I mentioned, right? Do they need financial capacity? Do they need systems, HR, IT? Do they need business development, networking, all those things, right? One of them is international trade, and a lot of times that one, and it doesn't have to be all 5. It can be 2 or 1 or 3 of the 5, right? So what's the benefit to the mentor when they provide the assistance to the protege? Well, the SBA said, hey, guess what? You can do a joint venture together. The protege has to own 51% of this joint venture, right? And the protege has to be in the driver's seat. But the past performance of both members will flow to that joint venture. That means the 51% is the 8A company. The designation flows from the 8A company, so that JV is an 8A. But if your mentor is Lockheed or the medium-sized firm, all their past performance flows to the JV too. So now you have an 8A with your designation that has the past performance qualifications not only of your own firm, but of the mentor as well. So that becomes really competitive. And the benefit to the mentor, the other than small, is that instead of only being able to do 49% of the work, they can do up to 60% of the work. Okay? So under the joint venture, the mentor can do 60% of the work. Now, one step back, why do I say 49? When there's a set-aside contract, right? You go after a set-aside contract as an 8A or a women-owned or service disabled. The requirements of the program are that the prime contractor does the majority of the work, so at least 50 or 51%. You can subcontract 49% of it, but you're supposed to do 50%. Now, if you're in construction, it's called limitations on subcontracting. If you're in construction, it's less. It can be 15%. If you're in a specialty trade, it's like 25%. But generally speaking, the prime contractor has to do 50%, right? Now, rules changed, and it allows the prime contractor plus any similarly situated companies. So if your subcontractor is another 8A, and it was an 8A set-aside, together you can do the 50%. However, the small businesses have to do that 50%, not the large. What the mentor-protege program allows is if you do that joint venture, yes, the protege is in the driver's seat. Yes, they have to own 51% of the joint venture, but the mentor can do up to 60% of that work. So that's a way for the mentor to participate in the set-aside programs. And the other great sort of initiative that the Hill started and SBA implemented was expanding the mentor-protege program, not just out of the 8A program, so not just 8A, but all the socio categories. So now women-owned, hub-zone, service-disabled companies can get mentors as well, and then can do joint ventures and go after set-aside or sole source opportunities. Does that make sense? Okay. Any questions so far? Yes, sir. Yeah. 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 Did that finally work, by the way? Okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Tribally owned. Registry. Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good point. So Derek talks about SAM and the challenges with SAM for native firms owned by Native Americans on reservation most of the times. And this, I mean, and this will go out to even in Guam, it's like they have no street addresses, right? That's another area that has a challenge. And I think Chris is going to talk about the Buy Indian Act and expanding that. But you're absolutely right. So when it comes to SAM, what I was talking about it being quirky is it doesn't recognize the realities of living on a reservation, right? And the fact that sometimes you don't have a street address. It doesn't often realize, if you're tribally owned, doesn't realize an entity organized under tribal corporate code. And those are instances where you'll have to reach out to the help desk, right? And we've done this, and I think, Chris, you've probably done this as well.
All the Native American taxes accelerated forecast.
Yeah.
That's why we exist as Native American taxes accelerated.
It's a challenge. I mean, it takes outreach. There is no, and this is a shame because we've talked to the GSA folks around this, right, to accommodate the fact that on reservations, a lot of times you're not going to have a street address. And by the way, you may be recognized or organized under tribal code. And quite frankly, the ownership structure of a tribal entity, when they look at, well, wait a second, where's the state registration? It's like, there is no state registration. So you're going to have to, in those instances, go to the help desk and follow up with the help desk, but there are the Apex centers that can help with that. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes. Yeah. It is. It is. And I think Jackson probably reaches it. We should bug him this afternoon. But yeah, no, we've done this with the GSA as well. But I think there are advocates, and I guarantee you SBA has looked at this from their Office of Native American Affairs. But it's just so hard. I mean, the system, again, I'm not being critical. Well, I am being a little bit critical of the government. But the GSA SAM system is so built in a very unflexible way with respect to the data that has to be entered. And so if there's any diversion from the way it expects data to be entered, all of a sudden it falls into like a no man's land. And it does take hand-holding. And a lot of times, you're right, you'll reach out to the help desk and they'll be like, no, you can't do that. And it's like, no, we can, but you have to elevate. Yes, ma'am. For the SAM registration? Okay, so that's a good point. You work with the Navajo Nation government itself to do the geo-coordinates, and you use that for the SAM profile. Okay, perfect, perfect. Yeah, it's got to be a workaround, right? Yeah. Any other questions so far? Anything online? No? Okay, so overall requirement on a set aside, right? It's you have to be small, right? So small, though, in the federal government place can be a little bit confusing because it goes by North American Industry Classification Code. So you could be small in manufacturing, you could be small by the number of employees. And I used to get this question all the time, is how is a firm with 1,500 employees considered small? I'd say, well, that's ship manufacturing, right? So in that industry, 1,500 is actually small. And in professional services or revenue-based, IT services is 35 million. Professional services used to be at 17, I think it went up to 21. But you have to be small. If you're applying to the 8A program, you have to be small in your primary NAICS code, okay? For the other programs, you have to be small in one of your NAICS codes. So when you go into SAM and you register, you have primary NAICS code. You can have a whole bunch of secondary NAICS codes. You have to be small in at least one of the other NAICS codes. The other thing that I'd say is when the requirement comes out, so let's say, okay, I got into SAM, I got into the 8A program. When a requirement comes out, a proposal comes out, and a request for proposal comes out, that requirement always has a NAICS code attached to it. You have to be small to bid on that particular requirement. So there are instances where you can be small for one NAICS code and other than small in another NAICS code, right? So you could potentially be able to bid on some things as you grow and be prohibited from bidding on others. Every requirement has a NAICS code. The requirement when you bid as a small business is you're representing that you're small for that requirement. Where this comes, now, you do that when you bid, right? Where this comes up in a question is if you bid and someone protests, then the SBA will get, Small Business Administration will get involved to say, wait a second, are you relationships to determine if you are indeed small for that particular NAICS code and that requirement. The other thing that is basic with respect to the set-aside programs is that the firm is small, but then you as an individual own and control at least 50% of the company, right? If it's women-owned, service disabled, or 8A. Okay, what does that mean? Own and control. So own is easy. I own 51%. Control is where it becomes difficult, right? A lot of times you might have a minority owner. It's not necessarily a bad thing. But if the minority owner and the operating agreement require unanimous consent to make day-to-day decisions, SBA is going to say that there's negative control. So you own, but you don't really control. If the minority owner doesn't have unanimous consent provisions, but if the minority owner, gave you a $2 million injection to your company and you didn't put anything, SBA is going to consider that potentially negative control. Because they're going to say, yeah, on paper, you own and it says you control, but why would, that person just gave you $2 million. Clearly, you're going to have to follow their direction. So there are ways that ownership and control can be affected with respect to the business arrangements and the operating agreement or the corporate documents. I'll give you another example. So we talked about unanimous consent provisions, right? If the operating agreement or the corporate bylaws say, everybody has to vote on if we're going to go get a contract with the federal government, or if we're going to go get a loan, or for day-to-day operations. SBA is going to say, well, that's a unanimous consent provision. You don't really have control. If there's a provision in there, and this just came up with one of our clients, you can't call a quorum unless the majority of the folks, or no, 70 supermajority of the folks are present. Then that means one individual or your minority partner can put a quash on you calling a quorum, so that's negative control. You can't get the job of the business done. So there are arrangements like that that you need to be aware of and that will come up when you go to 8A certification that you might need to address. That's sort of the good scenario, right? You go to 8A certification, they're looking at your documents, and they're like, oh, you need to change this provision, right? That's sort of ahead of the time. You fix it, you get into the program. The challenge is that in instances where you're just small, right, you haven't had those reviewed. So if you get protested, you could be found to be other than small, and you don't even know it. So if you're other than small, if you're small, but you're other than 8A or something that's been front-end certified, I'd encourage you to sort of just be aware of those types of relationships that can prove to be challenging in cases of a protest. The other thing that you should be aware of is, where's this one? Affiliation. So, how many folks know what affiliation is when it comes to government contracting? Okay. So, this used to always challenge me because, I did federal contracting before I went to the SBA. And I used to tell the story, and my staff was always like, you know what, you probably shouldn't tell that story. That doesn't look really, really good. We were small. We used to partner with larger firms all the time. Like one of them was Deloitte. And we'd pursue small business set-aside contracts, right? And I would say, yeah, well, you know what? Deloitte's our partner. They can write the proposal, they can do all the project management, they can find the right resources. We're fine. Yeah, we'll do 50% of the work, limitations on subcontracting, remember that, but they can do everything else. Well, if you're unduly reliant on a subcontractor, which is other than small, even if they're small, that's ostensible subcontracting. So what's SBA going to do in case you get protested? They're going to say you're affiliated, and affiliation in and of itself is not a bad thing, but they'll combine your revenues because you're affiliated. And now if they combine your revenues with Deloitte, you're going to be other than small. So you're not going to prevail in case of a protest, right? So there's a relation. If you do a whole bunch of joint venture, now, if you had a mentor-protege relationship with Deloitte, all that is exempted, right? Because in a mentor-protege relationship, they're supposed to provide assistance. And all the assistance that comes from mentor to protege is exempted from affiliation. So it's a good way of protecting against affiliation. But if you did a whole bunch of joint ventures with other small companies, you can never do a joint venture with a big company unless you have a mentor protege, because you're going to be found affiliated. But if you did small to small joint ventures, but you did them over and over and over again, you're going to be found affiliated over time. If you have common management, or common facilities, or do a whole bunch of prime sub relationships and then joint ventures. The challenge is that the SBA doesn't have like a bright, yellow line of saying, this is affiliated, this is not. And I used to hate this because this was one of the offices, the size adjudication. What they say is they'll look at the totality of the circumstances. And depending on which size specialist desk it falls on, those totality of circumstances may be evaluated differently, right? Now, you can always appeal to OHA, Office of Hearing and Appeals, but they'll look at totality of circumstances. So the one thing we always tell clients is, we know business can be ugly, right? Because there's all sorts of tentacles. You might have a brother that does something and you subcontracted with them. You might have a partner that at one point had another firm that might have been an 8A. You might do a whole bunch of joint ventures. These are things that happen in the private sector all the time. But try to keep it as clean as possible, so in case of a protest, you have clear lines of fracture. We had a client where it was a husband and wife, and they were sharing 1 or 2 employees. And SBA found that to be affiliation. Now, they were in the same building also, but they clearly had different leases. But it's totality of circumstances, right, that you just need to be cautious of. Any questions? The other one is, I'll give you another example. How much time do we have? We already have an hour gone. I hope you guys aren't bored. You're not asking a lot of questions. I'll give you another example. This was a period of time at the SBA where we were encouraging, just like they are today, encouraging firms to apply to the 8A program, right? There was a service-disabled firm that we thought could qualify as an 8A company. Convinced them, hey, 2 designations looks better than 1. 8A, sole source, you already have federal work. This is a great approach. They came into the 8A program, they applied. They were receiving over 70% of their revenues from one source, one prime contractor. That's another potential finding of affiliation. The 8A analyst identified that, said, we got to send this file for a size determination. Went to the size office. The size office said, oh, you're other than small. So then SBA said, thank you for coming in. We're not going to get you 8A certified. You're no longer an SDVOSB, and you can no longer certify yourself as a small business. So we thought we were doing them a favor. They ended up getting kicked out entirely. Now, this is a horror story, right? But I'm just telling you this because I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just saying that some of the relationships that we may have in business may be found to be a finding of affiliation, and you should just be aware of common ownership, sources of revenue, common management, joint ventures, those types of things. And again, affiliation in and of itself isn't bad. It's just that your revenues may be combined to determine if you are actually small or not. Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
For 8A certification, is there a requirement that you have to have more than one contract for your income? It's like there's an 80-20 rule, you have to have at least 2 contracts.
Well, so that's a great question. The 8A, it's a little subjective because the SBA looks for potential for success for 8A companies. And the rule of thumb is, are you in business for more than 2 years? And do you have a plurality of sources of income? So yeah, if you only have one source of income, the risk is that they may identify you to be affiliated with that source of income. Now, the rules have sort of loosened up since that tragedy, where if it's a newly established entity, in other words, first 2, 3, 4 years, there's leniency on the fact that you might only have one source of income, right? But you want to be cautious of that. And there's an exemption for 2 years in business, right? The rule of thumb is you have to be in 2 years in business before you apply to the 8A program. The exception is if you can write a justification a justification that can demonstrate that you have some contracts, you are an industry expert, you have networks, you just left, I don't know, a large firm and you've been in industry, you can make a case to waive that 2-year requirement. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Yeah. No, so that's a great question. So the question was the business with respect to being small versus the individual who certifies for the 8A program. So one of the requirements is that the business itself be small. And in the 8A program, you have to be small for your primary NAICS code. And the way SBA determines your primary NAICS code is they'll look at contracts. Like if you don't have federal contracts, they'll say, okay, send us your statements of work for the work you have. We'll determine what your primary NAICS code is. So you do have to be small. Now, if your revenues are, let's say your revenues are 23 million, you're no longer small for professional services, but you're still small for IT services because that's 35 million. But you have to demonstrate to the SBA, if all your contracts are in professional services, you can't randomly just pick IT services or shipbuilding and say, I'm still small. They'll look at your contracts, okay? Now, the other question is with respect to the individual for the 8A program. So I'm glad you brought that up because I haven't gotten to that yet, but we'll jump into that now. When you go to apply for the 8A program, right, we talked about ownership and control, and we talked about that the entity has to be small. For the 8A program, there's two other requirements. Either you're a tribal entity and the tribe gets evaluated to determine that it is economically disadvantaged, and that happens only once, and then thereafter you can just pop in 8A number 2, 8A number 3, et cetera. Or you're an individual. For an individual, you have to demonstrate that you're socially disadvantaged, and the easy, I guess, button for socially disadvantaged are the presumed classes. So African American, Native American, Hispanic, Asian Pacific Islander, there are the presumed classes. However, you can also be found socially disadvantaged through the preponderance of evidence. So when I was running the program, we would see Caucasian women in the 8A program. Why? Because in construction women oftentimes, women in the construction industry are oftentimes disadvantaged and discriminated against, right? Or IT services. And preponderance doesn't mean that you can just say, I was discriminated against. You have to connect the dots. And this is, we used to get a lot of these applications, and the applicant would get mad because they'd say, look, I was discriminated. But you have to connect the dots. You have to say, I was discriminated, and that ended up in not getting a job, or not getting education, or not being able to get financing, or not being able to get a contract. So you have to be able to connect those dots. So the two requirements are socially disadvantaged and economic disadvantaged. Economic disadvantaged in the 8A program, there are requirements with respect to net assets, and there's a slide on this, but these will be available. Let's see. I want to put it up so you guys, there it is. So it's net assets, AGI, adjusted gross income, and total assets, right? So for net assets, you can take out the value of your retirement, the value of your principal residence, and the value of your company. And if that's below $750,000, that's net assets, you're good. AGI has to be less than $350,000 for the previous 3 years. And then for total assets, you put everything back in, but you can keep out retirement. And that's got to be less than $6 million. Does that make sense? Any questions so far? Yes, ma'am.
So how does that work with, so how do you show this? Like, I'm married and we've always filed jointly.
Yeah.
So is there an evaluation of, my husband is not affiliated with my
Yeah.
business.
That becomes a challenge, yes.
How does that work?
So if you've always filed jointly, you can make the case to the SBA to separate out your assets from your husband's. Now, if they're jointly owned, that becomes more challenging, right? Because if the assets are jointly owned, that becomes more challenging. If you have a whole bunch of properties that are jointly owned, that becomes more challenging. Or if your investment accounts are jointly owned, that becomes more challenging. But with the SBA, if you can demonstrate that your husband's assets are not available for your business and to you to run your business, then you can create a and you have to submit a personal financial statement. And SBA will look at your tax returns. You have to submit your tax returns and your personal financial statements. And we've worked with clients to separate out husband and wife, but it is subjective, and you have to demonstrate that those assets are not going to be available. They're not held jointly. They're not going to be available to you to run your business. Does that make sense? Any other questions? Okay. Now, as I mentioned, economically disadvantaged and socially disadvantaged for the 8A program. For tribes, the first time you apply, you have to demonstrate that the tribe and its population are economically disadvantaged. There are certain criteria that the SBA asks to outline. Like generally when we work with a tribe, you either do a tribal timeline, history, you talk about access to capital, and not just today, right? Because some tribes have been successful over the last several decades, but how about historically? What was their access to capital historically? What's their access to education and health and transportation on reservation or with descendants or with members of the tribe? So it's really painting a picture with respect to and some tribes, you know, have well-developed either internal census data that they keep and economic data, or sometimes they fall under the U.S. Census where the tribe is analyzed as a separate entity. And then we've even worked with some state-level tribes where we've done surveys of the tribal population and presented that to the SBA as economic data for justification of the tribe's participation in the 8A program. So it's sometimes the data and collection of the data can be challenging, but SBA is flexible if it's done in a, you know, as clean as and quote unquote scientific way as possible, and you have a good representation of the tribal population to tell the story of the economic disadvantage status of the tribe. And then you do that the first time, and then every additional 8A is just an 8A application. You don't have to Now, the SBA has always said, at some point we may come back and ask for updated data. However, from my history before going to the SBA, running the programs, and since then, I've never seen the SBA come back and say, oh, we want updated data. Once you're in the program. You can add additional 8As. And again, I always get this question, well, why? And the reason is because those programs support entire communities. That's why. They have special privileges. And that's the intent of the program. Any questions so far? No. Okay, so we talked about 8A requirements. We talked about hub zone requirements earlier. On the women-owned program, it used to be self-representation. Now it's full front-end certification, right? And in that and the service disabled, which also recently came to the SBA, it's full front-end certification. So you still have the requirements around ownership, control, and small, right? Women-owned, it's easy. You have to demonstrate that you're women-owned and the individual that owns the company controls. Now, there are only certain NAICS codes. The reason the Women-Owned Small Business Program is unique is there are only certain NAICS codes where the federal government can set aside contracts for women-owned small businesses. These are NAICS codes that were identified as where women-owned firms are significantly underutilized, right? And in addition to just the basic WOSB program, there is, I used to call them WOSB and EdWOSB. And under the EdWOSB program, which is economically disadvantaged women-owned small business program, there are additional NAICS codes where requirements can be set aside. If you can qualify for EdWOSB, you automatically qualify for WOSB, but it's not vice versa, right? And the economic disadvantaged qualifications are similar to the 8A, right? In other words, net assets, AGI, total assets. Does that all make sense? Service disabled, similar. Ownership, control, small, and then can you demonstrate that you're a service disabled member, service member? Okay. Before I because I think this is important, I wanted to talk about this because you guys are and then we talked about size standards, so I'm not going to go over that again, but you guys are sort of you're the army that is in the field working on getting requirements set aside. And I always say this, when I was in the small business programs across the SBA and across the federal agency are so outnumbered, like the number of staff that they have. I mean, sometimes it's frustrating for us on the outside because we'll try to engage with a small business office or your business opportunity specialist or the OSDBU, and we get frustrated because we don't get a return call or a return email, but they are so understaffed that a lot of times it's the small businesses that are the army that's enforcing set-asides. So how many people know what the rule of two is? Okay, I kind of mentioned it earlier. If there are 2 or more small businesses that can provide the service or product at a reasonable price, not best price, reasonable price, then that requirement has to be set aside. It's a shall. It's not a may, right? It shall be set aside. And that's regulatory and statutory. Although statutory is, you could argue that over the simplified acquisition threshold it doesn't exist, but I argue otherwise. But the rule of two basically is if there are 2 or more small businesses that can do it, the contracting officer has to set it aside. So this is why it's important. When the contracting officer goes to do the market research, one of the first places they go is dynamic small business search. So if you're not updating your quals in dynamic small business search, they're like, oh, I did my market research, no small businesses, I'm not going to set this aside. Okay? That's one way they do it. You've probably heard this, and Chris is going to talk about sources sought and responding and making sure you respond appropriately. I think you're going to talk about all that, right? So you got to do that as well. Who monitors the rule of two, right? So the SBA has, how many folks know what a procurement center representative is? PCR. Okay. So I used to be responsible for that office as well. When I started the program, we were somewhere in the range of 200 PCRs around the country. And if you can imagine, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of buying activities. And the PCR is the police that is at the buying activity enforcing the rule of two. Any requirement that is not set aside is supposed to be signed off on a Form 2579. Can't believe I remembered it. Form 2579 by the PCR, right? If it's not set aside. When I left government, we were down to 119 PCRs, and I thought that was horrible. We kept advocating for more. The last I heard, the SBA is down to like 40 PCRs, right? And I used to always argue this. The SBA entire year's budget is spent in one day at the Department of Defense, in one day. So they're understaffed, right? So who can help the PCR? It's you and I, right? So if we're responding to sources sought and those requirements aren't getting set aside, I'm going to email the PCR. Right? I want to be like, hey, this was a requirement. I know we responded. I know a bunch of our colleagues responded, and this should have been set aside. What's going on at this buying activity? And the SBA has a really good, I'll say this, they have a really good directory of PCRs. If you go to the SBA website and search PCR, it'll show which PCR covers every buying activity. And then it'll show who the area director is. So that the PCRs are broken into 10 areas. And also show who the boss is. So you can engage with the PCR, and they like to hear like, oh, wait a second, this particular activity isn't doing a good job. We've worked with clients even during acquisition planning, right? So the other thing you can do, when you're doing your market research, the other thing you can do is during acquisition planning, you can have a discussion with the small business specialist and the PCR, especially if it's a requirement that traditionally hadn't been set aside, but you're like, hey, wait a second, there are small businesses that can do this. This should be set aside. With the memo that came out from the White House that increased the goal from 5 to 15%, the other part of the memo was that small business specialists and PCRs should have a seat at the table during acquisition planning. So this means when the contracting officer is working with the program office and determining, hey, how are we going to go ahead and procure this IT system? The PCR and the small business specialist are supposed to be at the table. Does that always happen? Probably not, because they're understaffed. But can we help them if we're seeing requirements not get set aside? Yes, can we step in? And a lot of times when you want to step in during the acquisition planning period, the contracting officer will say, no, 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 no. That's, procurement integrity. That's not true. Until the proposal is released, they can have discussion with industry with respect to acquisition strategy. Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to offer for the audience that, from a travel perspective, bring two to the table. So if I know Navajo, who's sitting in front of me, has a small business in that same anecdote, I'm responding to both of us saying, I found two.
Yeah.
I don't wait for the government because he just said they only have 40 people. So I make sure that I get that set aside. So if you know a small business and you have a good
Yeah.
relationship with them, bring it to them. It's not a lazy factor, it's absolutely
Yeah.
their staff, and sometimes they miss us.
Yeah.
We're small.
Yeah.
Some of us are micro businesses and we just get overlooked. So
Yeah.
I make it easy. I want that contract. So
Yeah, working,
offer that up, and it's a good way to partner with.
absolutely. Working with your colleagues and making sure that there's a good response to a RFI, request for information, or a source of sought. And even if you get involved before that, if it's not an RFI and you just see something in the procurement pipeline, you can engage with the acquisition planning process with the small business office or the PCR to get it set aside. Any questions? Okay, so that's the rule of two, right? The other place where small businesses or small business set-asides occur are under the simplified acquisition threshold, or SAT, right? So the simplified acquisition threshold is $250,000. Everything under $250,000 is automatically reserved. In other words, should go 100% to small business. Now, there's a reason why that doesn't happen, right? So let's say a Cisco license or a Microsoft license. Those have to go to Cisco or Microsoft. A lot of times there's no resellers. So agencies, however, should be like in the 90s, right? But if you look at, and USA Spend used to publish this, I think they still do. If you look at SAT performance, you can see some agencies perform really poorly. Those are the places, I guarantee you, their small business specialists are trying to figure out how to get those numbers up. Those are good targets for marketing as well. So engaging with agencies that are performing poorly on SAT is important also. And I know it's 250 and you're like, well, I mean, 250, is that worth the effort? The one thing that, there's two reasons why. One is simplified acquisition threshold. I love this. SAT follows SAP, S-A-P. Simplified acquisition threshold follows simplified acquisition procedures, right? So if you're new to federal contracting and you're like, all these federal acquisition requirements, and by the way, small businesses are exempted from a good number of them around cost accounting standards and other standards. However, if you're going to play in the federal marketplace, you do have to comply with federal acquisition regulation. But if it's under the simplified acquisition threshold, they follow the simplified acquisition procedures. So in addition to subcontracting being a good entree into the federal marketplace, the simplified acquisition threshold is also a good place. And all requirements over $25,000 have to be listed in SAM, so you'll find these requirements in SAM, and you can try to track them in USA Spend to identify when they might be coming up for rebid. When I was at the SBA, we worked with OMB to try to increase the simplified acquisition threshold to $500,000. We almost got it done, and I always say this, for whatever reason, the Office of the Trade Representative got a complaint from Canada. Don't know why to this date, but the Canadian government had an objection to it, so it didn't get increased. There is discussion, and I used to not be able to say this, right? And I hope the National Center supports this as well. There has been discussion to increase the simplified acquisition threshold to $1 million, right? So in my opinion, in my humble opinion, if everything under $1 million was exclusively reserved for small business, that would definitely encourage more participation, newer participants in federal contracting, and and it would help achieve the federal government's goal of getting to higher performance and bringing in new small businesses. If you look at the number of individual small businesses in federal government, this is something that the federal government is struggling with. Remember earlier we talked about category management and government-wide acquisition contracts, where there used to be thousands and thousands of widget makers, and now there's a handful because we had category management. Well, over the last decade, the federal government has lost, I think there's a slide on there. I'm not going to go all the way ahead, but the slides are available. They've lost something like 60% of the small businesses participating in the federal marketplace, and new entrants are down 40%. Now, category management was one of the reasons, right? There's other hurdles, right? There's CMMC, which, Chris, are you going to talk about CMMC? Okay, I always forget what that acronym stands for. Cybersecurity Maturity Model something, certification. And so DoD has been working to implement that over the they keep threatening they're going to launch it, they're going to require it, they keep moving it back because small businesses aren't necessarily prepared. They now have a website. I'd encourage you to look at the DoD Office of Small Business Programs. They have a CMMC landing page, and they have resources available for small businesses because here's the challenge. The DoD said, and I think it was supposed to be last year, you have to be CMMC certified. But nobody really established what does it mean to be CMMC certified? What are the requirements? And so there was all sorts of, I don't want to say like charlatans because they didn't know either, but there were firms out there saying, oh yeah, we'll review your systems and we'll certify that you have cybersecurity, the model in place. And they were charging anywhere from like $5,000 to $25,000, but there were no clear standards. And then DoD worked with NIST and came up with some standards. And then it was really difficult to force small businesses to follow those standards. And some businesses were spending $25,000, $30,000, $35,000. So they've pushed it back a few times, and now they have more and more resources available. What I can say is that usually what happens at the DoD will happen at the civilian agencies. And this is one of those things that is a major issue with respect to cybersecurity and access to federal data and federal systems, et cetera. And as a contractor, you begin to be sort of intertwined with all that, and small businesses are a weak point of entering that. So it is an initiative. You should make yourself aware of it, and you'll talk a little bit more about it, but that's another barrier to entry. But having said that, we keep seeing fewer and fewer small businesses participate in federal government, yet because of the White House initiatives, the federal government is looking to cast a broader and broader net, hit higher goals, bring in new participants. Raising the simplified acquisition threshold is an easy way of doing that, and then obviously getting firms to be qualified to get into the 8A, Hub Zone, women-owned, service-disabled programs, and then encouraging them to bid and participate is another way of doing it. Any questions so far? Yes, ma'am. That's a great question. So the question was, newly certified firms, what percentage actually bid on contracts? So I don't know that I have the data on that. But what I will say is when I was responsible for the 8A program, we had roughly 6,500, between 6,500 and 7,000 firms in the 8A program. Of those, about a third got one-off contracts. Of the 1/3 that got one-off contracts, there was like 250 that got the lion's share of the contract dollars. So it is competitive, and this is why, there's always a debate. Do we just need to cast a broader net and bring more 8A companies in, or do we really need to help the 8A companies to become more competitive and win? Because we do have 7,000 firms, but only a third of them are winning one-off contracts. So that's a great question. I wish I had the answer, but I don't know once you get certified, how often are they actually bidding? Any other questions so far? Okay, so I do want to talk about, because we mentioned this, right? We talked about the Hub Zone program. We're going to go through SDVOSB, women-owned. Okay, so here, because this is really an important program that I think, we touched on it. You had the question in the back. But if you are a new entrant into the federal marketplace, I think, especially in the environment where contracts are getting larger and more complex, right? You're looking at the government-wide acquisition vehicles. You're looking at the category management vehicles. I think it's really important to at least consider having a mentor. But what I would say is that it's like a marriage, right? So you have to be really, really selective. A lot of firms that we counsel, they'll be like, oh, you know what, I want Lockheed Martin, or I want Boeing. Well, yeah, a lot of people want them, right? But are they ideal? Because in my opinion, to the point that you made with respect to minority firms that are sort of not large but medium size, other than small, those firms have grown maybe from the 8A size to other than small. They are closer to the challenges that you face as a business and can probably provide more insight with respect to growing, managing a payroll, the challenges that you face as a small business. The larger firms may be able to bring opportunities, but they're going to assign you a small business liaison officer. And not that they're bad, right? But sometimes they don't understand or are able to provide the particular types of assistance that you need. Now, as a protege, the reason I say be very selective, as a protege, you only get 2 mentors in your entire life as a small business, right? There used to be no way of annulling that marriage. SBA came out with new regulations that said, you know what, if before 18 months you haven't consummated the marriage with a joint venture and some work, you can come in and you're not receiving assistance from your mentor, come in and we'll annul that mentor-protege relationship, right? So it's a little bit less stringent, but I would still argue that if you only get 2 mentors in your entire life, you're very selective. And then on the other side, the mentor can have 1 but up to 3 proteges at any given point, right? So they can cycle in and out. And the mentor-protege program is a 3+3 program. So 3 years initial term, everything's going well, it gets extended for another 3-year term. And then these are the types of assistance, wrong one. These are the types of assistance that are supposed to flow from mentor to protege, right? And why would anybody, any mentor want to participate? What we were talking about earlier, right? So if you have, let's say, I always use Lockheed, I don't know why I pick on them, but let's say Lockheed, right? From yesterday to before, they couldn't compete in the 8A world. They can't go after sole source. They can't go after unlimited sole source. They're left out of the small business world. Now, if they mentor, let me just give an example of a tribal 8A. If they mentor a tribal 8A gets started, they want to do something in that industry, they start this mentor-protege relationship, benefits have to flow from mentor to protege, right? Under the mentor-protege agreement. And now you can create a joint venture. As we talked about earlier, that joint venture has to be 51% owned by the tribe. And similar to when you go apply for the 8A program, that joint venture has to demonstrate that the tribe, in this case the protege, not only owns but controls. So similar, there can't be unanimous consent provisions, there can't be negative control. Really, you have to demonstrate that the tribe owns and controls. We worked not long ago with a tribal entity that was creating a mentor-protege relationship with a $4 billion IT services company. Now, the $4 billion IT services company was really reluctant just to hand over the keys and say, okay, protege, you own and control. But if you look at the SBA regulatory requirements, they're very clear. There's a few exceptions that are extraordinary exceptions, like, you know, filing a lawsuit, bringing on a new member, dissolving the company. Those are extraordinary circumstances. But this large firm was reluctant to just hand over the key. So we worked with them and their attorneys, and none of us are attorneys on our side, but you know, most of us participate in running these programs. We worked with them to craft the language to give some comfort level to the mentor that, yes, the protege has the keys, but there are some checks and balances. But we made sure that they went eyes open, right? And why do I say that? Because your joint venture, when they win, so now that joint venture, why is it important? That joint venture now has the quals of Lockheed, but it's a tribal 8A. So now this joint venture can go after an unlimited sole source at the Department of Defense with the quals of Lockheed, right? Now, if you get protested, and you can't get protested on a sole source, but let's say it was a competitive one, SBA is going to ask for that joint venture agreement. And this is where you have to go eyes open, right? If you're skirting that line around control, the analyst, the size analyst may say, no, there's too much undue influence by that mentor. So sometimes, I mean, when we look at this, we always tell the protege, or if we're advising the mentor, keep it as clean as possible. No unanimous control, no borderline control by the mentor. Let's just keep it as clean as possible because it is subject to protest. It used to be SBA used to approve these on the front end. SBA doesn't do that anymore, especially if it's not sole source. If it's competitive, you bid on it, you're supposed to have it all in place. You get a SAM registration for your joint venture, you bid on it, you get protested, that's when SBA is going to ask for the documentation. And if you're borderline, depending on whose desk it falls on, they might say, mentor has undue influence, right? So you just want to be careful of that. Sometimes the mentor is going to be reluctant to finalize a joint venture agreement that doesn't allow them some limited control, but just be aware that you may lose on a protest. So that's, I guess, number one. Number two, with respect to approvals, 15 minutes? Oh, I thought you were giving me the heads up. With respect to approvals, it used to be the SBA would require the whole package to go in, competitive or non-competitive, on 8A. They first came out and said, okay, you know what, on sole source opportunities, we want the package. On everything else, don't worry about it. They've now even streamlined that a little bit more where they, on sole source opportunities, they request for a checklist, but they're not going to review in depth that joint venture agreement. But you're challenged with the fact that you may get protested and you want to make sure that it's created in a way that will pass muster in case of a protest. Again, you can always appeal to the Office of Hearing and Appeals, but that's a challenge. Any questions on the mentor-protege relationship so far? So we understand the 3+3, and everything that happens here is exempted from affiliation. So if you're going to be partnering with someone, you're going to do a lot of this stuff, you probably want a mentor-protege relationship in place. But you're limited to 2, so you want to make sure it's the right team. Right? Okay, so now you have the MPA. You create JV number 1. You guys know what the time limit is on JVs? Okay. The joint venture used to be a convoluted rule, and for the longest time, it was under my program, and I would always get confused with the 3-2 rule. 3 contracts, 2 years, or 2 contracts, 3, I always used 3 contracts, 2 years, whatever it was. It was confusing. They streamlined it. It's just 2 years. From the date that joint venture gets its first contract, and a contract they mean a prime award, you have 2 years life on that joint venture. That doesn't mean you can't accept bids that were out, right? So if your 2-year clock closes, you had a whole bunch of bids out, you can accept those bids, but you can't bid anymore. Now, under the MPA, because you have the MPA and it's a 3+3, you can create joint venture number 2. And then you can create joint venture number 3 and 4, et cetera, right? And because it's under an MPA, you remember when we talked about earlier about the risk of affiliation in too many joint ventures? Because you can do a small-to-small joint venture without an MPA. And all the benefits of past performance, all those things flow to the joint venture. But if you do too many of those, you can eventually be found to be affiliated. With an MPA, you're never found to be affiliated. You can do JV number 2, 3, 4, et cetera. Now, the SBA has always held that, hey, at some point, 1 too many JVs is just too many. But as long as I ran those programs, and as long as I've been out and working in this industry, SBA has never said that there's too many JVs under a mentor-protege agreement and that leads to a finding of affiliation. So as long as you have that MPA in place, you can do multiple JVs once your 2-year clock is up on the first one. Does that all make sense? Any questions? Yes?
You have a question in the chat.
Yeah.
How could a small business find other businesses that would be a good fit for joint venture?
Yeah, that's a great question, and that always comes up, right? So the question is, how do small businesses find good teaming partners, either for joint ventures or for mentor-protege, et cetera? That's always a challenge because the SBA doesn't do that. Like, they don't have a matchmaking process, right? And it is like a marriage. I mean, a lot of times you have to start out small. Like, do we do, a small-to-small joint venture? Do we do a prime-sub relationship? The other way to identify potential teaming partners is what we talked about earlier, industry days and matchmaking, right? So Res, I'll plug Res real quick. So Res has matchmaking, right? And there's a lot of networking going on at Res. Did you plant that question, by the way? No, but it is matchmaking at events, and it is networking at events. A lot of times, so Res has matchmaking. They have matchmaking with government entities. They have matchmaking with large prime contractors. You will be able to network with other 8As and other tribal 8As, et cetera. But even what we talked about earlier, once you identify your top 5 or 10 buying activities that you want to target, you got to research to see when they're having industry days. Because when they have industry days, they usually require their large primes to be present because they want their large primes to identify small business government contractors to be in their supply chain so those large primes can hit their socio-category goals. So it's identifying those types of opportunities for matchmaking. Unfortunately, the SBA doesn't have sort of a matchmaking teaming arrangement program. The other thing that I'll say is the SBA does have an annual mentor-protege conference. I think this last one was in March or April, so next March or April that'll come up. And then dynamic small business search. What I mentioned earlier, the government uses DSBS for partnerships. You could go into dynamic small business search and look at the local jurisdiction and say, oh, around me, how many firms are in my industry that are hub zone or 8A or service disabled or woman-owned? Does it make sense to partner with those guys? Because one of the things that we've seen, and SBA encourages this, but again, you want to be cautious of doing it too many times, we've seen flip-flopping, if that's the right terminology, joint ventures. So in one instance, the 8A is the majority owner, 51%. So the 8A, the joint venture, gets that designation 8A, and then they'll turn around and do another joint venture where their hub zone company is the majority owner, the 51%, right? So you have a hub zone company and an 8A company, you do 2 JVs. And so now you have a JV that can go after 8A contracts, and you have a JV that can go after hub zone contracts, and that joint venture inherits past performance of both members. So that's another way of looking at it. But dynamic small business search is an interesting tool. When you go into it, go in, with a grain of salt, because it's like Internet 1.0. But the data in there is very useful, so be patient. Any other questions? Yes, sir. Yeah, so the question was, does the joint venture inherit the status of one of the partners? And the answer is yes, the partner that owns and controls, right? So in my example, if it's a hub zone company and an 8A company, the first joint venture you would set up is where the 8A company owns 51%, and that company also controls. So if the 8A owns and controls, then that joint venture becomes 8A. But then you take the second joint venture, and now you have the hub zone company owns 51%, and you write the operating agreement in a way that the hub zone company owns the 51% and controls, and now it inherits the size and designation of the hub zone company. So it inherits, I guess the short answer is, the joint venture inherits the size and designation of its managing venture or managing member. Does that make sense? Any other questions? Yes?
Just to like piggyback on the question, so you mentioned that depending on what, I guess the certification, the majority certification is where it stands. In terms of oftentimes they'll ask for a past performance. Can you still add that information, like say you broke away from that joint venture?
Yeah, that's a good question. So one step back. The joint venture will inherit the past performance of both members, right? And there's been some challenges to that, because you'll look at some recent procurements like OASIS and CIOSP4, and I know I'm throwing acronyms out there, but these are government-wide contracts from the GSA, where the GSA has limited the number of past performance references from the mentor, where they've said, whoa, at least 2 of them have to come from the protege. And then the SBA has said, well, wait a second, the whole program and process was that it inherits both. Why else would you don't want to do a joint venture? So that's been debated, and that's actually gone to Court of Federal Claims. And it sort of has settled in, there's got to be at least some representation from the protege, but majority can come from mentor. So that's on the one front. On the other front, the question is, okay, now I participated in this joint venture. Now tomorrow I want to go out and bid on my own. The SBA's position is that the managing member should be able to use those joint venture past preferences in bidding. Sometimes that's challenged, though. Does that make sense? Yeah. And then the other thing that I'd add, which is also a new regulation, which has been challenging in implementing, is that the SBA's regulations, I guess it was last year, required prime contractors to write past performance references for their subcontractors. So this is also another chicken and egg thing, right? You're always a subcontractor. You want to go bid on a prime contract. First question is, do you have past performance references? It's like, I've never been a prime contractor. So there's a new regulation that says prime contractors have to write past performance references for their subcontractors. Implementation of that has been challenging because SBA really didn't clarify how that would work. if there would be a system to house those, like the CPAR system. Like when a contracting officer writes your past performance reference, it goes into a system that the other contracting officers have access to. So the question is, well, is there a system? Where is that a past performance reference going to go to? How long does a prime contractor have to write the past performance? What if you don't like the past performance? Can you appeal it? All these things happen at the prime contract level. It wasn't really clear how this would be implemented at the subcontract level. But technically, prime contractors are required to write a past performance reference. Now, I would argue that why would you even ask for a past performance reference if you knew they weren't going to give you a good one? So we probably don't need to deal with, like, are we going to appeal it? But there's also those questions out there. Does that make sense? Any other questions? No? Okay, I did want to show you just this. So federal contract, this is outdated a little bit, but federal contract, this has gone up even more, right? I'm not going to talk about this, but it's in the slides. What happened to... I just wanted to show you the loss of number... Oh, here we go. So when we talk about category management, 138,000 contracts disappeared, one-off contracts disappeared, just between 2016 and 19, where category management was implemented, right? And that has continued. And then when you talk about federal supplier base, right? When you look at 2011 to 2020, the number of small businesses participating has continued to fall. And then when you can look at new entrants, that's continued to fall. So the federal government, because of these numbers, right, and because of the increase in goals, the federal government is keen on trying to get new participants into the federal marketplace. This is why this is important, right? Getting educated on how to get in, getting the right support services to get in, making sure that for tribally owned organizations that were participating in the federal marketplace, I'm almost done. Those are all important because this is a prime time to participate in federal contracting, and it can be daunting, but if you take it step by step and use the right resources that are out there, oftentimes for free, you can gain traction. And once you gain traction, the sky's the limit. So I will stop there, Yvette. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it.
So we actually might have some time this afternoon, if you're open to that, to help us out, maybe to fill in some time if we have that. Okay. So thank you. We're going to take like a short little break. So those of you that are viewing online, feel free to, keep the webinar going. And we have lunch in the back here. So what we like to do is, this is a time to stretch your legs, grab your lunch, use the restroom, which is right outside to the left here. There's a little incline that kind of goes down a little bit, so don't be surprised, because I was walking, I was like, oh, this is like going a little faster. So we'll take a short, 15-minute break for everybody to grab their lunch, and then we'll continue on with the next speaker. Thank you.
You've got to have that absolute confidence in yourself to say, got to make it happen. Sharpen those tools.
If I've learned anything, it's the power of building your network. These relationships can create opportunities that you could have never imagined.
Our people have been disadvantaged over the years, but if you look at the opportunities that present themselves today, they are tremendous for the Native community.
Coming from a Mexican-American immigrant background, having access to these kinds of things can be difficult, and so We tell our community and we tell others that this is important and they should pay attention.
With all of the activity that the National Center works to progress, having that kind of resource brings some opportunity.
Something that we've done over the last year and a half was we started a national beer collaboration, and the whole intent around that was to create awareness around the history of Native people, but to also acknowledge the contributions that we're currently making today and taking proceeds from those sales and investing them in Native nonprofits.
As Native people, we're very vision-oriented naturally, and I think that's an extreme strength for us. And I would just encourage, more folks to look in that direction.
OnTech Incorporated, though we have done extremely well, many of our family members, our ancestors, the Native people have been entrepreneurs long before I have. They're the forefront of being a business owner and negotiating and contracting and building a business. I follow in their footprints.
Take those risks. Any fear that you may have, some doubts, that is just in that moment. Just meeting other individuals, definitely learn that integrity is a lot more important in your business than anything.
The NCAIED, their team, and the Native Age program does a great job in guiding anybody that would be interested in whether you're starting a company, whether you're up and running, or whether you're just trying to survive out there. In helping not just tribal-owned businesses, but Native American Indians that are entrepreneurs.
If you do what you love, you can't go wrong, because once you start and you're very passionate about what you do, you put a lot of work, a lot of thought into it, then things start falling into place.
The ability to utilize your time and take a risk and ask someone. And I think there's really a great opportunity for us Native people to pioneer and go into new spaces.
There's always important ways of learning things better and learning. I didn't walk in knowing federal government contracting. You've mastered something, and if you haven't quite mastered it yet, then go off and learn it well from someone who has mastered it.
That's what develops leadership. That's what develops character. I think it's extremely important if you have a small business to pursue those opportunities. Take advantage of those advantages.
I'm a recipient of my ancestors thinking about the next generations. The lineage that comes after you. Protect that they have more than what you had.
It's a Native entrepreneur-owned business or a tribally owned business. It's really impactful. Those dollars circulate back within the community, and I think that's the real value in supporting Native businesses.
As Natives, acknowledging our relationship and how we can relate to each other in our day-to-day challenges, but also sharing those opportunities help sustain the culture, the traditions, the language, no matter what we do.
Our mission statement is to empower American Indian youth, elders, and community by promoting self-determination and economic, mental, and physical health.
My name is Shane Seibel. I'm the Executive Director of the Southern Ute Growth Fund. I'm a Southern Ute tribal member. As Southern Ute people, we are a mountain people. And as a mountain people, we are also a business people.
I tell everybody, welcome to Indian country when you come to the Denver Indian Center. If we want to get natives into our workforce, let's go where the natives are.
There's opportunities there for all the tribal nations to work together.
I enjoyed Denver so much that I decided to stay and make this my home. I think any Native organization or event, you have to view them as a vehicle.
The primary purpose of this program is to connect and to meet people, but also to have very informative workshops and sessions.
Networking, being able to talk with other Native nations on their history.
The Native Edge Institute, I feel, is really going to be a good resource for me. I think it's going to really open up a world that I was unaware of, especially with other natives, which is really exciting for me.
Now, COVID threw a curveball and knuckleball at the same time.
We had to cancel our events. It hurt our business.
We really cut down during the pandemic.
It made the point that a lot of our tribes aren't as sovereign as they thought they were.
We took the stance basically of combating COVID from even the standpoint of what we've dealt with historically as Indian people.
If you want your tribal nation to be healthy in the future, you got to invest now in conservation and sustainability.
The Rocky Mountain Indian Chamber of Commerce, we focus on economic development and we focus on education. We have awarded over $300,000 in scholarships to Native students.
The Native Edge Institute really brought together the indigenous community here in Denver, Colorado.
You know, you meet so many people. I still talk to people I met.
There are organizations out there that are willing to help and want to help.
We make sure that these big primes are utilizing small businesses on their projects.
Each tribe holds a piece to the puzzle, the way I see it. If you're not invited to the table, bring your own table. You know, build something new that you can make a profit out of.
I made the right choice, leaving the federal government and starting my own business.
Being courageous is so important, and we all have that within each of us.
I was told once in my life that, you know, the key to success is everything in greatness is right between your ears. It's simple as that. It's you.
I see Native American businesses playing an integral role in the global marketplace. Foreign marketplaces are looking for the products and services that are being produced by Native American businesses.
We've talked for decades about diversification and the need to diversify, and we've kind of hit the ground running. Our economic impact extends well beyond the reservation. The Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians is the largest employer in Western North Carolina, over 6,000 employees across our entities.
Right now in 2022, we have a new pilot project called the Community Navigators Program. Thanks to that, we have the biggest connection between the SBA and Native American serving entrepreneurship organizations that we've ever had.
After the civil rights movement, folks said, we want economic justice too. We're a stronger America when we're a more inclusive America on Main Street. Brothers and sisters, help is no longer on the way. Help is here with the MBDA, and we're permanent and we're here to stay.
Being tribal and understand future generations means that you understand the impact of the work that you do today bridges over in future generations. NCAIED has been a long-serving resource for American Indian small business owners and tribal communities. And so when the CREATE team was looking at the work of ACER, it was a no-brainer to see if we could work with NCAIED and bring on the powers of small business owners that were American Indian.
We have an opportunity to leverage our resources to create even greater impacts for our particular communities. And for us, that's incredibly important to make sure that the program just continues to be successful and that people understand the benefits that are being created.
One of the things that's a goal for our tribe is really dedicating ourselves to providing like some sort of workforce development. The more that we come together, that's really going to make a difference, to have that economic sovereignty.
We announced the launch of a Native Lending Initiative where we are going around listening to not only entrepreneurs, but also tribal leaders in Native lending institutions and look at the programs that we at the SBA have that currently offer access to capital.
Not only are we creating jobs, but we're creating good paying jobs, and those wages are going back to communities. I think it's important for tribes to have the opportunity to collaborate, so I appreciate what NCAIED does for Native communities.
Empowering for generations really speaks to a transformation of the industry.
There's no individual wealth that's actually being created. What's really happening is that there is a community of wealth, meaning scholarships, elder services, cultural services, infrastructure that's being supported by these Native-owned entities.
I feel it's our responsibility to include all of our profits, to be reinvested in our community.
The power and the exchange of information, innovation, and knowledge translates into commerce and trade for our communities.
The folks at the National Center have been fundamental in helping my business grow. The resources that they've been able to provide to us have just been remarkable.
The National Center, the efforts of American Indian resource providers that tribes have invested in exist out there to make sure we take away the fear factor and to make sure everybody that wants to be supported can be supported.
Like what I like about the National Center, they challenged me as a company. They'll give you the tools, but it's up to me to do it.
It's really important that we make sure that we clear the path because it's been cleared for us. While we have one hand, lifting us up, we have to make sure there's another hand below us so that we can lift as we climb.
All these leaders have different experiences, but they all share the same values when it comes to community. I'm here today to learn about these different industries that made successful at it.
I came today to the National Center's seminar here in San Diego because I saw some of the speakers and I was interested in what they had to offer. It's been very informative as I continue, the creation of my brand.
Organizations like this is specified for tribal citizens or people of color, and because of that, you can really get to know the leadership, you can get to know other people really well, and they have that time for you.
This being a forum to converse with individuals that are decision makers or connected to decision makers in Indian country.
What have you got to lose? All you have is knowledge to gain. I think if you just participate in conversations, shake hands, learn other people's journey, the next day you would have only gained something.
I'm the president of Sovereign AI, the Native woman-owned mother-daughter business, a tool that we're developing for tribal nations and tribal organizations to better understand resources such as ChatGPT to more efficiently put out briefs, memos.
Founder and CEO of Rhymes with Reason. It's a gamified platform ultimately meant to make learning engaging and make literacy and test preparation, skill building accessible for this generation of kids.
I own Red Leaf America, a personal care brand. I want to create a conditioner that I can put in my hair, put on my body, I can shave with it, rinse off, and I'm conditioned from head to toe. My clan is the Water Buster clan. We have to protect water. My brand will make you get in and out of the shower faster, conserving water, and water is life.
Storytelling is a part of tradition, and I noticed that sharing their story and their business growth was actually very helpful, especially in the tribal sense, because you could understand that, hey, these are people just like you to run your business community-centered and community-focused.
I had some preliminary conversations about bringing our program to Africa. I'm very interested in working with the Export Center.
Resources, education, information was key to my success, and that's why it's important for me to show up. Invest in your emotional intelligence for the gain of whatever it is that you're looking for.
I just want to encourage the young people to start their own businesses and to engage in these kinds of events. Just taking that extra step and actually doing it, I highly recommend.
You've got to have that absolute confidence in yourself to say, got to make it happen. Sharpen those tools.
If I've learned anything, it's the power of building your network. These relationships can create opportunities that you could have never imagined.
Our people have been disadvantaged over the years, but if you look at the opportunities that present themselves today, they are tremendous for the Native community.
Coming from a Mexican-American immigrant background, having access to these kinds of things can be difficult, and so we tell our community and we tell others that this is important and they should pay attention.
With all of the activity that the National Center works to progress, having that kind of resource brings some opportunity.
Something that we've done over the last year and a half was we started a national beer collaboration, and the whole intent around that was to create awareness around the history of Native people, but to also acknowledge the contributions that we're currently making today and taking proceeds from those sales and investing them in Native nonprofits.
As Native people, we're very vision-oriented naturally, and I think that's an extreme strength for us. And I would just encourage, more folks to look in that direction.
OnTech Incorporated, though we have done extremely well, many of our family members, our ancestors, the Native people have been entrepreneurs long before I have. They're the forefront of being a business owner and negotiating and contracting and building a business. I follow in their footprints.
Take those risks. Any fear that you may have, some doubts, that is just in that moment. Just meeting other individuals, definitely learn that integrity is a lot more important in your business than anything.
The NCAIED, their team, and the Native Age program does a great job in guiding anybody that would be interested in whether you're starting a company, whether you're up and running, or whether you're just trying to survive out there. In helping not just tribal-owned businesses, but Native American Indians that are entrepreneurs.
If you do what you love, you can't go wrong, because once you start and you're very passionate about what you do, you put a lot of work, a lot of thought into it, then things start falling into place.
The ability to utilize your time and take a risk and ask someone. And I think there's really a great opportunity for us Native people to pioneer and go into new spaces.
There's always important ways of learning things better and learning. I didn't walk in knowing federal government contracting. You've mastered something, and if you haven't quite mastered it yet, then go off and learn it well from someone who has mastered it.
That's what develops leadership. That's what develops character. I think it's extremely important if you have a small business to pursue those opportunities. Take advantage of those advantages.
I'm a recipient of my ancestors thinking about the next generations. The lineage that comes after you. Protect that they have more than what you had.
It's a Native entrepreneur-owned business or a tribally owned business. It's really impactful. Those dollars circulate back within the community, and I think that's the real value in supporting Native businesses.
As Natives, acknowledging our relationship and how we can relate to each other in our day-to-day challenges, but also sharing those opportunities help sustain the culture, the traditions, the language, no matter what we do.
Our mission statement is to empower American Indian youth, elders, and community by promoting self-determination and economic, mental, and physical health.
My name is Shane Seibel. I'm the Executive Director of the Southern Ute Growth Fund. I'm a Southern Ute tribal member. As Southern Ute people, we are
professional. She's a citizen of the Potawatomi Band Nation, and she is our next speaker. And I'm really excited to have her. I met her a few years ago in Nevada as one of kind of our new clients working in the state of Nevada. And so I'm so happy that she
joined us today and flew in to talk about all things HR. And so, without further ado, Carla, make your way to the stage. And she is the owner of the Soaring Bird Solutions. So, Carla, thank you.
Thank you, Yvette. And, thank you to the National Center. Yeah, they brought me on as a new client. They've been an amazing resource for me, and I love that they do these kind of things for all of you. And this is going to be exciting. I'm glad you guys got some hot soup because it's super cold in this room. So now you won't be out there shivering. So we're going to talk about just some key components. I've got over 30 years experience in HR, and I'm going to try to cram that all into about 45 minutes. So bear with me if I'm going like a bullet train. So HR, there's an employee life cycle. And this applies, the employee life cycle is the same whether you are a large business, small business, tribally owned business, a business with an HR department, or a business without an HR department. They all go through the same cycle. There's the first step is recruiting and selection. You have to pick your employees, you have to recruit them. And then there's onboarding and integration. Managing their performance. And then managing training and development. Not every organization actually offers training and development, but it is a key component in a successful employee life cycle. And then there's retention. You have to have strategies for retention. And we all know in today's market, when everything is in such flux and it's so hard to recruit employees, it's really important that we retain the employees that we have, because there's not a million of them lined out the back door waiting to take their place. It's very difficult right now to even recruit. And then you have the separation process. If at some point, either through retirement or through involuntary separation, your employees will leave. So those are the basic life cycles, and we're going to try to kind of cover a little bit on all of them. But first I want to touch base on the foundations of employment law. Foundation of employment law for private organizations, for non-tribal government organizations, are basically centered around the U.S. Constitution. The U.S. Constitution kind of lays out all of the premise and the foundation. And then you've got federal employment law. And then you've got state law. And then, sometimes unions actually have an impact on how we're managing our employees in the organization. So these are kind of the foundations of the employment law. Private employers, they have to follow major federal laws. So the EEOC, which covers age discrimination, disability discrimination, Equal Pay Act, harassment, Title VII of the Civil Rights Act. Then there's the wage and hour laws, which cover minimum wage, it covers overtime, it covers child labor laws, covers the Family Medical Leave Act. And then OSHA, which oversees workplace safety and whistleblowing act. Private employers also have to follow state law. Unless you are a government employee, you have to follow state law. So every state has to follow federal law. However, many states have laws, employment laws, that are way more generous to the employees than the federal law. So depending on what state you live in, if you live in Washington State, for example, very, very generous to employees. They've got a very generous family medical leave, and their minimum wage is now $15.74. Federal law, it's only $7, like 25, I can't even remember, honestly. So $15.74 to $7, that's pretty generous. State of California also has very generous leave laws, parental leave, maternity leave, disability leave. So private employers have to follow the state law that is more generous to the employer. So then, now let's talk about what the difference is for tribal. If people always ask me, what's the difference in tribal HR? And so I've been in human resources for over 30 years. I've been working tribal human resources for over 25. So most of my career has been working with tribes, tribal entities, regulatory agencies, just the whole gamut. So tribal HR, there is a difference. There's a significant difference. The differences about tribal HR is it starts with the sovereignty, the abilities of tribes to govern themselves. And then the employment law, there are some differences in the employment law that tribes are afforded. But we also have to consider culture and tradition. When I bring in a non-tribal HR person who's never worked with tribes, never been exposed to tribes, and I bring them into HR, it doesn't matter how much experience they have in HR. There is a learning curve, a significant learning curve for them to be able to function in a tribal environment. So culture and tradition is definitely a very unique aspect of human resources. So just a quick, I'm pretty sure you guys all have this down. Tribal sovereignty, basically the goal of tribal sovereignty is to be self-determined. The tribe sets a goal and they define how they will achieve that goal. And the tool they use is sovereignty. So that changes the foundations of tribal employment law. Tribal employment law centers around the tribal constitution. So tribal constitutions that are written to include labor laws are wonderful. And I love them because then I've got a foundation I can work off of. So the tribal constitution, TARO, the Tribal Employment Rights Ordinance comes into play, tribal employment codes. Hopefully tribes are writing their own employment codes. If you write your own tribal employment codes and you write them as well as or better than the federal government has nothing, they have no desire to even come in and say you need to follow our laws because you're doing better than them. So tribal employment codes are super important. And then there are some federal laws that tribes have to follow. And there are some times that some tribes have to follow them and others don't. So tribal employers are specifically exempted from ADA as it applies to employment accommodation and Title VII of the Civil Rights Act. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act is that which covers discrimination against race, ethnicity, age, sexual orientation, gender, etc. Tribes are exempt from that. And the reason they're exempt from that is to allow them to exercise Indian preference, which I'm going to talk about in a second. So Title VII and ADA. All the other laws the courts are silent on. So it doesn't mean that tribes have to follow them, or it doesn't mean that they don't. It just means that every time something comes up and goes to court, the court decides what the fate is of that law. And so tribes, the government doesn't really want to come in and dictate employment law for tribes. Again, I go back to that's why it's really important to have your own tribal codes, employment codes, labor laws, a strong constitution. So Indian preference entitles tribal members first consideration in employment, training, contracting, subcontracting, business opportunities. Some of that is what you've already talked about this morning with the contracting and subcontracting. So Indian preference is actually not a racial preference. It's not a racial preference. The courts have found that it is a political preference. So we allow Indian preference, we allow our tribal members the first opportunity in employment, not because they are Native American, but because they are members of a sovereign government. And as a sovereign government, we want to hire our own employees. It's political. So if you think about it, tribes are sovereign nations, right? They're independent. If you go to France and you apply for a job, they're probably going to give first preference to French citizens because it's political, not racial. So it's a political preference. Your tribal employment codes, this defines the terms and conditions of the employment relationship and applies those rules. So your tribal employment codes could be things such as, instead of having a Family Medical Leave Act, you have a tribal family medical code or tribal family medical law. Instead of Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA, you have your Tribal Wage and Hour Act. And so you cover all those conditions of employment in the Tribal Employment Code. So because, again, tribes define the rules through the creation of employment code, regulations, handbooks, policies, and procedures. If you have strong codes, policies, and procedures, you don't have to worry about an outside lawsuit. How does culture and tradition fit in? This is my favorite part. How does culture and tradition fit in? Well, it's the very foundation of the employment relationship. As soon as you hire an employee, you need to talk to them about your tribe's culture, your traditions. They need to know who they work for. They need to know the tribal history. So when we inspire a pride in the employees of who they're working for, we inspire a motivation to be more engaged in the organization. So you include this in your orientation. I often say, You should have, when you do your employee orientation, have a welcome from your tribal leadership that says, welcome to, I'm going to use my own tribe. Welcome to Citizen Potawatomi Nation. We're so proud to have you here. Here's the history of our tribe. Here's why you're here, and here's what you're allowing us to do. And it builds a sense of pride in all employees, even if they're not tribal members. Your policies you need to give a nod towards your tradition and culture. Your policies, and this is something I run into all the time. We have every tribe has their own traditions and cultures, right? And so some of those surround funerals, and some tribes, it's a 5-day process of a funeral. And other tribes may have like an annual festival, and they expect all tribal employees to attend. Some tribes may say, if we call an emergency meeting of all tribal members, we want them to drop everything and be there. So you have to allow for that in your policies. You have to, how do you manage to help your employee who's a tribal member keep true to their own traditions as well? So you incorporate those into your policies. And people say, Carla, that's not fair. Why do tribal members get an extra day off just because they have a feast or festival? Because we're sovereign, because we can. Now, if we want to make it absolutely fair, then let's say all employees get 5 days off for a funeral, or all employees have a floating holiday that they can use for anything. But we have to not work against the tribe's cultures and traditions, because that frustrates the relationship between the employees and management, and it denies the culture and tradition of the tribe, which we really need to be just enhancing. So, for example, I worked with a tribe that they had an annual festival, and all tribal members were expected to attend. And all tribal members who worked for this tribe's casino would just be gone that day. And they would just take off. And it frustrated the supervisors because they said, well, I never know what to expect, which I kind of laughed about. I go, you do know what to expect because you know they're going to be gone every year on this date. However, we can require that the employees notify the supervisor that they're going to be gone on that date. So we built that into the policies. Like, tribal employees are allowed to be gone on this date, but they need to notify the supervisor so the supervisor can schedule accordingly. So we need to build these things. Instead of working against them, we need to build them into our policies. We just really want to inspire pride of who we're working for. Any questions on that before I move on? I'm kind of passionate about that. Okay. All right. Recruitment and selection. If you don't recruit the right person, then you're going to spend their entire employee life cycle fighting to try to get them to be a good fit, or trying to get them to be an employee that you want to work with. So recruit right in the first place. I know it's really tempting because we're desperate to get somebody hired, so it's tempting to hire somebody and just get it done. But if you don't hire the right person, you can spend a lot of time in developing them and redirecting them. So the first step in recruitment, pre-recruitment, is, what are your labor needs? Who do you need? How many employees do you need? You need to develop a job description. I'm going to cover job descriptions in a little bit, but if you don't have a good job description, then are you hiring the right person for the job? Because they're looking at that job description going, oh, this is the job I want to do. And then, if that's not what it really is, then you're misleading them, and they could be disillusioned when they come along. Your recruitment and sourcing. We need to be proactive in how we search, especially in today's market. How many of you are having trouble hiring employees right now? Yeah, I see a few hands. And it depends on the job, too. There's some jobs that are a lot more difficult than others. The COVID caused a shift in priorities for our potential employees. So the shift in priorities has created a need for us to get a little bit more creative with how we manage employees. So there's a lot of demand for hybrid or remote work. There's a demand for flexible work. There's a demand for work-life balance. Employees want to belong to an organization that means something and has a sense of purpose. And so all of these things have shifted. Family values became much more important to your everyday person than they used to be. Most tribes I've ever worked with, family values has always been at the forefront. But when those family values shifted, then they started reevaluating. Do I want to get up and go to work at a 9-to-5 job every day, have no break, be exhausted when I get home, not see my kids, not be able to go to their football games? You know, those priorities shifted quite a lot. So we need to be proactive in how we're searching. Employees are no longer looking for jobs, and we can just sit back and wait for them to come to us. We have to go out and find them. And then your applicant screening and your interview is part of the recruitment and selection process. It's important to screen and make sure you are hiring the right person. So your labor needs, to analyze your labor needs, you need to look at what is the demand. And that's what I just kind of talked about. What is the demand? What do you need? How many vacancies do you have? Do you really need to fill them? You have to ask yourself that. We've gotten a little creative after the pandemic on how we staff. What is your turnover? Are you looking at some potential retirements? And when you have retirements, you're going to lose that knowledge and skill and ability of those people that are retiring. I work with a client who has all of their key employees, all of their management staff have been there 20 to 40 years. I mean, that's amazing, right? I don't know any organization where all of their management staff has been there that long. That's a great thing, but it's also a bad thing because they're all at retirement age now. And they're all ready to retire, so we've got like 10 spots that we have no succession plan for. The company's not going to survive. So you have to have those plans ahead of time. Are you going to be losing key knowledge, skills, and abilities with employees that are retiring? And then what is the supply? What's out there? Do you have any employees inside that can fill these spots? Do you have, is it easy for you to recruit? Are you in a remote location? Because a lot of the tribes I work with are in very remote locations with limited access to candidates and candidate pools. Or they're competing with a large city that can pay a lot more. What are you looking for in the future? Do you have any training and development that you can do in order to bring employees up to the level that you need? So what's the gap analysis is simply what's the gap between what we need and what is out there. And then you have to develop a strategy, retention, like I talked about. It's a lot easier to retain employees than it is to recruit them and train them and develop them and build them. Do you need to have a leaner organization? Do you really need to fill those spots? You have to look at that. What is our strategy to recruit? And what is our strategy to develop them once we get them on? What kind of internal training? And what does our succession planning look like? And that's what I talked about a minute ago with the succession planning. What's going to happen if these key employees leave? What are we going to do? So job descriptions, I think, are the foundation of the employee relationship. Job descriptions fill so many purposes. So we're going to kind of talk about how we develop through a job analysis, what the purpose is, and I'm not going to go over sample job description. I apologize that's in here, but there is not enough time in today's presentation to do that. So job descriptions are the foundation of the employee relationship because they help us identify the right employee for the job. And that's really critical. And some of you know that you could take months to find the exact right position, especially if it's a position that's unique or one that you have a special, you really have a special requirement. You're looking for just the right employee for. It could take a long time. What are the essential duties and abilities that it takes to perform the job? How do you know, how do you know what the qualifications are to do a job? You have to do a little bit of research. A lot of people, I don't know if they do this now, but early in my career, I would look at a job description and go, where did you get this job description? Oh, we just found it on the internet. There was another office manager job description, so we just pulled that. It's like, but it's not relevant to what you're looking for. So you can't just go out and pull information from other sources. You got to really develop it internally. Job descriptions describe the legitimate minimum qualifications, help us identify whether they're exempt or non-exempt, and that's based a lot on duties. Half of the exemption test is based on duties. And then it supports your documentation in performance management. So if you're writing an employee up because they're not doing their job, your foundation is the job description. And the first thing that an adjudicator will ask you in unemployment is, did they know what you expected of them? And you say, absolutely, I have a signed job description where they signed this, they knew this was their job description. That's how you prove it. And so that's really important support documentation later on. Or when the employee says, that's not my job. They go, well, look, here it is your job. So job analysis really looks at two things. It looks at the task analysis, what are the duties that need to be done, and it looks at the knowledge and skills and abilities to do the job. And we do, let me back up, sorry. We do job analysis by interviewing incumbents in the job. You know, basically, who knows best about how the job is done other than somebody who's doing it? So we sit down and we say, you know, what are the typical duties that you do in your job? How long does it take you to do them? How often do you do them? How difficult are they? What kind of decisions do you have to make? You know, how much authority do you have? How much, you know, what supervisory duties do you have to do? And so we look at all of the components of the tasks. And then we look at, well, what kind of background would you need in order to do this job? And what kind of knowledge and skills and abilities would you need to do this job? And we look at that and we put it together, and it helps us to build the foundation of a job description. So job description, what should be included? You know, we like to see the demographic info. You know, what department, what are the reporting relationships? You know, who does this position report to? Who reports to them? What's the work schedule? We do a quick overview, and the position summary is the reason the position exists. I mean, it should just be a little short summary that says this position exists in order to oversee all the financial operations in the organization. It's just a summary. And then we cover the detailed essential duties. You know, what duties are related to that position overview. And then what other duties they have. There's always the other duties as assigned, right? Well, if there's some that you know, let's put them in there. If you know that they're occasionally going to have to cover the front desk, and put occasionally cover the front desk. And then we want to look at the qualifications. What education, what experience, what are the knowledge, skills, and abilities? And people are always, this is what I run into a lot. It's like, well, if I say I want a bachelor's degree required and somebody applies who's a great fit, but they only have an associate's degree, what do I do? Well, if you say it requires a bachelor's degree and it's a hard statement, then you're violating and you're discriminating against other employees if you hire that person. Because other employees or other candidates who didn't have a bachelor's degree might have applied had they known you were going to make an exception. So you don't want to paint yourself into a corner. My recommendation is always to have a disclaimer that says a combination of education and experience may be considered in lieu of education, so that you're not painting yourself into concern. Or you can even say, we absolutely require an associate's degree, but we prefer a bachelor's degree. What that allows is for all the employees or all the candidates who want to apply, who have an associate's degree, will apply, but then you can weed out the ones that have a bachelor's degree because they're your preferred. So it allows you to get a bigger pool. So don't paint yourself into a corner with that, but be realistic of what you really think you need. Disclaimers, those are things like, you know, ABC tribe exercises Indian preference. We will hire tribal members first and then consider others. It would be something like, we are a drug-free workplace. You will be required to take a drug test. So it's all up front, and employees know, if I take this job, I'm going to have to take a drug test. And you probably should let them know up front. You don't want to waste their time having somebody come in that you end up can't hiring. I had an employee we hired. It was a key position, and he moved his family of 5 across the United States, all the way from the East Coast to the West Coast. And when he got on site, did drug test, he failed the drug test. Man, I felt really bad, but he knew he was going to be drug tested. It was everything that the offer letter stated it, the job description stated it, everything stated it. So, and I said, what were you thinking? And he said, well, somebody threw me a party, a going away party when I left my other place. I'm like, that's not an excuse. I can't hire you. You're going to have, and I felt really bad, but we made all the disclaimers. So as long as they know up front what's going to be expected. Okay. Sources, you have your traditional sources, your online classified, your search engines such as Indeed, Career Builder, Monster, social media. is really big right now for recruiting. If you have a Facebook page, or use your LinkedIn, Twitter. People often forget the internal sources. Post for promotions. You have promotional positions, employee referrals. Build in a referral plan, succession planning, and then you can outsource to executive recruiters, placement agencies, temp agencies if necessary. They cost money though. We try to do all our recruiting for free, right? We don't want to spend money. Hiring the best candidate for every job is a goal, and it's a critical part of the process is the actual interview. When you're doing an interview, you're not just interviewing them, they're interviewing you. And so you're setting a stage for the future of employment. Ask questions that are specific to the job. Don't be vague, be very specific. The more specific you are, the more information that you'll gain from them. Ask behavioral-based questions. Behavioral-based questions is based on the premise that past behavior predicts future behavior. So you ask something like, how have you handled a difficult customer in the past? Or how would you react in a situation where you have a difficult customer that comes in and is verbally attacking you? So ask questions that makes them think. Instead of, for example, your candidate, this job requires conflict resolution skills. Do you have conflict resolution skills? What are they going to say? Oh, yeah, I do. So let's find out what their skills are. Let's ask a better questions, like how would you handle a situation where you're in conflict with a customer or a vendor or another employee? So behavioral interview questions help you identify if they're going to behave in the way that you basically need. Some interview questions you could ask. Give an example of a goal that you reached and how you achieved it. Describe a work-related conflict and how you resolved it. Please share an example of how you were able to motivate employees in the past. And have you handled a difficult situation with a customer? How? These are examples of behavior-based questions. Sorry, I'm going to rocket through this. Use an interview rating sheet. The reason why I recommend this is because everybody is rated the same way. So if you have a panel of interviews, they're all using the same sheet, they all have the same criteria. And so this is just an example one. It says, I'm going to give 3 points for experience. I'm going to give, so many points for their evidence of reasoning and judgment. I like to take it a step further, and I like to give examples of what would be a level 3 and what would be a level 2 and what would be a level 1. So have everybody use the same rating sheet so that it's consistent. So gather all your information, select the best candidate. A contingent offer is basically what I did with that gentleman that moved across the country. Dear Joe, we'd like to offer you the job. It is contingent upon you passing a background test, a drug test, and anything else that you have a contingency for. So you make a contingent offer. And the reason you make a contingent offer is because you can't really drug test somebody until you've made an offer to them. And you don't want to spend money giving background check or reference checks for all your all your candidates. So you just make the contingent offer, do your background, do your drug, do your references. And again, they're interviewing you. I've turned down jobs because the interview was so horrible. It gives me an indication of what it looks like. I'm like, I don't want to work there. They were an hour late. They were just, disorganized. They're disrespectful. So be on time, be communicative, respect them during the interview. And give respect for those who don't get the job. Make sure you do a follow-up, a reply, a response. Thank you for applying. We appreciated you coming in. However, we've selected another candidate. It's horrible to sit out there and wait for an answer. So as soon as you know you're not going to hire somebody, you should let them know. And then the onboarding process. Here's the picture I have. Pushing somebody out of an airplane without giving them a parachute. That's pretty much what you're doing if you are not doing an orientation and onboarding process. Orientation is that one-time event when they first come on where you give them a broad view of the organization, you give them the basics of the job, you give them the policies and procedures, you do all the orientation things. And it usually doesn't last more than a week. You know, some people orientation is 2 hours. Some people it's a week long. Many, many years ago, and I don't know if they still do it like this, but Harrah's was like 4 days long, their orientation. And so, you know, depends on what you want. But orientation is important. But more important is onboarding. Onboarding is, it can last anywhere from 30 days to a year. So this onboarding is a continuous process of making sure the employee is a good fit, that they're comfortable, that they're getting the answers. It's a communication process and a feedback process. Onboarding allows you, to create a successful employee through your connection. You're making connections with them. You're not just hiring them and pushing them out the door. You know, introduction and indoctrination into the culture, the organizational culture, the tribal culture, the departmental culture, and then a constant availability of communication. So new hire orientation, we usually introduce them to the culture, we introduce them to the executive team, we talk about their pay and their benefits and the rules and the handbooks and the safety. Maybe we give them a tour, they sign all their new hire paperwork. And then beyond the first week, check in or check back with them. You know, monitor your turnover rates. Conduct exit interviews when employees leave. And I have seen the worst of onboarding, and I've seen the best of onboarding. The worst of the worst was an employee showed up first day of work to a deli in the casino, showed up, supervisor wasn't there, decided to take that day off, didn't tell anybody else that the employee was coming in. Employee was on the schedule, but nobody knew who he was. He walked in and the employees go, "We don't know what you need to do. The supervisor's not here." Employee turned around and walked off. I can't blame him. The supervisor didn't take the time to make sure that the employee was onboarded. Check in or check back. I think it's really important to follow up with new employees. And as an HR director, the best of the best that I saw was an organization that at 30 days after they started, they would have another orientation. They would have a follow-up orientation. And they would call the employees in, and then they would say, "Hey, what questions do you have that we didn't answer? And how can we help you? And how's your experience been?" And they give them the opportunity to gather some feedback and improve the process. So, check in on the employees, check back, monitor your turnover rates, conduct exit interviews. Not every employee is willing to fill out an exit interview when they leave, but if you can get them, then that's awesome. So we're going to move on to performance management. Performance management, it's not a form. It's not that end of the year evaluation that you check all the boxes, sign, your employee gets a 5% increase, and you move on. It's actually a continual process. It's just like the onboarding. It's a continual process. And it all centers around expectations. The employee needs to know what you expect of them, and you need to be able to let them know when they're not meeting your expectations. So make sure that the employee knows the expectations. If they are not meeting the expectations, coach them. Give and take feedback. Use your performance tools, but make sure that they know the expectations. It always comes back to that. And I will always say that you tell the employee the expectations, you let them know we're not meeting the expectations, you tell them how to meet the expectations, you coach them, and when they don't meet those expectations, you tell them again. And if they still don't meet those expectations, then they are the ones that are choosing to terminate themselves. You aren't doing it. They choose it themselves because they knew, but they clearly need to know. I've had supervisors come into my office and say, "I want to fire so-and-so, he's doing this, and this. He's just not doing the job." And I've said, "Have you talked to him?" No, but it's common sense and he should just know. Might be common sense for you, might be common sense for me, but you don't know that it's common sense for this brand new employee. He may be an 18-year-old kid who's never had a job before. So it's not common sense. You have to communicate your expectations. I said earlier that we use job descriptions to communicate expectations. We do that. We also do that through new hire orientation. We also do that through informal feedback and through performance evaluations. You have all kinds of tools and all kinds of opportunities to be communicating to your employees what your expectations are. So here's the tools that I think are part of managing performance. One is the courageous conversations. I love that term, courageous conversations, because sometimes that's what it takes. It takes courage to have a hard-to-have conversation with an employee. And I don't care how long you've been a supervisor. A lot of people still get nervous when they have to have that hard conversation. And the worst courageous conversation, every time I poll a group and I say, what's the hardest conversation to have with an employee? Do you guys have an idea what it might be? No? What was that? Termination? Termination is very hard. And I agree with you, but I think the hardest conversation is hygiene. Yep, it's very hard to have that conversation with an employee and tell them that they stink. Because it's very personal. And so you have to be very delicate about how you have that approach. But as a supervisor, at some point in your life, you're going to have employees come to you and say, Joe stinks, and I can't work next to him anymore. And then you have to have that conversation with Joe. But termination is a very difficult conversation too, and I've done a lot of counseling on how to have that conversation. And then coaching and counseling is just, what is coaching? Think about a coach, a tennis coach, a soccer coach, a basketball coach. It's an ongoing, commentary on your performance and how to redirect and how to push them towards success. So it's redirection, celebration of performance. Let's not forget to tell employees when they're doing a good job. Performance improvement, these are specific formal plans. So we sit down and say, hey, employee, you're failing in these areas and we need you to improve by a certain date, and we're going to help you. Here's how we want you to improve. For example, an employee who has terrible writing and it's really a critical piece of their job. Employee, your writing skills are pretty weak. I'm going to send you to some writing classes. I'm going to give you the tools that you need, but you need to take those tools, you need to work on it. And we're going to follow up. And so that's what performance improvement is. Progressive correction or progressive discipline is what you might know it as. I like correction because discipline sounds, very boarding school-like. So progressive correction is a formal process where the employees put on notice. And that's your verbal, written, suspension, termination. You let them know each step of the way what they're doing wrong, how to do it right, what will happen if they keep doing it. So that's progressive correction. And those are the tools that you have. Continuous feedback, establish milestones with your employees. This is where we'll meet back in a month, we'll see how you're improving, make sure that sometimes your goals and objectives will have to be changed. Sometimes you might set in a goal for your employee and it's too aggressive and it's not realistic. So you have those meetings and you reset your goals. Because the end result of any of these scenarios, the coaching, performance improvement, and progressive discipline, the end result is to have a successful employee. The end result is not to terminate an employee. I've had people say that, well, HR needs all this documentation before I can terminate an employee. Well, you're darn right you do. Because we want to make sure you've done everything you can to try to redirect the employee and have a successful employee. Because it's better to keep them than to try to hire a new one. So keep your channels of communication open and coach and assist. Okay, and I already talked about the progressive discipline. So when you take discipline, disciplinary action should be taken when the employee has recurring issues, such as absenteeism or tardiness, things that you have continuously already coached them on. Or the employee has continual problems following your instructions or the company policies despite additional training, coaching, or counseling. Or the employee engages in serious misconduct, such as drug or alcohol abuse. So when they engage in serious misconduct, such as drug or alcohol abuse, harassment, physical assault, any of these, you do not have to start with a verbal warning. You don't have to say, well, we have a progressive discipline policy, so I guess I'll give you a verbal warning. Do not assault somebody again. No, 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 no. You go straight to termination on those. Straight to termination for serious misconduct. You do not have to follow the steps for serious misconduct. It's really important to know that because you're at liability. If you have somebody who has violated your drug policy and you keep them on, then you're violating some of your grants and contracts that say we will enforce a drug policy. and you're putting your other employees at risk. If you keep an employee on who is violent, then you're putting your other employees at risk, and you're responsible for their health and safety as well. So go straight to termination on those cases. Documentation, just use the 5 W's. Who was involved? Who are you writing up? Who might have witnessed it? What was the specific example? What was the specific scenario? Where did it happen? When did it happen? And the only time you would put why in your documentation is if the employee has explained to you why this happened. So, correcting or redirecting behavior. The goal is to redirect behavior. Again, progressive discipline goes like verbal, written, suspension, demotion, termination. And each step lays out the consequence. Each step has to lay out the consequence. If you continue this behavior, the next step will be this. And usually what we say, if you continue your behavior, next step will be progressive discipline up to and including termination. So you cover your bases. And then in the performance improvement plan is more structured to help the employee improve. So again, expectations, how to meet expectations, how you as the coach will help, and you give frequent feedback. So separation, am I okay on time? Yeah. Oh, okay. Because I don't know if I can talk any faster. Okay, separation. As was stated here, termination is the most difficult thing to do as a supervisor. And your first termination is really scary, right? First time you have to terminate an employee, you're probably more nervous and more upset than they are. So making the decision to terminate an employee and conducting the meeting are two of the most difficult responsibilities. How many of you would rather avoid terminating an employee? How many of you would rather HR do it for you? Yeah, I know. I've had many of those conversations. Will you just do it for me? Like, I'll help you, but you've got to be in the room. So the process of separation, make sure you document the process. Your documentation is really important because after an employee leaves employment, there's various things that could happen. They could, depending on what your policies are, they could file a grievance. They could file a wrongful termination. They could they file for unemployment, and you may not want to give unemployment to an employee that you terminated. And they will win the unemployment case every time if you didn't document. Create a transition plan. That if depends on the level of employee that you are terminating. You may be terminating somebody and giving them a severance package, or you may be have somebody trained and in the wings for when they go. Make sure that you inform key people. That's the most common complaint I hear. Nobody knew that Joe was terminated, and so you should send it, again, depending on the level of the employee or how small your organization is. You should send out a notice that Joe's no longer with us. You please direct all your inquiries to Sam. He's now taken on the workload. Notify IT. You want to remove all access for that employee. It doesn't matter if they were left on friendly terms or unfriendly terms. You don't need to have a breach of security by allowing them access beyond their dates of employment. Create a separation package if necessary. Notify benefits that they've been terminated. Make sure you get their current contact information. You need that so they can get their final W-2 at the end of the year. And if you're lucky, conduct an exit interview. It's really hard to terminate an employee and then ask them to sit down and answer questions. But your employees that leave voluntarily, what I like to do is send them the exit interview. I send a survey through SurveyMonkey after they've left, because then they don't feel like they're betraying anybody so much. They feel more comfortable answering the questions. So a lot of times they think, well, you're going to give it right to my manager, and then there's going to be retaliation before I leave. So it's nice to get that data because it gives you information on what you need to improve. I already talked about documentation, so I'm going to skip that really quick. So types of termination: voluntary, employee provides a resignation that they're leaving, or they may provide a notification that they're going to resign, or retire, they're leaving for a new job, maybe they're moving out of state. But resignation is voluntary, and then your involuntary. a couple different criteria or categories under involuntary is either unsatisfactory performance. This is when you've gone through the whole process and they still haven't met your expectations, so that would be unsatisfactory performance. You might have an organizational change which requires layoffs and reductions in force. And then you might have severe misconduct, which those are the situations where we're going to go straight to termination. Violations of the code of ethics, policies, practices, procedures, or rules. So you have involuntary and you have voluntary. Those are two types of terminations. Employment at will is used incorrectly a lot. Employment, when we are an at-will employer, we say we're an at-will employer, we can fire you anytime we want. Yes, you can, but should you? I mean, it's not necessarily a law, it's a doctrine. It basically says that we have a relationship where neither one of us is bound to stay or keep the other. But if you're going to use employment at will as your excuse to terminate an employee, I recommend you only do it in the first 90 days. We're going to use at will because you're just not fitting in with the organization. But after that, then you should be trying to keep that employee. You should be trying to develop them. And so using at will just to get rid of a problem employee is kind of chicken. You should actually follow the process and document them. So before the termination meeting, be prepared. Have your notes on what you want to communicate. Make sure the discussion is in private. You do not want to have it out in front of everybody else in the bullpen. Schedule a room in advance. And if you feel like there may be any kind of anger or conflict, or that there's a potential that the employee is going to act out in an inappropriate way, you might want to have a representative. You might want to have a representative anyway, so that you never have the he said, she said situation where an employee says, my female employee says, my male employee fired me, but that's because they were coming on to me. They do that. They will say things. So it's a good idea to have a witness in your termination meeting. There's no love lost after termination. So avoid any small talk. Just stay calm. Clearly state the reason for your termination. Don't make it personal. Just here's the reasons for the termination. Make it clear that they're terminating and there's not a negotiation. I've seen managers who are too soft and too wishy-washy, and so they end up in this long discussion of whether they're negotiating or whether the employee can stay. Just be very specific. Be prepared for the reaction. Give them the information on HR will handle all your benefits and your final paycheck. Give them a copy of the separation notice, and depending on your organization, you may have security walk them out. But the biggest thing is be prepared. Be prepared for a reaction, because there will be a reaction. I talked about exit interview. Oh, look at there, I'm done. Any questions? Yes? Okay. Yeah, just the last part. What was the question? Oh, yeah. No, I mean, that conversation, I think the biggest thing you point out is that, as you grow, you have to develop formal policies and procedures, or else you'll crumble, because you have to build that foundation. And I know what you're talking about. I've seen a lot of small organizations, and then they start to grow, and all of a sudden they look back and go, oh no, we don't have that foundation. And so, you don't ever want to have to write a policy after an employee has violated something serious, or you don't ever want to have to go backwards and develop things to support determination. So I really just think you just let them know, and it doesn't take much. It doesn't take much to get those foundations. All you need is your handbook and your policies and your procedures, and then you've got your foundation. And so if an employee then violates something, you've got it right there to say, yeah, but it's right here. It's in our policies. You can't do that. And some of the really more serious infractions like violence or harassment, those can be really big deals because those can end up being criminal. And so you need to have something. You need to have something that you can go back on. Great question. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Well, again, I go back to if you have strong policies and procedures and employment codes, hopefully it's handled within the organization. It doesn't have to go to tribal court, because I know once it goes into tribal court, then it's in that that zone that we never know when it's going to come out, right? So good, strong supervisory skills, good, strong management policies is really the best course of action. And I have seen where every employee issue is handled by the tribal legal team, and that I'm HR, so I'm always going to say it's better if you have an HR department than using the tribal legal team, because it's more preventative that way. So prevent it from getting to that level is probably the best answer I can give you on that. Yes.
A medical issue, a disease, and can you really fire somebody for a medical related issue?
So that goes back to the ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act, and the fact that tribes don't have to follow that. But from an ethical standpoint, what I've seen a lot of tribes will do is they'll say that for your first violation, then we will pay for you to go to rehab, and we will hold your job open until you get back from rehab. But after we have given you that opportunity for rehab, if you come back into the workforce and then you violate it again, then you'll be terminated. So it's an opportunity to correct that behavior that we're going to help them with. So how many of you, because I assume a lot of you have grant money and federal funds that are coming in. So most of the times when you have federal funds, you have to follow the Drug-Free Workplace Act. And so you have to have a plan in place in order to make sure that you keep your workforce drug-free. It was a good question, though, and it's one I've heard. I got one in the back.
Yes, hi. I'm Joanne Nota. I'm the director for the export program with the National Center. And we work with a lot of small businesses that have employees that they send out overseas. So which employment law would they operate under? The foreign country or if they send U.S. citizens? Is it the United States employment laws?
Okay. Ask the question again, please. I'm not sure I understood.
Okay, so we have small businesses that send employees overseas to work in other countries. Would the U.S. employment law be the law that they follow, or would it be the employment law of the other country?
I moved away from my mic. I can't answer that question. I assume it's the U.S., but they also have to follow the law, not just employment law, but the law of the country that they're in. But I'll look it up. I'll get some research, and I can get that information to you. Yeah, you're welcome.
So the online viewers can hear. Probably also goes to if you're a company and you do business on the reservation. So do the tribal employment laws apply? Say you have a non-native contractor come on the reservation, which laws apply. It's probably the same thing. So, but I have another question. I think one of the things that I struggle with in the past is, my employees that are a part of the Native American Church.
Okay.
And so they use peyote. And so I guess my answer to that was, as long as they declare that they're a part of the Native American Church and they demonstrate that they are, when you do random drug testing,
yeah.
and if it does show up, they have to substantiate, why they, in this case, tested positive for peyote.
Yep. And first of all, you would have to have it in your drug and alcohol policy that there are religious exemptions for peyote. And just so that you say it up front and you set out the conditions that they have to prove that it was part of a religious ceremony and not just because they want. So I think we're out of time. Now I know I'm out of time. So, but I will, get my contact information from Yvette. I'll leave some business cards here. If you guys, have more questions, feel free to call me or email me. Probably best to email me, and I will get back to you. So thank you so much for your time and your patience. All right.
Carla, I did it too earlier, and they had told me already.
Well, thank you, Carla. We appreciate that. Great overview on employment laws and everything that goes into that. So, okay, we're going to move next to our leadership panel. So it's actually Mr. William Lowe and myself. And so a quick introduction. Mr. Lowe is a member of the board of directors for the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, and he's been on for a couple of years. And also he's speaker, right? Speaker of his tribe, the Muskogee Creek tribe. And so I'd like to introduce Mr. Lowe, and he's going to join me, and we're going to talk about leadership. So, Will, come on up.
His Jay Stone Go. Obanaya William Lowe, Jehojifkadas. What I said is, hello, my name is Speaker William Lowe. I am the current Speaker of the House for the Muskogee Creek Nation out of Oklahoma, hence my country accent, but I'm from the country, so that's where I grew up. We are the fourth largest tribe in the nation. Our reservation is about 3.2 million acres, so we're about the same size as New Jersey. We're an at-large voting tribe, so we have 100,000 citizens, so every one of them, I would say about 75,000 are teenagers and adults, so they all have my mobile number. So if you see me back there just constantly on my phone, that's what they do. We text these days, we don't call, but I'm excited to be here and can't wait to sit down with Derek and talk about leadership. Mado. Right here. Yes, sir. All right, well, I have a small presentation, so I'll go ahead and get into that. We got on the same program just really quickly. Again, William Lowe, I'm very excited to be a board member for the National Center. It was such a great honor. That year that I became a board member, it was in my first campaign. I've only been a councilman for about 3 years now. I've been a speaker for 2, so it was very quickly that my peers on the council elected me as Speaker of the House. So for me, my background, I have 3 daughters, a wife. I'm the oldest of 7 children. We all have different dads. We're just a small, poor country family in Oklahoma, right? So for me, the way that I will kind of do this presentation is a chronological sequence of my life and how I got to where I am today. So common types of leadership that we all know of, we're all business owners, we all work for the tribe, so I won't have to go and read all those right there, but for the next generation, when we have a Muskogee Youth Council where we're at, and all these young folks look at us council representatives, and they really come to our meetings and try to mimic and see what we do, and they have their own small council, and it's working very great for them. So these are the common types of leadership that we usually see. And influential leadership factors for me are my family, the military, and tribal leadership is what I am in today. So the Muskogee families, our Muskogee Creek families were matrilineal. So for me, when I say I'm the oldest of 7, my grandmother actually raised me and my 7 siblings. So for us, she made all of our decisions. You know, she passed away. The next auntie filled in her position, and we always listened to our women in our tribe. And for me, I told my wife, and she's very glad that I say this, but no matter what position I get into the tribe, she makes our decisions. So we've been here in New York since Tuesday morning, and everything she wants to do, we've done it, and I do it with a smile on my face. It goes from lunch to dinner to whatever we do, she makes our decisions. And that's how I was raised, and that's what I honor in my tribe. So when I was young, being the oldest of 7, me and my 2 sisters attended the Eufaula boarding school. Our tribe has a Creek Nation boarding school. There were about 200 and almost 300 kids when I went. I graduated in 1992, so there were a lot of kids there. We stayed there 7 days a week. We didn't come from the best families, so we had a place to sleep, to eat, 3 meals a day, to learn. So for me, in boarding school, leadership-wise, that's where the authoritative and structured leadership came in, right? I've always had schedules, know what time I was going to eat, know what time I was going to study, sleep. So it created an institutional type atmosphere as well. Highly structured environments and proponents of supervised work environments. So again, our days were, we knew when we were getting up, like for me, I went there since 1st grade till I graduated high school. My whole job, the whole 12 years, is I cleaned our water fountain. Believe it or not, some kids had to sweep and mop the deck, the whole hallway, not me. I got very lucky, I guess, and I just cleaned the same water fountain for 12 years. So for me, that was my job. I knew when I had to do it, and if I didn't do it and do it right, I was going to be in trouble. So that's kind of where some of the structured leadership came into play. Military leadership. I was in the Marine Corps from as soon as I got out of boarding school. I tried college for about 3 weeks. Wasn't for me. I just knew it wasn't for me, right? I wasn't mature enough to learn yet. So for me, my uncles were Marines, friends were Marines, so I went to the Marine Corps. And boot camp to me was very easy because I was already used to living a structured way, making my bed, just like I think our patrons had. We had some Army guys in our boarding school, so we had to make the racks the same way we did in the Marine Corps. So in Marine leadership is authoritative, physical, knowledge, and skills-based. So authoritative, me being in the infantry, you do what I say or else, right? That's how the Marine Corps instilled that in us in the infantry. And I'll tell you, like, for me, I was in there 9 years. I probably didn't see a female Marine for my first 6 years. I just happened to go to school in Quantico and happened to see a female military person. So for us, it was all males, and it was just, you see those movies like Jarhead or Full Metal Jacket, that's how it is. And, that's the authoritative side of it. But the physical side is, as a Marine leader, if you can't shoot a weapon and you can't shoot expert, if you can't swim the highest swim qualification you have, if you can't lead your men or women 18 miles with a 70-pound pack on your back and still yell and influence them to do their job, they're going to find someone else to do it, right? So for me, that's where the physical type stuff comes into play. And knowledge and skills based. So I would say back in 1999, I was the 2nd class of a primary military education course called Sergeant's Course. I was in Camp Lejeune they ran out of all seats for this course, so they said, all right, you three, me and my two buddies, you're going to go up to Quantico, Virginia to go to this sergeant school. We knew it wouldn't be infantry-based, right? So we were kind of nervous about it, and oh, great, now we're going to be with all these other than grunts, right? So we went up there, and there were 88 sergeants at this school. And to me, it was very intimidating because we had to take this test called Nelson-Denny. And took the test, I had no idea what I was doing. I can read, but we lived out in the field, right? We didn't really read books all the time and do all those kinds of things. So our sergeant major calls us in. So us three that are from Camp Lejeune in the infantry, he says, you guys scored a 3rd grade reading level. This material is too advanced for you. We're going to have to send you back. We're like, please don't do that, because in the Marine Corps, if you have a bad fit rep, you don't get promoted, right? So for us, we begged and pleaded. He listened to us. He said, man, I was an infantryman myself, understand where you're coming from. So he let us stay. 4 months later, I graduated #1 as the honor grad, and the other 2 were 2 and 3. So I don't know if that scared us to start studying and listening, but it sure did. And right now in the Marine Corps Museum in D.C., or Quantico, I have a little name placard in there with my name on it, and I'm the only Muskogee, oh, thank you. But I'm the only Muskogee Creek citizen to ever do that so far. So, when I was campaigning, and, our tribe really embraces veterans, right? So I make sure I tell everybody that. So thank you all. I appreciate you very much. But again, the leadership skills, the autocratic, bureaucratic, laissez-faire, and pace setter are some of that in the military leadership. Now, where I am today, tribal leadership, it's very different for me. I would say when I got out of the Marine Corps, when we just had a good HR presentation. So for me, I got out after 9 years, didn't have any higher education. I would apply for jobs because I felt that I had the skills needed, but again, it said bachelor's degree required, associate's degree required. So for me, it was like starting all over again, and I always tell this story, but for me, it was like doing the summer youth tribal employment again, because I had to start at a lower level and work my way up, but it motivated me to get my undergrad degrees at Bacone College. And that year that I was telling y'all, the year that I got selected to serve on the National Center, that same year, I got my MBA at Grand Canyon University. So for me, that, getting denied those jobs really taught me that I need to get my education. So that's that same year that I got selected as the board member for the National Center is the year that I won my campaign as a councilman for the Muskogee Creek Nation. So it was just a great year for me, and to get into the tribal leadership, of course, servant leadership, right? For me, being in boarding school, being a military man, servant leadership's always been there for me. Always done it, always happy to do it, visionary. As a tribal leader, you gotta have that vision, right? I'm talking to the choir here, don't need to get into it very much, but for us, every decision, every vote that we have are for the next 7 generations. We just don't vote and fix a problem today. It's for 3, 4, 7 generations from there. The democratic part of it is, of course, I really had to learn that kind of stuff, growing up and working in tribes, and I worked with several different tribes all over the country. And to me, that's something that I really had to learn. But the laissez-faire for us, we are a democratic group, but we have committees. So we have a business finance committee, we have a health committee, and we have a land and cultural committee. So we, as a council, there's 16 of us, we don't all have to take on these tasks all together. It's just like many boards, they have a strategic planning group, they have a fundraising group, so that's kind of how we're set up as well. And those are some of the things that I learned as a tribal leader, and I think they're paying off pretty good because, you know, for us, we are doing everything we can to help our citizens, right? So that's something that we do. But that was just a really quick presentation of how I came through my leadership, my experience, and all the things that I've done for not only the country, my family, my boarding school, but my tribe. So, Mado, and Derek, I'll come sit by you, sir. So thank you all.
Thank you, Will. We got a few minutes here, so let's kind of talk here about leadership. I always hear in the press, you know, are leaders born or are they made? And so, but in my experience, and I think you fit the mold, a lot of individuals that I work with do have a lot of military background and military training. And so I think with that background that you have, probably the answer to the question, are leaders born or made? In your case, leaders are made, you know, with all the training. And so, but this little section here is talking about, I think, the future. And one of the things that I hear most often is that a lot of our young Native children are opting not to come home. They say, you know, tribal government is this way or that way. It's you know, I hear a lot of negative comments. But I kind of grew up in this case, the Navajo system. I always say, well, wait a minute. On the other hand, if you do get a position at your tribe, you're afforded a lot of opportunities to make improvement and to make change. And so when you mentioned your youth council, what do you say to your youth about coming back, either working for your tribe or coming back and trying to set up a business on your land? You have a lot of land.
Yes,
so
sir.
What's your advice on that
yes,
side?
Yes, sir, Derek. Thank you very much for that question. You know, we have a youth tribal council, and we also have a College of Muskogee Nation that's a tribal college. So they're actually I guess, official tribal college as one of the tribal colleges, but they go to an associate's degree. So when our youth council are asking, hey, do I go to our tribal college and then do I go and stay near Oklahoma to go to another college? For me, my first thing is I said, you need to join the Marines and serve your country. But I'm just kidding. But no, I try to tell them that the best thing to do is to get an education outside of your community, because to me, you get around people that see Native Americans in a different way, right? Or they have a different perspective than you do. And I always say, go get educated, then come home and work for us. It doesn't always work that way, but that's the kind of advice that I give them, because, you know, my daughter, I have 3 daughters. My middle daughter is a senior this year. She lives in Tahlequah, Oklahoma. They have their high school. They have a college that goes to the doctorate program. So technically, she could stay in one city her whole career of school for her PhD and never leave that community. So for me, I encourage her. I love you to death. Go to another community, work there, do a summer intern there, but learn different perspectives. So those are some of the advice that I give our kiddos.
I like that. That's my story. Get educated, do some work off res, and come home and try to make a difference. Okay, let's move on. One of the things that I see, and maybe it's just my perspective, but out in Indian country, I see a lot of non-natives that are running either our tribal enterprises. So there's a few exceptions, but just in general around Indian country, I'm still seeing a lot of non-natives running our tribal businesses and enterprises and operations. And so to me, that's probably brings up the point of succession planning. Right. And so what's your take on succession planning? I know that for me, having run a few tribal enterprises back home, I I had to hire non-Navajos or non-natives, and the first thing I said is that your job, in my opinion, is to put yourself out of a job. You know, you got great skills, we hired you because of your background, but we need you to find someone to replace you. And in many cases, that was almost a threat to the non-native. And after those, friendly coaching words, because, we are on a reservation, we do have tribal laws, for some reason it seemed to be a negative. But, succession planning, I think is very, very important, especially if we really want to achieve true economic sovereignty and true self-determination. What's your thought on succession planning in your neck of the woods?
Yes, sir. Derek, I definitely would love to have those conversations with our employees as well. For us, as legislators, the executive branch runs our employees, right? They're over all the employees. So anytime anyone, even if they had a problem, just like the HR class we got just a minute ago, legislators can do so much. We can bring the problem to the chief and his cabinet, and they handle it all, right? So anytime I have an opportunity to educate a cabinet member or talk to one of our health professionals, I always ask and try to encourage them to implement that. Just like our gaming CEO, at one time we were about to have a program to where our gaming CEO was mentoring Muskogee Creek citizens that were either MBAs or business or gaming or whatever the case may be, so that one day when he retired, they could take over. And, I want to say they're actually doing that. They just don't have a broadcasted specific program, but a lot of our leadership in gaming are Muskogee citizens, which to me is great. All of our board of directors have to be Muskogee Creek citizens. And, for us, health-wise, we have a really great health program. We have 3 major hospitals that are open to the community. So not only do we serve our Muskogee people, but we serve non-natives, everybody. And that's our 3 hospitals. And we've encouraged our health group to hire Native American doctors, pharmacists, so on and so forth. But we, as legislators, try our best to suggest that. And, that's about how far as we can go with that, but we definitely say so, sir. So thank you, Derek.
Yeah, I like that. Let's move on to, and I'm going to the description of the program, the skill set. Years ago, when I was a banker, actually here in town here, years ago, I was with a subsidiary of an investment company. I got to know the president, CEO, and he used to say, Derek, there's 3 things that I live by, and you need to think about it. And this is, my recipe to success. He said, number 1 is, keep yourself well educated, learn, train. It's like a 3-legged stool. And so he said, keep yourself trained. Number 2, be well read. Read everything you can on the business. Just, keep yourself up to speed. And then number 3 is, keep close association with your family and your relatives, because you need that. That's your network. And so, when I'm asked to speak, I always think about, his 3-stool prong, and, it's coming out today. What's your advice, and what are the principles? I think you mentioned in your program, but just kind of real short, what are your thoughts on skills and being a great leader that I see you are? Well,
yes, sir. Yes, sir. For me, I encourage, and I'll go back to talking to our Muskogee youth and our mentorship with them. When they ask what it takes to be a leader, for me, one of the hardest things that I had, but now I had to do and overcome, but it's one of my major traits now, is listening. Not only as a Marine leader, I didn't listen to anything. I just knew what I was going to do, and that was that. And if you didn't do it, we were going to have a problem, right? So as I matured from that and was able to start working, I worked with museums. I mean, you name it. I was the tourism director for the Cherokee Nation, believe it or not. And they sent me all over the world to promote their museum in Oklahoma, because they did a Trail of Tears play. And, boy, people ask me, I've never seen, a Native American here in Ireland. What are you doing here? Are you a rugby player? This and that. No, I don't play rugby. I just was a Marine, and so on and so forth. But when the young folks ask what kind of skills, I say, listen. be observant. You know, I attended the NCAIED Harvard leadership program about 3 weeks ago. And for me, I'm not one to ask a lot of questions. I'm not one to sit there and give my 2 cents on a lot of problems or programs, but I observe everything. And I write, take notes, and listen. That's how I learn. And I'm able to implement that when I go home. But I tell our kids and youth, listen to everything, observe everything. You know, to me, I was a very shy kid until I became a Marine. And then I was able to be very vocal. I was able to think about what I was going to say before I said it. You know, I just didn't blurt things out. And I tell them youth, think about what you're going to say, because that tongue of yours can damage some things in relationships that you may not have meant to do. So for me, I encourage them to get educated. And, you know, a lot of times college isn't for everyone. So I say to a lot of our kiddos, go to technical school, go do a trade to make you the best you can be, to make your family proud. So those are just some of the things that I share with our youth, sir.
I like that, listening. I don't know, I have to ask my wife, am I a good listener? She's out there. She probably says no. That's really good. Listening, I think that's a key trait that I'm hearing all the time, more so. And so thank you, Will, for that. We're almost out of time here. Anybody have any questions before we close here for Will, Speaker Lowe? Any questions?
I have a question.
Yeah.
When working in a supervisory position, how do you monitor your staff, and how would you delegate tasks to them?
Yeah, certainly. You know, one thing that I do is I make sure, like, in our council house, we have 8 staff members. And when I communicate with them, I give them the directions that I need, and I ask them twice, in the beginning and at the end, do you understand what is expected of you? And of course they do, and granted they're older than me, some of them, but I still do this with them because we never want to mistake anything, because we're dealing with all of the laws in our tribal existence, right? So I ensure that they do that. And at the end of the day, I will go around to each person in our staff, ask how they're doing, how was your day, was it progressive, and is there anything we need to talk about? So that, to me, helps the communication on what's expected of them. And each one of them know that if they have a problem or there's something that probably can't be accomplished, that they can come to me anytime and tell me, and they won't feel any repercussions, because we'll figure a way to figure it out to get it done. So I hope that answered the question, but that's how I work with our group.
That's a great question. Rhonda, question.
Thank you. Thank you, Will, for this presentation today and your service to our nation, both nations. You were raised in a very disciplined regime, boarding schools and then the military. You know, everything is set in place and you're told what to do, and you don't deviate from that for good reason, in many situations. But how did you transition from that mindset to the entrepreneurial mindset, where you have to be really flexible and, sometimes you got to take risks and think outside the box and do different things differently?
Yes, ma'am. Great question. For me, I mentioned how when I got out of the Marine Corps, a lot of the positions required these degrees. And for me, I worked at the Cherokee Heritage Center, and boy, they sure gave me a chance as a membership coordinator, right? I had the computer skills, but I couldn't get the directorship job, so they gave me a chance, and I'll always be grateful for that tribe to do that with me. But when I had to start at them lower level positions, it made me hunger for education, because I would talk to peers and I would say that my family, I've been married 3 times, and for me, my wives would help me understand that you can't always be a Marine to everybody, right? So for me, that was my life experiences. And my wife now, she's a psychology major, so she really, really helps me and does a lot of end of the day consulting, and we talk about how my day went, and her degree is that, so she helps me tremendously. But, you know, for me, being in those structured way of life, my brothers, I have 3 brothers, they're not that way. So I get to see personally how it is for those that have to hunger for themselves and find that entrepreneurship spirit to do better at their job. And I encourage them, always do better than you did the day before. So for me, I think starting at them lower level positions really kind of helped me create that hunger. And you know, as I learned to be in an entrepreneur or even had that hunger myself, I'm here to help people. So that kind of helped me get to where I am today. So hopefully that answered your question.
Thank you for the question. Thank you, Will, for the response. Anybody else? Any other questions?
Well, thank you both. I think we're ready for the next, but let's give
Okay.
them both
Thank
a
you.
round of applause,
Thank
and
you.
thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kaya Jackson. I am the Export Business Development Specialist for our MBDA program. Today, I bring you Carmela Mamas with the U.S. Department's Commerce Commercial Services New York Export Assistance Center, and Peter Tierney with the U.S. Commercial Service U.S. Commercial Service Export Assistance Center of Harlem. So come on up.
Well, I guess I'll stand here at first, but thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. Actually, I'm really short, so I'm gonna walk over here. It's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much, Kia and Yvette, for inviting us to be here. We really want to share the government's export resources, so we are here to help. And me and Pete, we represent the U.S. Department of Commerce's International Trade Administration, U.S. Commercial Service, and we are a U.S. federal agency that has we're considered the lead export promotion agency for the federal government. So our mission is to help U.S. companies who have a product or service that they're making to export to create more U.S. jobs. And our focus is small to medium-sized companies, and so that's why we're so thrilled to be here to help some of you or some of your clients. So Pete and I are based in New York City. I'm the director of U.S. Commercial Service New York in Lower Manhattan, and Pete is our Harlem office director. We have 100 offices across the U.S. We call them U.S. Export Assistance Centers, and we're in over 80 countries. So the commercial section of the American embassies and consulates abroad is our counterpart agency. We're not a huge agency under the Department of Commerce. We're very streamlined. We work very closely with all of our colleagues internationally. And our colleagues internationally are American officers. It's part of our foreign service. They manage locals that we hire locally in the international markets who know the language and the culture, and they're assigned by industry, and they're there to know who the distributors are, who the importers and other potential partners, as well as any government officials ministries and that sort of thing. So like I said, we work very closely. We're here to help U.S. companies export. If a company's not export ready, then we work with our other federal city-state partners like the SBA, SBDC, and MBDA, et cetera. So our services can basically be categorized in 4 areas. Export counseling, so we counsel U.S. companies from A to Z how to export. You've never exported before, walk them through that process. They may be export ready, but never exported before. So we might help them start in some initial markets like Canada, for example. Just so you're aware, we also help foreign governments or promote not governments, foreign companies to invest in the U.S. That's part of our Select USA program, but for today's purpose, we will be focusing on helping U.S. companies to export. The other category is market intelligence. We have lots of free information that our colleagues internationally have written, available in our market repository on trade.gov. So there's lots of free market research information for U.S. companies to use to help them develop their international business plans after, obviously, they've developed their regular business plans. We have material to help U.S. companies develop their international business plans so that if they do need some working capital loan, they will have already done their homework and be able to tell a financial institution, for example, these are the countries we're going to export, this is why, we might, we may have an order and need some working capital. So we have the tools that can help small companies develop their international marketing plan so that then they can gain access to the available financial resources, but also to help them be smart in which companies or which countries and companies that they're trying to export to. So small companies, medium companies, and even large companies need to do their homework and be very specific where they're going to be using their resources to engage in international trade. Then our next service category is matchmaking. That's our sweet spot. We can help U.S. companies find partners internationally, whether that be a distributor, importer, systems integrator, whatever it may be, whatever we recommend to them is their best partner in the international market. Our sweet spot is matching them with the right partner. And we do that through customized matchmaking programs. So for example, we can pre-qualify potential partners for a U.S. company and either schedule in-person meetings with them if they decide to travel there or in virtual meetings. So that is really one of our strongest programs. Then we offer commercial diplomacies, a lot of talk about contracting here and procurement. If a U.S. company is bidding on a foreign government project, well, 2 things. We have our advocacy center, so we could advocate for the U.S. company to win that government project. And then on the other hand, if there appears to be an action that seems to be unfair, we have our commercial diplomacy program as well. So those are our main categories of service. And this is me. I want to be quick because Pete's really going to get into the nuts and bolts of exporting. He joined us a couple years ago. He ran his own export management company for 25 years. So he's going to share nuts and bolts of exporting so that you all get a good idea if you're thinking about exporting. I'm just curious, how many of you are currently exporting or thinking about exporting? Great. Great. We like to see that. One thing I want to mention before I get off is that for those of you who do engage in U.S. federal contracting, my office in Lower Manhattan is very unique. We do counsel companies on UN procurement because UN is headquartered in New York City and we're based in New York City. So UN procurement, they buy a lot of stuff. So if you're interested in pursuing that, feel free to contact me. We do an annual UN procurement seminar in our Lower Manhattan Conference Center. So I wanted to throw that out as well. And then the other thing is, for those of you who are exporting or think about exporting and you're in the New York area, and for those of you who are dialing in and not in the New York area, if you're interested in learning of opportunities in Europe, we're doing a major conference on September 12th in Lower Manhattan called Discover Global Markets Europe Eurasia. We're bringing in several of our colleagues from Europe. We're also going to talk about e-commerce, how to sell to Europe via e-commerce, whether that be B2C or B2B. So at any rate, we have a major Europe conference. I'm happy to share that. And then Pete is organizing a export seminar in Harlem to really go over a lot more specifics on exporting for those of you who are in the New York metro area. For those of you who are dialing in through the virtual, we are going to have these Discover Global Market Europe events in 7 cities across the US. So I'm also happy to share that with you. You'll receive my contact details here or as a follow-up. But I just want to be quick to give Pete enough time, but does anyone have any questions on what I just talked about? I hope I wasn't too fast. Yes.
We're the only tribally owned wine company that's licensed in all 50 states. And we just landed a German export on our own. We've not been using any services, that's why I'm here. And I thought, we're going about this probably a really hard way. I would love to know what kind of alcohol buying power that UN has. I'm assuming they have receptions. And how does that relate to the World Bank? Because I know the World Bank has these amazing, elaborate receptions as well. So I would love to either have a side conversation with you or while I'm here, so.
Oh yes, definitely, I'd be happy. I don't know the specific answer to that, but I'd be happy to walk you through the process of you using their site. You need to register as a vendor, that's the first thing. So the first thing is become a basic vendor. The UN and World Bank are different systems as far as I know. But yeah, I'd be happy to talk to you afterwards. My agency, the U.S. Commercial Service, we do have liaisons at the different multilateral development banks as well. So if you're interested in learning more about the World Bank, we can connect you with somebody in our agency that liaises with them as well. So any other questions?
Oh, Camilla, if I can add one thing. So
yeah.
we also can help on the exports of wine. Just to give an example, the biggest exports I had last year were 2 different types of products. One were products to mitigate climate change, and the others were alcohol. So kind of tells you where we're at, but we can definitely help find other customers for that. That's great. That sounds great. We can definitely help with that.
Yeah, that's definitely great. Thanks, Pete, for mentioning that. There are a lot of, wine manufacturers in the U.S., and it's impressive that you're actually licensed in every state. Congratulations. All right, so I'm going to turn over to my colleague, Pete, now.
Excellent. Thanks. Come on. You're going to queue up the other one? Okay. While he gets that queued up, so I just want to, it's all ready? Yeah, there should be. Yeah. I want to thank, good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank everyone for being here, and I want to thank Yvette and Kaya for inviting me here for this amazing event here for the Native American Enterprise Institute. We have a lot to cover today, so if you have any questions at all, just let me know. Just raise your hand and we can take care of those. My name is Pete Tierney. I'm the director of the Harlem U.S. Export Assistance Center for the U.S. Department of Commerce. So I help small, medium-sized businesses, mainly in Harlem, the Bronx, and Queens, to develop international sales of their products and services. And this presentation, actually, I was originally developed for veteran-owned companies, and I call it the nuts and bolts of exporting, not the bells and whistles. So it's kind of how to get your feet wet, how to get out into these markets. And I'm relatively new to this position, but I've been exporting for about 25 years, mainly helping small, medium-sized businesses export in the private sector. So I learned the business from the Japanese. I worked for the largest Japanese export trading company. It's a company called Mitsui. Mitsui does about $180 billion a year in sales, and they don't make any products. All they do is move other companies' products. Now, they've been doing it for about 380 years. They were started in 1642 by a defeated samurai, by a Ronin. So they figured out a few things along the way. And every year I worked for them, they were one of the top 10 exporters of U.S. products, which drove me crazy that Japanese can come here in their second language, buy U.S. products, mark them up, and export them throughout the world. But it was really great to learn from the masters. I then went on to work at the largest U.S. export management company. It's a company here in New York that exports the products of about 70 different U.S. manufacturers to maybe 100 plus countries. So I was all over Asia, everywhere from China down to New Zealand, exporting U.S. products throughout those markets. So I've actually exported semiconductors made in Fremont, California to Novosibirsk, Siberia, wood chippers made in Fargo, North Dakota, to Wuhan, China, back before, when no one knew what Wuhan was. And one of my favorite, I used to also, solar electronics made in Plano, Texas, to Mexico under USMCA duty-free. And one of my favorite, I used to export US-made mouse traps made in Lititz, Pennsylvania, to Beijing, and they used them in Mao Zedong's mausoleum. So, you wonder why would the Chinese use US-made mouse traps? Because US-made mouse traps catch the mouse. And Mao doesn't like mice, even though he's been dead for like 60 years. So they spent a little bit extra for that. So Carmela talked a little bit about the presence we have. Before we get started, I already thanked Yvette and Kaya for inviting me today, but I also want to thank all the Native Americans that are here today and who are logged in. I want to thank you for your culture and belief systems. I think we see with what's happening with the environment that there's a lot to learn with how your culture has treated the earth and the environment and stewardship of the environment. I also want to thank you for your contributions to U.S. democracy. And this is not the government's opinion, this is my belief, but I believe that the only reason we have a democracy here in the U.S. is that there was one here before the Europeans got here. If you look at most of the tribes, Muskogee Creek, Potawatomi, Lakota, they were democratic structures. And even the founding fathers admitted that when they drew up the first Constitution, the Articles of Confederation, they lifted entire paragraphs from the Iroquois Great Law. And they all admitted that that's where they came up with the whole idea of the United States. The Great Law was in place hundreds of years before Europeans arrived, and it said that, each tribe would operate separately with separate leaders, but if in times of crisis or if they were attacked by an outside power, they would come together as a federation or United States. So, that's really where the whole idea of the United States came from. And, Ben Franklin heard one of the Onondaga chiefs mention that a bundle of arrows is much harder to break than a single arrow. And that's why, I didn't get it in the presentation, but that's why the symbol of the United States has 13 arrows being held by the eagle. And that's directly from the Iroquois chief that told Ben Franklin that. And it's just something that we don't really realize here. But so why export? Thanks again. I just wanted to get that out before we get started. So why export? So companies that export grow faster, and they're also 8.5% less likely to fail. So it's just a good idea. You know, some people think, oh, it's so scary, it's risky. I say it's risky not to. You know, not to be in these markets, to kind of spread your risk and diversify outside of the normal markets you're in. Also, it's where it's where the money is, it's where people are, and it's where the growth is. About 70% of the purchasing power in the world is outside the U.S., and we need to tap into that. There's advantages to made in the USA. I mean, we don't really see that as much here. But overseas, you know, people still look at U.S. products, you know, the engineering, the support, the after-sales service. So there's still something to be said for that. Also, honest, ethical business dealing. I mean, when a company's tying up with you internationally, they're not necessarily buying a product, they're buying a service, or they're buying your company, right? They're partnering with you to, again, resell your product or service and make money long term. So there's something to be said about being able to trust, you know, and work with companies that are honest. I mean, I know I used to work with a company in Australia that negotiated an exclusive contract with a Chinese manufacturer of generators, like portable generators. He spent 3 weeks in China negotiating, and he was Australian. He didn't like Chinese food, so it was really hard for him. He didn't have his, like, curry lamb for 3 weeks. And he gets back in a week, 2 weeks later, his competitor has the same generator out in front of his plant. So he throws a fit. He calls the CEO in China and says, wait a minute, we spent 3 weeks negotiating this. What's going on? And the CEO said, oh, his is blue. You have exclusive for red. All the ones painted red are yours. He gets the blue ones. And, I mean, that's just not something, I mean, Americans may do other things to you, but American companies won't pull that kind of trick with a contract. So that's something that companies look for to build a long-term relationship. The other thing is that competitors are here. You know, I mean, we've had this huge market to ourselves for so long, but now it's a global market. So to compete, it's better to really to be out in these markets. And only about 5% of small businesses export, which just drives me nuts. And we need to increase that. So this is one of the slides that drives me crazy. UK exports about 28% of their GDP. Germany exports 47%. We export 11%. And if anyone knows, I mean, Germans don't have cheaper products, right? If anyone has a Mercedes and has to buy a part, it's not cheap. I mean, I'm from Detroit. I grew up in blue-collar Detroit, so I wouldn't know about a Mercedes. I only drive American cars. But we need to kind of refocus and make the pie bigger. You know, right now I think we're fighting over a smaller pie, and we need to start exporting more and bring some money from overseas and kind of make that pie bigger so that we can all share a little bit more in it. So I think this is something I've just found over the years, that there's 4 main barriers that keep U.S. companies from exporting or for going out into international markets. I'm going to go through them. I'm also going to go through why I think that as a Native American-owned company, you are uniquely qualified to succeed where other companies may not in these kind of barriers. The first one's documents. You know, a lot of people think, oh, what documents do I need, you know, the international market. If you've dealt with the BIA or any of the myriad of state and federal organizations trying to tell you how to live your life, you can deal with these documents. These documents are simple. I know a lot of companies here also consult on helping to get U.S. contracts for business or GSA. If you can do that, if you can consult on that, you can consult on exporting. The documents, there's only 4 documents really in international trade. There's a commercial invoice, customer price. There's a packing list, which is an invoice without pricing and just tells what's on it, what's the pallet, how many products. There's certificate of origin that just tells each product where it's from. And there's a shipper letter of instruction, which kind of puts all this information into one Excel spreadsheet, what it is, how much is it, where is it shipping to. That's what you give to your freight company. That's your instruction for them to ship it. which kind of brings the next one's logistics. Everyone thinks, oh, I don't know how to ship to Jakarta, Indonesia. Well, you don't have to know. I mean, if you ship something, you know, from Oklahoma to Georgia, it's the same thing. A trucker comes, picks it up. I mean, you don't drive the truck, right? You don't have to drive the ship. You just get it ready. Someone picks it up. You instruct a professional. The difference is, instead of going to, you know, Georgia, it goes to a port. It gets loaded on a container. It ends up in Jakarta, is unloaded and delivered to your customer. But that's a black box. You don't have to know that. There's professionals that know that. And you just find a freight forwarder that you can work with, and they'll help you, they'll take care of everything for you. So it's really, it is not something to be worried about. Third one is foreign cultures. Now, I mean, do I have to explain this one to you guys? I mean, you've been dealing with this for 500 years, right? So we can deal with other cultures. And I tell Americans too, you know, if you're in Alabama and you can deal with someone in California, or New Yorkers, you know, dealing with someone in Wisconsin, you can deal with anyone in the world. I mean, America is so different. There's so many different cultures here. Pretty much anywhere you go in the world, people are the same, right? They want to make a little bit of money, take care of their family, build their business. So it really is just a matter of just getting out into those markets. The other thing is fear. You know, there's a fear of going international, and it's just not something to worry about. I mean, the worst thing that could happen is you spend maybe a few $1,000s and you find out it doesn't work. But there's ways to mitigate, or maybe you won't get the margin that you thought you would. And if you give credit, maybe you won't get paid. But there's ways to mitigate that, you know, and there's definitely government programs to mitigate that. And also, bad debt internationally is about 1%. Bad debt in the US is about 2%. So it's riskier selling to someone in Ohio than it is in Mexico. But it's just the fear, you know, if someone gets burned, you hear about it internationally, but we kind of take it for granted in the US. So the first thing you have to do is really first find out your harmonized code. So that's either a 6, 8, or 10-digit code that tells you what product or service that you work with and what you're exporting. And this is something that almost all countries agree upon. It's one of the only things that the world agrees upon. It's because this is what they use to charge duties, to charge import taxes. So this is the code that all countries keep track of. Once you have this determined, there's a lot of different ways you can do market research to find out what's the best markets and who's buying your products, depending on the markets. The next thing is you have to look at the sales channels. You know, what kind of sales channels are you going to go after? And there's different ones. There's a sales agent or a rep, and that's where you have someone that's like a salesperson in a country that runs around promoting your product or service. Usually they don't take title. They're not going to get involved with payments. They're just going to bring you customers and orders. You pay them a commission once the transaction is finished. A lot of companies will start with an agent and then move into other formats once they get more established in the market. The next step is distributors, and this is what I've seen most, as far for physical goods at least, is two-step distribution, where you're selling to a foreign distributor who already has his customer base and his customers that he's delivering to that's buying from them. And they usually do take title. You know, you'll deliver to a port or airport, they'll take it into their warehouse, deliver it to a customer, provide service, you know, front line of customer service. The other thing is next one's foreign retailers. This is where you're selling, you know, like to a Costco in Japan, you know, or some of the big Bunnings in Australia. It can be done. It's definitely a little bit trickier if you're dealing with a big foreign retailer. It's just like the US, dealing with Walmart or these big players. It's pretty much their rules, right? You don't tell them, they tell you what they're going to do. Sometimes you have to pay a fee to get on a shelf, which is difficult. And the fourth way is direct sales to end users. Now, this is becoming more prevalent under e-commerce, and it's kind of the American way. Americans like their own, you know, they want their own margin. What I always tell them is 100% is 0-0. I mean, it's better to tie up with someone in that country that has business and give up some margin to move more of your products. So e-commerce channels, real quick, so your website is the best place to start. You know, maybe put it if you're getting inquiries from Spanish-speaking countries, put some of your website into Spanish, or put some product spec sheets, or have a way that people can order internationally if you do offer that on your website. The other thing is online marketplaces. I mean, we promote Amazon a lot. I personally tell companies to find other online marketplaces in those countries. You know, go to a Brazilian online marketplace, go to a Mexican one. Amazon's great, but Amazon keeps the customer name. So you don't know who your customer is, which long term, you know, if you're really successful, guess what? Amazon comes out with your product as an Amazon Essential and sells to your customers. So it's better, I think, to find a local online marketplace, find a local partner. Social media is great, but it's mainly for building a brand, right? It's not as much direct sales, but if you build a brand in a country, people will start looking to distribute your product or asking for you and your services or products. The other thing is third-party in-country distribution. That's where you find a distributor who then sells on e-commerce in that market. And this really makes sense. You know, they have the relationship. They have like the Brazilian credit card that they can sell it with. And to give you an example, I'm working with a vegan pasta sauce company right now, and if they sell directly by UPS to a company in the UK, the jar of sauce is $8. It's $8 to ship it if it's express mail. So I helped them get a quote to a distributor in the UK, and we could ship 2 pallets of sauce to the port in Felixstowe outside of London, and it's 41 cents a jar to ship 2 pallets by ocean. Now that distributor can then sell it online and deliver it locally for maybe $2 a jar to customers in London. So the idea is you want to do online sales, but it's really better if you can find a local partner in those countries who can then deliver it that last mile, because customers don't like paying such an exorbitant cost for freight. No one likes paying freight. So there's a lot of resources that you need to tap into that can help you if you're trying to go international. And you know, when I first started here, I gave a presentation. I said, "You're an idiot if you don't use our services." And they said, "Pete, you can't say that." So now I give you the choice. Don't be an idiot. Use our services, right? I mean, we're paid for by taxpayer money, right? So we charge for some services, but they're very cheap. I mean, it's the best deal you'll ever see for international marketing, you know, having people overseas, finding customers, setting up meetings. So we have amazing services that Carmela mentioned. You know, the SBA has amazing export services. I think Marlene is going to be here next. The SBDC, the Small Business Development Centers, can really help you, especially if you're not ready yet. You know, if you're working on an export plan, you want to get your product, your marketing in place. And your state's export services. I mean, the New York State, Global New York has some pretty amazing programs, and a lot of the states that you're in have some really great programs, and we work closely with them, even though we kind of compete a little bit, but especially Carmela's done a great job. We're in New York, we all work together to help. If a company wants to export, we're all kind of on the same team there. Trade events, go to trade events. We do a lot of work supporting trade shows, and this is how it's been for about 2,000 years. This is how the Venetians did it. You know, Romans went to trade shows. You know, instead of going to Germany and spending all day on like the Hauptbahnhof train, just go to a show and meet everyone. You know, find out where the show in your sector is. Go overseas. You don't have to have a booth. Just go and check it out. See who's exhibiting. Meet people. You know, meet people at the hotel. You know, at night. If everyone's going to be in the same room, it's just an easier way to get it done. I'm not going to go over all these. I just wanted to leave them in here and give you an overview, so when we follow up with you, you'll have a better idea of the different services that we offer. But once you have that harmonized code, there's a lot of different research that you can do with that code to figure out where your product or service is being exported to, and then figure out how to work with us or other agencies to find, you know, partners in those markets. You know, we have a lot of free market intelligence on our trade.gov website that you can go in and look at different markets. We have an amazing new product called the Market Diversification Tool, where we can put in your harmonized code, and it will tell you where all the main exports of that product, what countries, both from the US and from other markets. And we also rate it based on distance, rule of law, like do they follow contracts? So we have different metrics where we can come up with a list within 2 minutes of the top potential markets for you. So it cuts out, months of work with this new tool. And, I mentioned look for trade events, look for trade shows and find out. There's also ways of look at exhibitors. If there's a trade show that covers your product or service in Chile, go in and find out who's exhibiting, right? That's the players in the market. I mean, there's ways to do this where you can do some research by yourself. There's also government registries in other countries, right? So we have them here. Dun & Bradstreet's the big one that everyone uses. Other countries, you can go to UK and you can look up potential partners. For the wine, for example, we could look at this and see who's importing wine. And the other thing and this is kind of from my private background, is we always looked at competitors, right? I mean, if you have a competitor that's stronger and more experienced internationally than you, look at where they are. Instead of doing all the research, what markets, they've already done it. What markets are they in? Look at their spec sheets. Do they have certain certifications you need? Sometimes they're nice enough to list their distributors. You can pick up the phone and call them, and you never know when an international distributor is not happy with their partner, right? You can catch them having a bad day, and they think, you know what, let me switch, let me try a different company. Now, preferably go after German or Japanese competitors, not American, but also press releases. Look at press releases to get names of people in those companies. Compass.com is a German database that has a lot of companies you can search and pull out, different partners. There's also new database companies that track the actual shipments of products. So there's like Penjiva or Datamine, where you can go in using your harmonized code, that's your key, and you can find out where the products are moving. And you can even find out who's buying them. Now, some of these are expensive, but sometimes your public library, and if you're in New York, the New York Public Library is amazing. They have amazing databases. I had a company exporting semiconductors, and they wanted to find buyers in Mexico during the whole supply chain nightmare during COVID. And I went to the public library, and we got a list of the top 2,000 importers of semiconductors in Mexico. And within 2 weeks, they had developed 2 export sales from that list. I mean, it's the actual buyers. It's not someone sitting, in their mom's basement at a computer. These are the actual importers that are tracked by these databases. Also, buy data. If you have to spend a few $100s, buy a list of potential buyers from overseas. So I'm big on using data, and trade show, people that visit trade shows are always a good one. So target countries. So, yeah, how are we doing? Is it time? Well, 2 minutes to take some questions. Okay. Let me just see what we have here. Okay. Let me just tie it real quick. Find a freight forwarder that can help you, right? Someone that you can rely on. I even tell people, pay them extra, pay them 10% extra. Tell them, if the shipment's 1,000, I'll give you 1,100 if you help me with the documents. Just so you have a partner going forward. This is the last thing I'll talk about, and we'll go to questions. This is something I call the Burger King strategy. This is where, McDonald's spends all this money analyzing, location, wages, traffic, till they figure out where to put a McDonald's, and then 2 months later, Burger King announces they're opening a Burger King right next to it. So I say do the same thing. If you have a competitor that you're looking at that's more successful, look at what they're doing. Piggyback off the work they've done, and find out what markets you need to be in and how to get there. And this is the last thing, and we'll go to questions. So this is 5 attributes I found. At some point, you have to jump on a plane, right? If you have a partner overseas, at some point, and you're going to make that money back if you pick the right person. So I jump on a plane, I go there, and you meet, and you want to look for, and these seem so simple, but one, do they have salespeople? And you'd be surprised how many companies it's like the CEO and her son, that's it. It's not, they don't have salespeople. You want to make sure they have people that are actually pushing your product. You want to make sure they have a warehouse. They don't have to own a warehouse, but they need to at least have some product in a warehouse. You don't want them to use you as a warehouse internationally. It doesn't work, like shipping 5 units at a time. You want to make sure they're buying enough quantity to store it and ship it. The other thing, are they giving credit, customer, are they giving credit lines? Because international, the shipping, everything takes time. So if they're giving credit, you're going to move more products. You want to make sure that's happening. Also, and this is counterintuitive, you want them to have a breadth of products. You know, a lot of companies think, well, this company's just going to sell my product. Well, guess what? They're not. You're better off with someone who has a bunch of products, even competing products. I've found they'll sell more just because they have customers. If they have a bunch of products, it means they have a bunch of customers. So if you can piggyback off them, it's going to be better. The last one is, and I've censored here, but I check the bathrooms when I go overseas. I go in the bathroom and I check, is it clean, is it well stocked? If it's not, it means either they're broke, they can't afford to clean it, or there's a breakdown of chain of command. Someone's not following orders. And it means your orders are going to be not taken care of too. So I could go on and on with this, obviously.
No, that was
But
great,
we're gonna
Pete.
stop, yeah.
That was great. Thank you so much. So while Pete's sitting down, we have just 3 or 4 minutes to answer any questions. I wanted to mention that our office in Lower Manhattan is co-located with the regional office of the Export-Import Bank of the United States, and we also have a SBA Regional Trade Finance Manager co-located with us, and that's to provide a one-stop shop for U.S. exporters, from marketing support to trade finance. So I just wanted to mention that for those of you online, if you're not in New York, I'm happy to introduce you to my counterpart in your state or city. The other thing I wanted to mention is that we do work really closely with Empire State Development, the state of New York, on helping companies to expand internationally. And one thing that they do, they facilitate or distribute export grant money under the State Trade Expansion Program. That program we call for Step Short is actually managed by the SBA, but it is federal grant money that the states across the U.S. apply for. If they have a good proposal, they receive these funds from the federal government, and then they distribute it to companies in their states who have good, put in good applications to use it for export purposes, whether it's to internationalize your website, to attend a trade show, maybe, get certified on a particular standard. So there's a variety of uses this export grant money can be used for, but I just wanted to mention that it's very important.
So in New York, you can get up to 70% back, right? If you translate your website, if you go overseas, flights, hotel, if you apply ahead of time and save your receipts when you get back, you submit it, and you can get a check back from the state of New York for up to 70% of that
But
cost.
there is a cap. For
10,000.
Okay.
10,000 per year.
Right.
But still, that doesn't happen often, get a check back.
Yes, yes. Does anyone have any questions? I think Pete was very thorough. Yes, so, yes.
You may not be able to answer this question, but most of the tribes here, at least a few of them that I know, we're border tribes, and so especially for my tribe, the J Treaties Act, international trade's been happening because there wasn't a border within tribes. So this should not be foreign to us, but it very much is foreign to most of us. I didn't hear you talk about that. Does the government actually monitor what's happening with the J's Treaty? Because that immediately opens up commerce between indigenous nations around the world, in my opinion. There's been several bills that were introduced. They were never passed. One of my uncles actually wrote most of those. Alan Parker, who just passed away recently. But those bills still exist. And especially like when you look at New Zealand and Australia and just the amount of indigenous work that's happening in those countries, I don't see a lot of emphasis on what already exists. I mean, the Jay's Treaties Act's from the 1700s, and that is specific to Canada. But I think there really should be, and so I'm telling the government what they should do. Of course, this is an expenditure on your end, but it would also be the lobbying and the political efforts on the tribe side of creating a better dialogue and process of the Jay's Treaty Act. Because right now, especially with what Canada imports, let's just start with trees. So I'm also a former forester with an MBA, and I studied in Asia. But just on trees alone, we're the largest owners of raw materials in America. Now, of course, we use domestic, but why not international? And there are some tribes in California that are doing this already internationally with their foreign products. But I think there just needs to be a stronger relationship with what already exists for us, because like the gentleman said, and I apologize, I didn't hear your name, we are unique. We're sovereign nations. We already have these policies and procedures in place. We just keep getting stumbled up by the government. And so the federal government, not our own government. We usually know what to do. We continue to get over-managed by, some tangled up bureaucracy. So anyways, I plant that seed, and I would love to continue, be on a board, do whatever to continue this dialogue, because you have some brilliant people, especially this lady sitting in the back here hiding, who is a border tribe. She's over there in the corner. It has a beautiful product and service that she offers, and we're not doing it internationally yet. And why? And that's what of course I sit on her board, but we are going to be exploring those things. How do we expand our services across the borders, especially in Mexico or here? So anyways.
Oh, no, thank you so much for sharing that. I'm very excited to hear that. And, we would love to develop some kind of strategic partnership following this to do that, to help, accomplish some of the things you were saying. And we actually have a Global Diversity Export Initiative program. And so this is us, the U.S. Department of Commerce's International Administration, and we want to work with you and your community to do exactly what you just spoke at. And we have, an initiative to do that, and we could even plug in, you said there's treaties with other tribes around the world, like New Zealand, we have an office. Australia, we have an office. So we could engage with our offices overseas, maybe to help bridge that gap and stimulate more international trade through the treaties that already exist. I don't know. I would love to work on this along with Pete and my other colleagues who are supporting the Global Diversity Export Initiative and helping to support diverse and underserved business communities that we're not necessarily reaching to the fullest extent. So.
It's the first time I think Commerce has had a tribal political in that office. And I live in Maryland, so my name's Dawn Houle, by the way. I'm the owner of Sunsinger Consulting. I do general consulting, business development work and policy work for tribes across the United States. But I'm gonna follow up with Sean. We typically have at least a weekly, if not every other week, call. But I think this would be a great something to put on her agenda, especially if we could get something moving in this administration, so that at least it's a landing pad for, for any future administrations, and especially when you have somebody that understands our communities and our rights. And so if you guys don't know Sean, I would definitely reach out to her. But she's based in DC, and she is the political at Commerce.
That sounds great. Let's exchange details after this, and we'll see if we can get something going for sure. It's a great idea.
I don't know if we had one more question. I don't know if we have time, though.
We'll have one more question, and then we have to move on to the access to capital. Who had the question? Oh, okay.
Hi, my name's April Patrick. I feel like everything for export is always based on goods and not services. So how do we open up a dialogue or find out more information, or for especially like professional services for like the UN or USAID or those type of exports? Where do small businesses go for that?
Yes, we do help service exporters as well, equally, and I've been with the New York, New Jersey office for over 30 years in New York City since 2006, and I tell you, I work with a lot of service exporters, so our programs and services work very nicely with professional services as well. So sorry if that wasn't clear. I know Pete's presentation was a lot about distributors and product exports, but for example, you know, not only do we help professional service companies get contracts internationally, and Pete has a good example of that, which we can't get into right now, but we also help promote tourists and foreign students to the US. That's also an export of a service. But we do definitely help professional service exporters to either sell to the UN or to export to other markets. So anyway, we can talk about that further following the event.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us on stage. I just wanted to go over real quick on some additional resources. So our office, MBDA Export Center, is a resource that you could reach out to. We have 2 additional offices in Texas and 1 in Miami, Florida. But I wanted to touch up on something that you had mentioned with forming our strategic partnership. The National Center, this past May, we attended Select USA, and we did do a signing with a formal partnership with U.S. Commercial Service, or U.S. Commerce, right? Yep. So I just want to say thank you for joining us, and if you guys are interested in exporting, we have great resources here.
Hello, my name is Erin Abrahamson. I'm the Chief of Staff here at the National Center. And I get to bring on our next speaker. And so our next speaker we have is Roxanne Nelson. She's the Director of the Minority Business Development Agency Manhattan Center. And she is going to talk about loan programs and access to capital. I actually think you have to go to the side.
Thank you so much. I mean, what a day. I don't know if I'm here to share or I've learned so much. So I'm Roxanne Nielsen. Our office is at 48 Wall Street. Since the pandemic, we've been working a lot remotely. But I can't tell you, I'm so impressed. Thank you so much. One, I've learned from the beginning of walking in the building, thanks to the Seminole Nation, for this beautiful facility that I've never been to before. I had no idea that the Seminole Nations own all and operate all of the Hard Rock hotels. So now I know where I want to site all my future events. Thanks to Yvette, thank you, to the Seminole Nation. Thank you to Yvette Fielder and the Native Edge Institutes for this really interesting day. Thanks to Derek, a watchman, and I learned about the 7th generation and how we're all working for the 7 generations for now. Such an important concept for us to know. To John on the SBA subcontracting, we learned about how important it is to register and how to find your niche. Carla Byland, I don't want to jump out of a plane without a parachute, so I also need to have employee policies, and so I'll never forget that. From Mr. Lowe and his leadership, the strength and the vision and the courage that he talked about and his childhood and coming forward and being so courageous to continue, be a lifelong learner. My friend Carmela, who actually shared that information about the United Nations, which I think is important to know. And I'm from Peter. Always check the bathroom, make sure it's clean. I can't wait for going back to my office to start to really process all the information I learned today. But what I want to share with you is about capital, all right? We registered our businesses. We found a contract. It's an international contract. But now we've got to provide services or goods. We've got to perform. We need access to capital. Capital, and even Mr. Watchman talked about his background in banking. It is a hurdle from whatever nation you come from. But our MBDA, and we're thankful that our sisters and brothers in the MBDA, Native Edge Institutes also has an MBDA, that we all work together. And that we may be based in New York, but we serve everyone in the country, and we're here to serve you. So we're located at 48 Wall Street, but we have our clients are all over the country, and we'd love to serve you no matter where in the nations or wherever in the country you're from. So our MBDA is operated by the Business Outreach Center Network, which is located in Brooklyn. It's a not-for-profit. Been serving and led by Nancy Karen, who's our executive director, who is, luckily, I work for an organization where I'm not the oldest one. So I love my organization, the Business Outreach Network and Bach Capital, and as you can see on the screen, we have a lot of services that we provide to refugee communities and all kinds of women's programs. At Bach Capital, which is a CDFI, Community Development Finance Institution. We're so fortunate to have that under the umbrella. So I always say that Bach Capital is like the umbrella, and our leader, our old lady at the top, Nancy Karen. So this organization is a micro-enterprise small business organization. It is entrepreneurial in itself. It's a nonprofit, and it's grown from doing small businesses to, as I said, all those other programs. But capital can make the difference. It's the infusion of capital that often is a barrier to not only doing business in your own community, but then if you're going to do business outside of your community. How do we finance? How do we access the capital? And as a business owner myself and our family, I can tell you that our journey many years ago, we had a wonderful idea for a business. We thought it was a great idea. We did the pro formas. We worked out the plan. We understood the demographics. We knew who we were going to serve. And so we thought we were ready to go. We purchased and acquired some land, and we thought we were going to build. We're builders. I don't look like it today, but I'm, by training, a carpenter and a welder. So we were building it ourselves. But none of the banks wanted to finance it. And I can't tell you how many banks we went to with this wonderful idea, totally spelled out on paper, all the numbers crunched. Market was there, but banks were unwilling. It was a new kind of business. They were unsure. Even the SBA didn't have a vehicle to finance it. We did not know what we did not know. So I bring to this work not only the experience of working for an economic development organization, but also that personal experience of family business, of many generations of family businesses and people who make things with their hands and sell them in order to feed the kids. So I can tell you honestly that business now is a self-storage business. Everybody heard about it after storage wars, but we were building ours before that even happened. So bankers looked at us and said, you want to build storage, retail storage? What is that? SBA even never financed that kind of business. They told us, and we don't understand the business, and it sounds good, but we can't help you. So CDFIs, Community Development Finance Institutions, were developed because the large banks couldn't properly serve the minority community and other communities. In fact, historically had intentionally not provided lending to underserved communities. And so the CDFI is based on legislation to provide opportunities and inroads to capital for communities that haven't been served before. Even Native American communities have CDFIs, and I suggest you really look and contact us, or MBDAs, to find the CDFIs that serve your region or your area. They're alternative lending sources. So ours, Bach Capital Corp., we serve New York region, and now we're growing to serve outside of New York region, New Jersey, but we collaborate with other CDFIs so we can help you prepare and get ready for capital. So founded in 2001, the Bach Capital Corp., we're dedicated to financing small business owners, special focus on women, minorities, and immigrants. And I can tell you a story. When I first came to Bach Network, I had come from doing major projects, Tappan Zee Bridge, DBE, a lot of compliance work. So my new boss, Nancy Karen, she said, Roxanne, I want you to come to a Bach Capital meeting. And I said, oh, but I'm working with MBDA. She said, no, you work for Bach Network, we're going to do a lending, we're having a meeting about a potential loan, and we'd like you to sit in. So I said, wow, I've been to a lot of banks. So I dressed up properly for a bank meeting. I go to our office in Brooklyn, which basically looks like a church office or a small, nonprofit. And around the table, everybody looks like this room. And as the first time I've been into a lending situation, I actually had worked for Chase Bank in design and construction in Lower Manhattan, CMP 1 and 2. But I had never been around a table with bankers that looked like me. So I sat there, I'm ready to take notes, and they handed out the loan package. But it wasn't very many pages. Loan packages that I had prepared had 200-page pro forma that I wrote, all kinds of information about myself, my husband, everything, kids, Social Security numbers, every kind of document. Well, sir, 3-4 pages. This is a loan to a refugee. It was the business owner wanted to buy a used vehicle and ship it abroad. So we looked through the package. There wasn't really much there. And Nancy Karen, my executive director, she said, okay, Roxanne, you're up first. Do you think we should lend to this person? And I was like, is this a trick question? Because am I missing part of the package? It's only 3 pages. I said, and I wasn't sure how to answer that because I'm new. And I said, well, based on these documents, I think there's more information needed. I don't even see a form of ID that, how do you know that this is going to work? How do you know you're going to get your money back? And she said, Roxanne, I have to tell you, we've been doing this for quite some time. These kind of borrowers are better at paying us back than almost any other that we lend to. And that was my first lesson. A CDFI is different. I'm not saying they don't have any underwriting, because there's an external underwriter that has to, you have to pass the bar on certain things as a traditional borrower. But the CDFI, based on their charter and their mission, that's how they lend. And so that's why it's important for our communities to really understand capital. Yes, there are different sources of capital. There are different programs. But we should be, as counselors, as business counselors, as many of you are here, and I know online, maybe small businesses and business counselors, we need to educate ourselves about the world of banking that includes the SBA loans, the traditional brick and mortar banks, there's e-banks, but there's also the CDFI. So, and their mission is to help. So the lending philosophy of Arbach Capital is holistic in nature. We take into consideration the entire business and the management team when evaluating your application. And our process for applying for a loan is really very different, as I explained, from a traditional bank. So as a nonprofit organization and a CDFI, the mission is to help entrepreneurs grow through well-placed capital and thoughtful technical assistance. Now, the example I gave you is obviously extreme, but that is actually a true story. I also see a lot of businesses who come to us and just don't have the capacity yet to take on capital. So we're here to help, and CDFI's part of the mission, part of the program, is to provide that technical assistance that borrowers need in order to get ready to take on capital. So now let's talk about the loan products that we have. There are lots of different products. The products change based on funding that we receive, or we do get funding from some of the traditional banks that provide funding to us to lend to the small business community. So it's important for you to know that. Our products are different than any other CDFI. However, it's worth it as a business owner, no matter your size, to investigate the CDFIs in your community. So we have short-term loans with $500 to $5,000 repayment 1 year. We also do some community lending through SBA. We have an interesting product, interest-free halal for the Muslim community. And the ones that I'm most familiar with, because my experience and my background is in construction and development, we work with a lot of construction companies and suppliers, contract-based loans. So in New York, for example, we have the Contract Finance Loan Fund. This is a specific fund for anyone in the country. Any of you come to New York, and I hope you join my MBDA in Manhattan, because we want to help you do business with the city of New York. If you are so lucky as to put yourself together to get a contract, for example, with MTA, right? Perhaps you're a supplier. Perhaps you're a fabricator of metal inserts, and those metal inserts are embedded in concrete. And you get a big contract to do some embedded inserts and stairs that it's going to be put in all the subway in New York City. It's great. You could be from anywhere doing that. You get that contract, now what are you going to do? Big order, right? So you're going to come and say, Roxanne, that's that girl who said that they have all kind of strange lending. Well, yes. You're going to come to me, and we're going to look at that contract. Before you get the contract, You're going to say, I'm interested in bidding on work in New York. And then we're going to start the process. Because we're a nonprofit, you pull back the curtain, there's like 3 or 4 people working on all of these products, all these loans. And that means we're slow. We don't have the team that, some of these larger banks have, It's just us. So we have to do all of that paperwork, with you. And it takes a long time for us to move through from receiving your paperwork to, at the end of the day, getting the loan. So you cannot start and come to me when the loan is, when the contract is already executed. It's late. We're never going to be able to fund you that quickly. So the key is that, when you're thinking, and I hope all of you are thinking about doing business here in New York and downstate in New York City, you're going to come to me and say, I'm thinking about doing business with the city of New York. And I'm interested in that. If I do get a contract and I can't manage, the upfront capital, that you're going to help me with the contract finance loan fund. And I'm going to say, yeah. We also have, for people who are based in our region, the Entrepreneurs of Color Fund. Whoever knew that there was something like that, right? It's just for our communities. And it's the Entrepreneurs of Color Fund. It is a traditional kind of like loan process, but I'm going to give you some tips on what you have to do to get ready to take on capital. So now you have an idea that you're going to do business as a supplier or trade contractor with the city of New York or the state. First thing we're going to say is you're going to need help if you don't have organized files. So you're going to engage with us early, because we're going to do that one-on-one business counseling with you. We're going to take a look at your tax return. And if you don't have a tax return, right, you're not ready to take on capital, right? Because those are some of the basis of like determining whether or not you can take on capital. We're going to do that credit counseling. We're going to help you by pulling a credit, because it's not just your business credit, it's your personal. But we're not afraid. I have seen, my hair is gray, right? I have seen some credit that just looks terrible, but you know what? It's a process. I can tell you that with our own business, right? It took, embarrassingly, 14 years to be an overnight success. 14 years of eating rice and beans, although we eat rice and beans now too, anyway. It took a lot of sacrifice to be able to get to the point to say that now we have 500 customers, okay? But we didn't start there. It was a very long-winded process, so don't be impatient. Develop your loan request. What are you using the capital for? A contract is a great reason to come to say, I'm seeking a contract. Now, I know I'm going to need capital. Or I need to bring on now employees. That was a great presentation by Carla Byland. I'm going to have to grow to 10 employees. I'm going to have to grow to 5 employees, or I'm going to have to hire my first employee outside of my brothers, sisters, cousins. I'm going to need capital in order to make sure I can do that. And so that's a great conversation to have with us. And if you're a startup, we're not afraid. We work with even startups. So this is a sample list. And if many of you have already been to the bank, we have at our MBDA, I have MBDA minority-owned businesses that do $50 million a year, that have 100 people in the field today, union, okay? But we also have the business owner who is starting the business for the first time, that has a pickup truck, and that pickup truck is failing them and they need to buy a new truck. And we have on my desk today a business owner who has a great contract, but his boat is shot. So don't feel as if you are, that your case is so unique. Your banker is like knows more about you sometimes than your spouse. You have to really, it is a real leap of faith to go into that transaction, because you do have to divulge your fears, your paperwork, the actual revenue that you have, and the losses. So we look at all of that. We are sworn to secrecy. We have fiduciary. So we are your confidant. We are your, and in many ways, we know more, again, about your business than your spouse or your children do. That was short and sweet, right? The lessons I learned today, as I said when I started, are more than what I've given you. So I fully expect the community to come to me and get what else is due, and it's free of service. We do not charge for our services because our services are paid for by the federal government, and we're here to help you. And we're so humbled by the presentations today. We are really, I'm very interested in coming back, and I can't wait to hear the next presentation. Thank you so much. That's it. Are there any questions? No.
Thank you, Roxanne. I appreciate you being here, and everybody, all day long. We've had the best speakers and the panel that you did earlier as well. And so we're going to continue this. We have a couple more. Up next is Crystal Pierce. She's a part of our team with the Apex Accelerator, formerly known as the Procurement Technical Assistance Centers. So she's going to go over what the National Center's East Coast operations has to offer for those that wish to get into government and federal contracting, much of what John Shiraka spoke about, this first speaker today. And so, Chris, I welcome you to the stage.
Thank you. So good to see all of you. We got a mic. I'm not that loud. Now the next trick is if I can do the clicker. One caveat is for those of you who are really experienced, this is an advanced course. It's for somebody who's beginning or maybe at the intermediate. The other thing is John does a great job of giving you the overview, and because of his experience in the government, he gives you the government perspective. I've never been inside the government. I've worked with the government. In fact, my career is basically the National Center. I started with the National Center as a volunteer in 1980. And then along the way, they kept hiring me when they could. And as our chairman, Derek Watchman, said, he was at the 1987 res. That was our first res. And yes, I was there for that too. But more importantly, I'm part of the Apex Accelerator program. It's part of the Department of Defense. We are funded in part by the Department of Defense. We are now in the Department of Defense Office of Small Business Programs. Yep, we're in the Office of the Secretary of Defense. So we are an integral part of the Defense Department's outreach to small business, along with the regional, the Defense Regional Councils, which are the prime contractors and defense agencies. We are also up there with the Indian Incentive Program, which I'm going to talk about. So we're part of that overall program. There are 94 programs right now in all the states and the District of Columbia and the some of the territories, Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Virgin Islands. And there are 7 of us who serve the Native American community. We are a unique community. We're going to talk a little bit about why do business with the federal government, and John pretty much told you it's a huge customer. We're going to talk about how do you know when you're ready, and you probably think you're ready before you're ready, but that's okay, because that's what we're here for. Where is the training and technical assistance available? Well, yes, it is available from the Apex accelerators, but there are a lot more resources out there that can help you prepare for government contracting. So the first part is going to be a self-assessment. Ooh, yeah, that means you're going to have to sit down and face yourself. In most cases, most of our clients are individually owned. When we're talking about tribal enterprises, ooh, wow, unique to our community. Believe it or not, there are no tribes outside of ours that do business with the government. We are unique in that aspect. So, are you an established company, an established business? And I would say you need at least 2 years of commercial business before you think about the government. You need to look around your own neighborhood and be selling to your own neighborhood, because that's how you're going to figure out, okay, where's my niche? Where's my specialty? What's the product or service I can best bring to the marketplace? It's where you're going to build some financial capacity to get that financial stability. For the most part, you have to carry a government contract to completion before you get paid. So you have to have the financial stability to carry that contract. Does the government buy your product? The government buys everything. But where do they buy it? How do they buy it? Who buys it? The government is, yes, it is the biggest customer, but it also has a piece here, a piece there. You need to find out which piece you should be doing business with. I would say that when you're starting to develop your business, you do need to think about whether or not the government should be part of your market and how you're going to grow to that market. I can't tell you how many times over the years somebody has come to me and said, I want to do business with the Department of Defense. I'm a paving contractor. Couldn't just try that parking lot over there first before you try the Department of Army at some military base? So you really need to know your niche. And it's good, when you're going after your commercial niche, you'll learn something about who else is in that niche and using that service, because you're going to find out, ooh, I've got a paving contractor over there. He just did paving for an Army base. How did he do that? Can I sub with him and learn from him? So there's a lot of opportunities to grow out, but make it part of your plan. The other thing is, again, where's your cash flow? Money first. Everything costs money. You have to know where your cash flow is coming from. So in some ways, what I'm going to explain today, we're going to talk about a lot of things John talked about today, but what I'm really going to tell you is how to use an Apex accelerator. Now, some of you aren't Native American. you're going to go to your state or regional Apex Accelerator. We all do the same thing. We all do the same thing. It's just the Native American Apex Accelerators serve a community that's a little different. And we have to address that community. So the Apex Accelerators, we basically are going to help you. We provide training and technical assistance. As most of my clients know, and several of them are sitting here, most of it is one-on-one. We're talking out your business, your government business plan. What do you want to do? What are you trying to do? How can I support those efforts? So we are going to go through, are you ready? Where are you? We're going to go taking you through those basic steps. Here's the key. Where's your plan of action? Oh, I've got it right here. Someday, your business is going to grow, and somebody's going to need to know what's between your ears beyond you. Start putting your plan of action together in writing. And that's what an Apex Accelerator can really help you do. They can give you all this information to inform your plan of action. So we are going to talk about your product. We're going to take you through all the tools. Now, to some degree, if you're a startup, day one, thinking about going to business, go to a small business development center. They're funded in part by the SBA. Their job is startup and general business, technical assistance and training. They can get you through those first steps. When you come to me, I can't tell you what the commercial world is doing. I can tell you what the government's doing. The other thing is don't come to us and say, Department of Defense, unless you've got some unique things that make you uniquely qualified to go after the Department of Defense. Try your local government, your town, your city, your county, your state. You want to get into the federal market? Try subcontracting. Get your feet wet. Get your toes in the sand. Find out whether or not you're going to like that beach. We can help you find your North American Industrial Classification codes. Every solicitation is assigned a NAICS code. It's also assigned a product service code, which happens to be for services, or a federal supply code, which is products. We can help you find those codes so you can start doing more market research about who's buying what you're selling. We'll look at both at prime contracting opportunities and subcontracting. Again, subcontracting, John talked about mentor protege. Every prime contractor I've ever spoken to said, the only proteges I consider are my subs. Why? They know you, they trust you. So they want to be your mentor. So we're going to look at both. We're also going to begin the registration process. Now, if you're an established business, you've already got your EIN. And every business going into government contracting has to have an EIN. I know it's a secret, but you have to pay income tax individually and as a business. It starts with the IRS. We used to have something called the DUNS number. That ended last year in April. Now we're at the unique entity identifier. And you get the unique entity identifier from GSA as a part of the System for Award Management, SAM. You also get your CAGE code, Commercial and Government Entity Code. And yes, it's controlled by the Department of Defense, DISA, in fact. And the reason is, before the whole US government registered contractors under SAM, the Department of Defense registered contractors under the Central Contractor Registration. Because of its legacy, SAM had to be united with the CAGE Code and legacy program. So when you submit your SAM registration, the IRS gets to say, oh yes, we recognize that EIN. And the DISA gets to say, oh yes, we recognize. We're going to assign this CAGE code. And then you get your unique entity identifier, and you are registered in SAM. For our clients, we always take a look at all the set-aside programs. Number one, if you're a small business, which will be determined by your SAM registration, as part of the registration, you're going to put in employee numbers for the last 3 years, revenues, and SAM will actually say, oh, you're an eligible small business. And at the end of the registration, you'll be offered SBA supplemental questions, which helps fill out your SBA profile in the dynamic small business search. It's all interconnected. But we're also going to look at your set-asides. You don't have to be certified as a small business. It's self-certification through the SAM registration. You're going to put the numbers in. Small disadvantaged business is also self-certifications with qualifications. And that is small disadvantaged business for subcontracting. 8A is small disadvantaged businesses that have been certified for prime contracts. The 8A program is for prime contracts. It is a unique program because it offers business development support by the SBA. Then you have Hub Zone, historically underutilized business zones, and that's a certification that's based on your business residing in a hub zone and 35% of your employees residing in a hub zone. Not necessarily the same hub zone, but for tribal enterprises or reservation-based, individually owned businesses, hub zone is a critical consideration. Tribal lands are always hub zone. We're going through a change right now. Because of the 2020 census, we're getting new hub zone designations. This month, just started July 1st. Tribal lands are always hub zone. Hub zone should always be a consideration of a reservation-based business, individually or tribally owned. And of course, for the individually owned business, if you're woman-owned, you're going to want to consider the woman-owned small business federal contracting program. And of course, we have the new SBA certification for the veteran-owned businesses. So this is something else that we're going to consider in your plan of action. You heard John talk about that there's a 2-year waiting period. And that's a critical thing. It's a critical thing. A lot of people come to me, I want to get a waiver, I want to get a waiver. Should you get a waiver? Step back, consider, should you get a waiver, or should you use those 2 years and develop it and put it in your plan of action with a milestone 2 years out? Give yourself a chance to build your company so that you're better qualified for certification, but more important, better qualified for success in the 8A program. So again, start close to home, local, state, tribal government contracts. If you're on reservation or near reservation, have you thought of starting with your own tribe? Conduct the industry codes, get your market research, start the registration process, consider your eligibility for certification. Now, one of the most basic service of every Apex Accelerator is a bid match service. It is based on your NAICS codes, your federal supply codes or product service codes, and keywords. We put a profile, we subscribe on your behalf for the most part, at least here at the National Center Apex Accelerator. We subscribe for you. We pay the cost of the bid service. We put a profile in our system, and every business day, you get an email with bid matching opportunities. These are solicitations that come out of SAM and some other websites that are the service we subscribe to goes to give you federal, state, and local opportunities. Also, we as your counselors, whoever within the National Center is your counselor, or any Apex Accelerator, will also let you know of other opportunities, particularly subcontracting or tribal, that don't go through some system. And we will continue to inform and educate you, constantly looking at how can we help you, how can we support your efforts, make them stronger, make them more productive on your behalf, helping you through the application process. And John talked about a unicorn. I have one. She's 8A, HUBZone, woman-owned, service-disabled veteran, and she is loved. Or at least she feels the love, because she's very desirable. But more importantly, she can deliver. Always start with your capabilities. Always start with your capabilities. What have you to offer to the government as a contractor? We can help you market to the agencies for prime contracts. That means not only giving you bid matches, but letting you know when there's industry days. Sometimes we host industry days, particularly for the Native American Apex Accelerators. We know that the Bureau of Indian Affairs and Indian Health Services, because of the Buy Indian Act, are critical opportunities for the Native American business owner. So we work with the two agencies. Literally, the two agencies meet with the Native American Apex Accelerators on a monthly basis. Now, last November, the Secretary of the Interior announced that the Buy Indian Act would be expanded to the entire Department of Interior. For the Bureau of Indian Affairs, they have to consider the American Indian and Alaska Native-owned businesses first. For the rest of Interior, their goal, they were given a goal, and it was to the program managers, 10% prime contract, 5% subcontracting. Market yourselves to the agencies as a prime contractor. We can also market you to primes as a subcontractor. Now, John talked about Lockheed. I sit in an office provided by Lockheed. It's good to dream, but there's a whole bunch of other primes between you and Lockheed that you should be considering, as well as Lockheed. In fact, John kind of hinted at, if you're thinking about going into the 8A, how about subcontracting with another 8A who's already in the program? Learn the ropes. Then go into the 8A program, go back to your prime and say, would you mentor me? Could we JV? That's why you need a plan of action. You need to set some milestones on how you're going to grow your business. And as my clients will attest to you, I'm always repeating the FAR to them. Ask me a question, I give you the answer in the FAR. Was the Federal Acquisition Regulations written for you? No. They were written to instruct contracting, the acquisition professionals, contracting officers and others, on what they can do. And so we can answer your question with, okay, you have a question on how this can be done. Well, this is what the contracting officer is allowed to do under the Federal Acquisitions of Regulation. Now, as you know, departments have their own supplements, like the Defense Department. Defense Federal Acquisition Regulations supplements, DFARS. But actually, you'll find the Bi-Indian program in the DIRE, Department of Interior Acquisition Regulations, or in the HHSAR for IHS, which is the Health and Human Services Acquisition Regulations. So there can also be supplements that we need to share with you. John talked about cybersecurity compliance. And yes, the Defense Department is out ahead of everybody in terms of the regulation. But we now have VAAR, Veteran Affairs Acquisition Regulations. They now have their cybersecurity. And just in the last month, Homeland Security just added theirs. It's going to be government-wide. So that's something else that the Apex accelerators can assist you with. We can't do everything. We can provide you guidance, we can give you information, but in the end, we can't address all the issues with your individual information systems. That's going to be between you and your IT staff, or your IT consultants, or the IT staff and consultants you'll realize you have to get your hands onto because of the new cybersecurity compliance. Now, as I said, usually companies come to me 2 years after they've been in business. They've got their commercial market under their feet. They've got some local and state under their feet. Your government contracting marketing plan should be integrated into your commercial market marketing plan, which is going to include exporting. It's going to include all the potential customers that you're going to look at. And you're going to integrate it into your overall marketing plan. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about, what a marketing plan should include. But here's the importance of a marketing plan. A marketing plan, and it should be written, and it should be part of a written business plan. It informs your capability statement. It informs all your marketing materials, including your social media. It's going to give you you're going to have in writing everything you want to do. It'll create the verbiage that'll inform all the other materials you'll use to reach out to government and non-government customers. Now, the executive summary should always be the last thing. It's the first thing somebody would read, but it's the last thing you're going to write because it's going to be informed by the rest of your marketing plan. And again, so you work with us so that you can write that products and services into your government contracting plan. You'll know what products and services you're offering to the government. Now, should this be written in stone? In 2020, we all had to pivot. All of our customers had to pivot. Many of them offered services they had never thought of offering in the past. And suddenly they had new opportunities. And some of those opportunities have waned as we come out of the pandemic. And other opportunities are presenting themselves. Know your target customers. Absolutely know who you should be talking to. You're going to be talking to small business specialists. You're going to be talking to contracting officers. Now, when you receive a solicitation in your daily bid match, and it's already a solicitation, you're going to follow the rules of communications. Because at that point, the government has to be fair to everybody. But if it's a pre-solicitation, if it's a source of thought, if it's a request for information, you can communicate with that contracting officer or specialist or both without any rules. Just don't annoy them. You need them. And believe it or not, there's not that many contracting officers and specialists out there. They're a fairly small community. And within an agency, they talk to one another, so don't annoy them. But you can communicate with them. You can send them your capability statement. You can talk to them about an upcoming opportunity. And if you get somebody's forecast and you see something you like and it gives you a point of contact, treat that as an RFI. Treat that as a marketing opportunity. What is your unique selling proposition? We talk, John talks about sole source. Actually, the Federal Acquisition Regulation says you do a sole source when the contractor is uniquely qualified to do the work. Okay, what makes you uniquely qualified? What makes you uniquely qualified? That's going to be part of your selling proposition. Who's your competitors? John actually gave you a great resource this morning of finding your competitors. You're going to go out there just like that government agency or the prime contractor, and you're going to look in the dynamic small business search, and you're going to look for your competitors. And then you're going to go look at USA spending, and you're going to say, where are they doing business? Because wherever they're doing business, maybe I should be doing business there too. Pricing is critical. I actually, personal opinion, I think the small business development centers do a better job of pricing strategy. because they have a broader look. They can look not only at government markets, export markets, and commercial markets, they can look at everything. And so I often tell clients, talk to the SBDC about your pricing strategy. Also, sales volume. If you're a small trade contractor who wants to do business in maybe 3 or 4 counties in a rural state, who's buying your services? And it may not be the federal government. It may not be the federal government that's buying in your market area, buying those services. So that's why I said it has to be integrated. If you're in a big federal market, and of course the biggest is what they call the National Capital Region, DC, Maryland, Virginia, or is it a big central defense contract area like Huntsville, Alabama, like Rock Island, Illinois? You have to really know where the federal government is, or even where your state is. So understanding your pricing and sales and location will probably tell you where your best customers are or where you need to move your company. The state in which I have the most clients in is Virginia. They're sitting on the front porch of the big customer. And a lot of those businesses aren't with tribes or individual natives from the Virginia tribes. They're from all over the United States, Alaska, Hawaii. So you need to do this analysis to really understand that you may have to relocate your business. Or as John said, you may want to relocate your business into a hub zone if you're off-res and need to identify that hub zone and whether or not there's employees in that area. If you're doing a product, how are you going to package it? How are you going to distribute it? And if you're doing it for the Defense Department, are there rules? Lots of rules. I actually don't currently have a client, but I have had in the past clients who do nothing but military packaging and distributing. That's what they do. They help other businesses do that work. Also, how are you going to promote? Capability statements that you share electronically or you share physically at a trade show are a standard in government contracting. I recommend most of my clients put a tab on their website with their capability statement, or at least have their website reflect what they're doing in government contracting. Because what a lot of contracting officers and buyers and primes have told me, they look on Dynamic Small Business Search, and the second thing they do is visit your website. So you want to make sure your website reflects your business that you're doing with the government. You also want to integrate joint ventures and partnerships and subcontracting. Like I said, some of the best mentors are found through subcontracting, and mentors tell me the best proteges they find through subcontracting. It's easier to keep a customer. Ooh, did we hear that about employees? Well, the same is true of customers. They're easier to retain than to gain. So you have to think about not one-offs. One-offs are how you get in the market. How do I develop that relationship with that customer? Never forget a contracting officer. They never forget you. If you're good, they remember you very well. Again, we talked about pro formas and loans. It's not bad to have a pro forma available for your contracting, be it commercial or public. First of all, you heard about contract loans. That's a key capital investment opportunity for you, access opportunity. But you need to have your financial projections. You have to have some goals set for where you want to be. And believe me, it can change. You're going to get the link. You're going to get this program, the slides. All of these are linked. These are other resources you should be accessing. And you'll be able to build your support team right from this slideshow. Here's an upcoming show. If any of you are veterans, I'm doing a webinar with Anna Ben, which is one of our Native American 7Js with SBA, 7J contractors, on the new SBA Veteran Certification program. It is a webinar. Then, because you're in the New York market, oops, went the wrong way. As I said earlier, the DoD Office of Small Business Programs has another program that's called the Regional Councils. This is an upcoming matchmaker. This is going to be in Groton, Connecticut. It's going to be government agencies and prime contractors from New York and all of New England. So this is your chance to go and be matched with these agencies and primes, and also to get some training. And this is my contact information. If you need referral to your regional or statewide Apex Accelerator, I'll be happy to connect you. If you're located here in the New York area and you're Native American, I'm your procurement counselor, so please contact me. I'll be happy to sign you up and get you started. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Crystal. Good overview. Let's give her a big hand. Thank you. Okay, I don't think so. So we're saving the best for last, as we always say. And so moving to the final agenda item, we are going to have a listening session regarding the Small Business Development Centers, known as SBDCs. And so we have three guests here. Mr. Jackson Brossi, the Assistant Administrator for the Office of Native American Affairs, USSBA. Teresa Mears, right?
Teresa's not here.
Okay, who's?
Marlene Central.
Marlene Central is here. Welcome. And Bruce Purdy. Okay. And so maybe when we get to you can introduce yourselves. And so by way of background, through the United States the United States Small Business Administration. They've been conducting consultations and listening sessions regarding the small business development centers. And so I'm not sure that Jackson, the team will get into that, but many of us, I think, are familiar with the SBDCs in your particular areas. And, for me, they're great resources for the most part, but I've heard, and through the National Center, we've asked for this time to present the SBDC networks. And when you look at the Small Business Administration Act itself, it was like, SB Act of 72, I forget the time frame, but in the SBA Act, it does call for the creation of small business development centers, and the Act basically specifies that there'll be local instrumentalities or offices to work with potentially small businesses in the area. And also, the Act calls for collaborating and partnering with minority educational institutions. And so I know that there's great partnerships with the HBCUs and local minority colleges. And so, but from the National Center, I guess our question, our thought is, what if and what about SBDCs on tribal lands, on reservations? And what about SBDCs that are in partnership with our very own tribal colleges and universities? And so for me, and as National Center, what kind of possibility and what kind of opportunity would that bring to Indian country? And I know that, there's a big need out there. And my experience from Navajo is that we have many SBDCs, but they're in our local border towns. And so, is that effective or not? I think there's some efficiency behind that, but there's nothing better than having something, in your backyard. I think Crystal said on your porch. And so nothing better than having an office on your porch. And so that's something that I think I'd like to explore and consider that. But I'm just rambling here because, I'm trying to think of some additional thoughts, what I think are very, very important for this concept. But I'm going to turn it over to Jackson and the team to hear from them, and then I would love to hear your feedback, your comments, and especially for all of us, but for those of you that are online, certainly, we'd love to get your feedback. So welcome, Mr. Jackson, and I'll turn it over to you. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Derek. Jackson Brossi does dina toye glininis le belagane buses chin but on the does chedo belagane does nala. It's my privilege and honor to serve as the Assistant Administrator for the Office of Native American Affairs at the U.S. Small Business Administration. And that means I head up our Office of Native American Affairs. And first off, I bring greetings from the head of the Small Business Administration, Administrator Isabella Guzman, who is very much an advocate for all communities, including Native communities, and also someone who takes requests for consultation seriously. And that was one of the first, updating the tribal consultation policy for the USSBA was one of the first things that she did and I did when I came on board. And we're happy to acknowledge, and we received a letter from the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development requesting consultation on small business development centers, in part due to a rule that the USSBA is putting together about updating our small business development center rules. And I'm really happy to be joined by an incredible team here. The SBA, like the administrator, care deeply about all communities and Native communities included. And I guess before I introduce our team, I do want to say that we're here to listen, number one, and we take all your comments seriously. We're recording the comments here, and we will share those recorded comments with our court reporter who's also online, and we have a number of folks that are also online joining us as well. This is the third in a series of 3 listening sessions on this subject. We had a listening session earlier at the National Congress of American Indians, NCAI meeting, and I appreciate Chairman Watchman who joined us there, and really had a really robust dialogue there, and we hope to continue that dialogue. On Tuesday, we had a hybrid listening session in Washington, D.C. at the National Museum of American Indian, and appreciate everybody who joined us there. And today is our final of this series of listening sessions. However, my boss, Administrator Guzman, wanted me to make sure to tell you all that if we receive further comments later on, we always take those seriously, and we want to make sure that the USSBA is a partner for everybody. And I want to quote President Biden here. He said, every time someone starts a small business, it's an act of hope. And that's something that we all believe and support at the Small Business Administration, and that's why we're here. The Small Business Development Centers are an incredible network of free business counseling services across the country, and we have come across several handful of great stories about Native American businesses working with SBDCs, whether that's Chill Baskets in upstate New York, who had this idea of taking their side hustle of building baskets into a real business, and we're really appreciative of them. They're from Akwesasne and right on the border. Also, Nez Perce Tourism is another great example of a Native American-owned business that worked with a local SBDC out in Idaho, and they are now marketing to all different kinds of bringing money into the local Nez Perce and Nimipu area, and a big thanks to that partnership with the SBDC. We also visited Haskell University earlier this year, and that tribal college is doing great things, and as part of that visit, we introduced them to the small business development centers out there, and they have subsequently agreed to follow up and go back to Haskell, work with those tribal colleges and those tribal college students and also the people in the area. So we think there are some really great opportunities and examples to work together. But also outlined in the letter from the National Center, we have some real challenges. The Federal Reserve Center for Indian Country Development put out a paper showing the distance between a lot of Native American communities and SBDCs, and how that is an impediment to utilizing these really incredible services that the SBDCs have. And I think that's something that we've taken seriously. I know that the SBDCs have taken seriously, and we're happy to be joined by a number of them here, including the head of their organization, T. Rowe. So thank you, T, for joining us. But at each of our stops, we've been joined by the SBDCs, and so I think they are very much interested in this conversation and leaning in and helping out as well. So also at our conversation in the NCAI, we had talks about how one thing that we can do about the SBDCs is also share their resources of what they do and how they work with entrepreneurs that could access them if they're close by. But a big piece is the distance, and other thing we talked about were the opportunities to partner with tribal colleges and universities. With that, I'm happy to talk about other, I guess, things not related to the SBDCs after this discussion here, whether it's contracting, whether it's access to capital, with you all here in the room later on. But this is why we're here and why we brought our leadership here. With that, I want to introduce my friend Marlene Centrone, who is the Regional Administrator for Region 2 of the Small Business SBA, and she's got an incredible background, a community leader here from the Bronx, and her region goes from New York, New Jersey, Puerto Rico, and Virgin Islands, and a really incredible leader and lawyer and advocate. So, Marlene, I want to introduce you.
Thank you, Jackson, for the invitation. I am beyond honored to be here today. As Jackson has already indicated, I am one of 10 regions. Region 2, however, I have to brag, sources 23% of the loans that are actually generated on behalf of the SBA. So we have a little bit of the secret sauce, but certainly we can still do better. And part of the reason why we know that we're doing well is because of the strategic partnerships that we do have with the SBDCs. And so certainly to me, as the former president of the Bronx Overall Economic Development Corporation, where I sourced 504 loans, which are SBA loans for the purchase and acquisition of commercial property, build out, and machinery, we would refer our small businesses first to the small business development centers to ensure that they were on the right track so that when we then provided the loan, they would sail through. And one of the things that I heard earlier today was about CDFIs also working with the smallest of the small and the historically underserved. And fact of the matter is that because I was in the Bronx, I would say that 99% of the loans that we did were to people of color. And in the 11 years that I was there, I never had one default. So our people pay. We take this seriously. And so with me, I brought Beth Goldberg. She is the district director of my New York City office, which includes all of Long Island, a little bit of Westchester. And her office, her New York City office, sources $1 billion a year in loans. And so I thought that she might serve somewhere along the line. If anybody has questions, more information for us to provide for you. And so I am looking forward to hearing from you. That's why we're here, on how we can do this better, how, as President Biden has tasked us, to really and truly make our priority the smallest of the small and the historically underserved. And certainly the Native American community certainly has really not been invited to the larger table of economic opportunities. And so we want to hear from you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Marlene. And again, Marlene takes us very seriously, and we want to listen to you all. We also brought the head of the Small Business Development Centers at the SBA, and that's my good friend Bruce Purdy right here, is a veteran of the Small Business Administration. And Bruce, can you introduce yourself and again, a high-level overview of anything on the SBDC front?
Yeah, thank you, Jackson. It's a pleasure to be here today, and certainly I want to give you a few words, but as we said, we really want to hear from you. But I also want to acknowledge we have our Sonia Smith, our SBDC State Director here in New York, is here, and Danny Ayala from Arizona is also online, another SBDC Director. So we're grateful that they are here in support, along with T-Row. So the SBDC program is a network of 63 lead centers. We have over 900 locations across the country. It's a $140 million program that is matched, equally matched, in some cases overmatched, but equally matched by state and local resources. Last year, we helped to start over 25,000 new businesses, helped those entrepreneurs achieve nearly $8 billion in capital infusion, and that was to about 300,000 unique businesses and entrepreneurs. It's a vast network. Within that 900 locations across the country, we're really to cover the entire country, including the U.S. territories. But as you may understand, 900 locations does not get a location in every single location. So we'd certainly love to hear about opportunities to partner, opportunities to connect, where we can actually make those resources available even further. It is a great network, as I said. Part of where the consultations, when we were requested for the consultations, we put out and published a proposed rule. Our regulations were last updated 27 years ago, And in that 27 years, there have been 17 statutory changes that impact the program, as well as countless other regulations. So we're updating the regulations to incorporate that, to streamline the program. And this is an opportunity as well to look at additional ways to support all Americans. So with that, I could talk about the program for hours, but that's not what we're here for. So I would love to hear your questions.
Absolutely. And with that, we want to open it up. We're here to listen to you all, and we'll open up to the people in the room first, and then after that, we'll open up, raise your hand, and we can get to you online.
Dawn, all right.
Hi, Dawn Houle with Sunsinger Consulting. So I feel like I'm a groupie because this is my second listening session. So I appreciate you all being here, especially the level of support that's here in the room. So that definitely shows your guys' commitment to our feedback and our comments. And so I was very excited to hear Jackson talk about the thought now to potentially partner with tribal colleges. My mother's the founder of ours, Stone Child College in Rocky Boy, Montana, so those are near and dear to my heart. We also have a partnership with the University of Montana with the School of Business. And so there's some really wonderful examples out there of already, the foundational pieces that can just plop a SBDC center in my world, just get it there, and now we're doing bigger business. But I was looking at the BIA, and I know you guys are not BIA, so please do not think that I don't know that, but they have a tribal tourism grant that was just released, and there was probably a handful of tribes across the United States awarded a variety of money. And what struck me is that when you look at what this grant was supposed to do, and it's talking about regional and national impacts of resiliency of tourism and how do you partner, and I thought, well, SBDC, you guys do this amazing partnerships with local schools, usually universities, but it's also that same thread of resiliency and sustainability, which is critical to our communities. And so I wasn't ignoring your introduction, but I was looking at the reports that you guys publish. And Jackson brought up a good point about what the Federal Reserve is doing with their Indian Center. And I mean, they're hidden at the park. Of course, they have a lot of money and they have a lot of staff to do this where it's just focused on research. But when I fill out the SBDC surveys, the feedback to me, I don't get the results. And so I would offer that up is, if I'm a client, there should be a two-way communication of, I just gave you a whole bunch of data, and then what was so what? It just kind of falls flat. And now in my world, I want that report to come back to me immediately, or not immediately, but to me. I shouldn't have to go seek it. So the other thing too is on those surveys that SBDC does for client feedback, or I don't know what the title of it is. It would be fantastic, given that you guys have a unique relationship with tribal governments, is that is tailored, at least a section of it. Give us 3 questions or something. So at least from a data collection standpoint, we know immediately the impact or where you're falling short in our communities. And to me, that's an easy, Word document draft change which I don't know your approval process to get that thing approved. But to me, it gives us at least validation that when I went and asked for services, and I have used SBDCs for the last 8 years, I think you guys do a fantastic job for those regions that actually understand tribes. For those that don't, and you definitely Bruce and Jackson, I've shared, we've had some very negative comments come back from the federal government, specifically SBDC, that they had no clue of who we were. And that, to me, that's a training opportunity for you guys. And of course, I offered up my services. Yeah, you can contract me and I'll train every day, any day, Fed. Or you could be partnering with the National Center, which, you guys already have hopefully an established relationship. But there's some really good resources where I know you guys have to check some boxes and report back to the federal government of how you're performing. And what a wonderful way to say, hey, we heard, we implemented, and here's how better serving the communities out there. Of course, that's all that I work in is the Indian country world. But anyway, so I offer that up. I think there's some really easy wins that you guys could do, especially when you look at so one other final comment, the executive order on removing barriers to access to programs, and do not quiz me on what that executive order number is, but in there it talks about how do you remove barriers for tribes? When I read for tribes, of barriers of accessing your programs. And so when you look at your guys' training programs, immediately you guys could be doing this training on Tribal 101. That's easy. I think there's an executive order also that every federal employee has to take a training on tribal governments. But there's also the access to capital, and how does that partnership work with the other BIA loan guarantee programs, the other MBDA loan programs? I mean, we heard so many of these others, and it would be really nice to have maybe a guidebook, something that says, hey, if I take your money and these other 3 federal loan programs, is that going to impact my business? Without me having to spend hours and hours of, it should be immediately say, hey, yeah, you can stack these resources as a small business. Because one, I'm a small business, or I'm a tribe that still, most of us are small businesses. We're not all Seminole Tribe of Florida. And so we don't all own 260 worldwide enterprises. But so look at your resources of what really is the barriers to us getting it. Why do you not have enough tribal? I mean, did we do a raise of hands of how many of us are clients of SBDC? I mean, I know I am, and I invite all of my clients, because I have a variety across the United States, to always look at their regional SBDC, just because of the very wonderful feedback that I've gotten and support that I've had, especially out of Florida. You guys are hitting it out of the park in Florida. So I haven't done it here in New York, because I just now got a client in New York, but we'll see. We'll be testing the State Department, wherever she is, or he, State Director.
Thank you, Don, for the comments, and I appreciate your words at the NCAI meeting as well. I think this is helpful. First, I forgot to acknowledge a few other folks, the tribes whose land we're on, and we're in the backyard of the Shinnecock Nation, and so I want to thank them for that. And then our New York tribe hosts, I know we have a number of them, and a number of them work well with the SBA. And then also the Seminole Tribe of Florida, who's also our host here at the Hard Rock. I want to flag two issues that you outlined there, and you kind of fleshed out here when we discussed last time. Obviously, the data, and I think that's something that we're gonna look at and see what we can do here, and also the training and the need for additional mandatory training around tribal communities, engagement in tribal communities, and that's something that we'll be moving forward on, including. On access to capital, encourage everybody to check out the White House Council of Native American Affairs website. The SBA is working with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Commerce, Treasury, and USDA on an access to capital initiative that the White House announced at the Tribal Nations Summit in December 2022. We put together a work plan of a number of different deliverables that will help Native Americans access have awareness about the existing access to capital programs across the different agencies, not just the Small Business Administration, where we have some great ones like 7A, 504, and our small business investment companies, to name a few. But the other agencies, BIA loan guarantee. So if you go to the website, we have a list of a number of different resources for access to capital for entrepreneurs, and whether they're, something a tribe would qualify for, or an individual, and I guess who can apply for these things. And so that's a White House Council on Native American Affairs, and that includes some of our programs there. So right now it's in a PDF form, and we're in the process of putting together a more interactive online clearinghouse where you kind of be able to click through that, and so that this is new, and I've seen drafts, mock-ups of that, so that's on the way. Also, part of that is something that we've talked with Chairman Watchman about, looking at existing programs and seeing what rules need to be changed in order so that they meet all Native entrepreneurs where they are. And that includes, we've looked at some of the challenges, particularly around lending on trust lands and the lack of lending we do on trust lands, and putting forward some recommendations on how to change our rules to make sure that there isn't that barrier, or right now it's kind of more of a perceived barrier because we don't have prohibitions on lending on trust lands, but the process for, say, making collateralizing trust land is not straightforward and not uniformly understood. But not to get off on a tangent, but okay.
I have 4 questions or comments here, and then Pat says there's some more online. So the first one these were text to me. Has SBA done any type of analysis to see if the SBDC are truly supporting the reservation-based businesses? And then the second one is, how many reservation-based Native businesses do SBDC serve? And then the third is, do they have a good example or success that you can share? And then the final is, what is the pathway in becoming an SBDC, and would SBA support a tribally focused SBDC?
Thank you. For our recording purposes, is that person okay putting their name to that?
I can put this over and then onto you, or I can text it to you. Do you see the ones that he sees as well? Or do I need to go read them?
No.
Oh, he texts them to me. Hold on.
So I'll try to answer a couple of these as best I can. So we have not done a specific analysis of tribal businesses that have been supported by the SBDCs. We do know that the Fed did an analysis on location of SBDCs and the distance between SBDC service centers and tribal entities. We do collect the data and the demographic data. One of the challenges we have in our collection across the board is that 40% of our entrepreneurs do not provide any demographic information. So while we could attempt to do some analysis based on what we have, we're not required to provide that information, or excuse me, the businesses and entrepreneurs are not required to provide that. We know that it's lacking. So we would have to have some big caveats there as far as the analysis. But it's certainly something we can look into. We're in the process of redesigning our data collection system that we use with all of our partners, with the SBDCs, the Women's Business Centers, the SCORE chapters. And as part of that, we are going through all of the data fields to see what we can improve in that process. So I think there are some better opportunities to collect better data going forward. I am guilty of not doing my homework. I did not look up the number as far as the number of Native businesses that we supported. I can get that for you. But the question about as far as how to become an SBDC. So the SBDC program, there are 63 networks. There's one in every state, one in every territory. And then in Texas, we have 4. In California, we have 5. We don't have the ability to create a new SBDC. The statute requires that it goes to 1 per state. In fact, at one point, it's my understanding, and I've been in the program for about a year and a half, and I was trying to look this up, of when we made that decision, or SBA made that decision to break up Texas and California, how they did that, because it's our understanding that Congress came back and said, no, we really don't like that. We really wanted this to be 1 per state. The funding is allocated based on a population basis per state. So even in Texas, Texas, the funding is divided up based on those 4 centers in the territories that they cover. If we lose a network, either because they decide to leave or they have not utilized the funds appropriately and we take action to remove them, then we publish an opportunity. And any university is eligible to apply that is within that state or territory to actually serve that. And when they do that, then it's a competitive bid. Within that, they must determine how they're going to actually set up a network to serve the entire state. Within the networks, SBA does not dictate the service centers. We actually let that fall to the SBDCs themselves. They come back to us in their proposals to tell us how they're going to serve the state, where they're going to have service centers, and how they're going to do that. So those centers can change quite frequently. Usually it's on a year basis. They may find new opportunities for centers to come in or centers that have left. So one of the best ways from a service center perspective is to reach out to your state director, and then working with the state director, if they see that there's an opportunity to connect, there may be that opportunity to create that service center. I know that we will have one opportunity coming up in American Samoa later this year because that network left the program. It's currently being covered by Guam, but it will be rebid this next year.
So it's states and territories?
Yes.
One per state territory.
Okay.
Can you, we want to follow up with the number of Native Americans served, and so I guess we'll get the person who asked that question and we'll get back to you. Yeah.
Absolutely. The other comments that Patrick just forwarded over, one is just thank you, this is awesome. The next 3 is from the same individual, and they say, to add for the viewers online, LinkedIn is a great place to network for leads and business opportunities, and that he's been a gov contractor for 42 years. He now is spending his retirement years helping Native Americans, and the current population is 4.2 million. Of that number, do you have the breakout age, retired, et cetera? And then final question or comment is, this is to target training and the number of people that need to help, or would like help? Is a survey needed?
So from a survey perspective, and I know that we had a comment about a survey earlier, SBA has not done a specific survey in quite a few years. Our individual SBDCs do a survey. I believe most of them do a survey on an annual basis. But that survey is really for the clients who have been supported there. One of the challenges that we will often see, and is great as this program is, and I will tout it, but amongst all of our resource partners, we are touching between 1 and 1.5 million businesses a year. There are over 33 million businesses out there and countless numbers of entrepreneurs who are seeking to start a business. So we're just scratching the surface with the resources that we have. So doing a survey within that limited population would not necessarily tell us the broader population survey. There are surveys that have been done, I believe, through NFIB, National Federation of Independent Businesses. They've done surveys over time, but I haven't seen anything recently.
And I think we have a question over here.
Hi, my name's April Patrick. I'm from the Karuk tribe of California and the Waccamaw tribe of North Carolina. My business is based out of Raleigh, North Carolina, and I drove up here to yeah, thanks. So if you need a poster child for all of this, let's talk afterwards, because I just want to hit on a few things. The SBTDC based out of North Carolina is who I reached out to first, and I was actually a spotlight business for them in March of this year. They helped me get an Indian Health Service contract. And then I also, in addition to that, they've helped me network and kind of build an alliance, helped me subcontract, do all that type of stuff. I unfortunately met Chris from the National Center a little bit later than what I wish I would have. I wish I would have known her a lot sooner than I did. I feel like I'd be a little bit further in my business than I am now. But I just have a couple of questions. One, is there a forum for us to have voices, like the small businesses that are the boots on the ground? How do you hear what we're going through, what we're struggling, what we're facing as far as like access to capital? The other thing too is, what I've found is that the vendor pool that you guys have for you to get funding to small businesses is very small through the Indian Loan Guarantee Program. I know that the Southeast rep had left, and then the rep is from Alaska that's covering our area in the Southeast. And so I understand the staffing pool. Hero Staffing is a staffing agency, so I know there's a crunch, especially after COVID. But I just feel like the vendor pool or the vendors that you guys have in order to get us access to capital is very limited. It's coming through CFDIs or banks. And for small businesses, we're either too small for the big banks or too big and unknown for the CFDIs. Or I found in my experience, we're not mission-based. We're not serving the mission that they're in. So a lot of CDFIs are mission-based funding where I ran into, they only service the surrounding counties, 4 surrounding counties of that reservation area. Or you can only service the population of North Carolina and West Virginia, where my service area is for Indian Health Services, and that's where I would be. My target market is. What was the other thing I wanted to say? I think that's it. I really think that's it. The other issue that I have is it's very hard for an entrepreneur to start that's not tribally owned. So us ISBs are getting crushed out here as far as funding goes. I've self-funded my entire business up until this point, and luckily I've had high income in order to do that. Otherwise, I don't know if I would be able to continue to stay in business. So if you need a subject matter expert, I'm here. Whatever you need from me, I would be more than happy to talk to you and kind of tell you what we're facing on our end of the veil or the curtain.
I just want to respond to at least one piece. What I tell everybody when I come before a group that needs access to capital is SBA.gov. One thing that the pandemic showed us is that we cannot rely on just the traditional ways to access capital. And under Administrator Isabel Garcia Guzman, fact of the matter is that we have moved a long way into ensuring that everybody has access through the internet. So through SBA.gov, there is a button that says lender match. And that gives everybody equal opportunity to access financial institutions across the nation that have already been vetted by SBA and the federal government and are in good standing. And all the individuals have to do is answer initially just a very quick series of questions. You know, what's the name of your business? How long have you been in business? How much are you asking for? What are you going to use it for? And press go. And within 48 hours, what happens is that those institutions that are interested in financing that kind of a venture, because most financial institutions have an area of expertise, they will come back and ask you another series of questions that indicate interest. And they may not be in your state or even in your region, but it's an opportunity. And you can then, and you're then in the driver's seat. Because if you get a couple, 3, 4, 5 asking you the same questions, and then they come back with some sort of an offer, chances are that the terms and conditions will be different. You will be in a catbird seat, and you will be able to decide which of those inquiries and those loans you want to pursue. So, you no longer have to worry or rely on the bank on the corner. And with what has happened this year, a series of regulations that have just been passed, and I'm not sure if they've been all approved yet, the number of financial institutions, they're no longer banks, financial institutions that you will be able to do business with will increase amazingly. And so it gives the small business the opportunity, the real opportunity, to really and truly get what they need in a way where they really, well, what they want in a way that they really need it in terms of interest rates, terms, and conditions.
I'll also add to the point about the forum. We don't have a specific forum, but we do have not just the SBDCs, we have women's business centers, we have SCORE chapters, we have our district offices. If you go to SBA.gov as well, and you go to location, you can find every single resource that we are connected with and the contact information to get there. So there are definitely opportunities to connect, but certainly I'd love to connect with you after this.
Thank you. Got a couple of things. We'll follow up and get your name and contact, because it's great to have a poster child. I think the forum is something that we're interested in looking at, and also I think thanks to the National Center, they are also, I think, helping provide a forum even here. The vendor pool, I think, is also a specific issue with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and I think we can talk with them later. But yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Jackson, for holding this today, and I apologize that I didn't get to do all my homework either. I didn't get to read all the regs fully, and so I may just submit some more written comments, but just cursorily today, I wanted to get a few things out, and I just want to reiterate that I also fully support what the National Center is recommending about expanding on tribal lands and also partnering with TCUs. They're essential. Many of them provide business and entrepreneurial courses, and so I think they'd be well suited to enter some kind of partnership and expand business development in Indian country. But I'm also interested in seeing, perhaps if not in the rules, and some guidance or the preliminary comments to the rules of how the SBA is addressing those studies or taking consideration of those recommendations to address those studies, and that was identified in the Federal Register and mentioned earlier today. Also, to see how and what kind of timeline and plan of action you're taking to implement a partnership with TCUs and expanding on tribal lands. And that would include building capacity in the TCUs. There was some mention earlier today about data, collecting that information and tracking, so on and so forth. And I recognize there's always problems with demographics. You know, people don't really think about these things, and since it hasn't been updated in 27 years, I can be sympathetic, but at the same time, Congress puts out the money for this, and they expect results. And they are very interested in economic development in Indian country, so why not add that extra button there to identify some of the demographics? I think that's something that I'd like to see how you're doing that, how you're going to do that, and maybe some timelines on all these different things as well. And tracking the businesses and the successes. How are you actually demonstrating the success of the program and reaching these businesses and entrepreneurs out there in Indian country? Those things, Congress is going to be very interested in it, and I think tribal leaders, as well as people like the organizations like the National Center and so on, are going to be interested in how you guys are actually delivering
your mission out there in Indian country. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to the National Center, and then maybe I'll submit some written comments for the record once I get fully informed on all your proposed regulations and give it more thought about what folks are recommending, as well as what I think ought to be recommended as well.
Thank you, Rhonda, for those comments, and for recording Rhonda Harjo. Yeah, but we're obviously recording this, and so I had one quick response. I do have something that is, I guess, somewhat related to this conversation. We've part of our other listening is we've heard that TCUs can be a great tool. And so right now we already have a small grant program with the Office of Native American Affairs, and we opened that up to include some tribal colleges and universities on July 1st. And so we have an opportunity for 4 new tribal colleges to become grantees, separate from the SBDC program. But I think that in this conversation we should figure out how we can include these 4. So, so the grant right now is open, and so we encourage everybody to apply for it, and happy to follow up on that one later on. We had one information session last week. We're happy to do another one next week. Tribal College Small Business Achievement Pilot Program, TCSBA, and it's on grants.gov right now.
Anybody else have questions?
Well,
go ahead.
I may not have done my homework before I got here, but I do have a great staff. So they were able to pull up that in FY22, we helped nearly 6,000 businesses that were identified as tribal entities. So again, we know that the data is, that may be not as many as were helped, because about 40% of our clients do not report any type of demographic information.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Rhonda.
Is there an objection to reporting that demographic information? Again, is there an objection to reporting that kind of demographic information?
So,
or is it burdensome or whatever?
I'm going to answer as a former lender. I used to be an SBA 504 lender before I came to work for SBA. And the issue has to do with, to a certain extent, privacy for the individuals that are in front of us, if we're helping them fill out the application. In the end, we ask the question, but they have to answer. And a lot of the individuals don't want to be tracked. They don't want to answer the demographic, and that is their prerogative. Unfortunately, and that's one of the reasons why the demographics are not there. On occasion, I do know that when it's being filled out, if the person, who's filling it out, knows quite well what to fill out, then they will just say, Hispanic, African American, whatever the case may be. But it's not supposed to be that way. It's supposed to be the individual identifying themselves in terms of the demographic. And that's the reason why over 40% of it is missing, because we're not allowed to check off that box, and they don't want to. So, perhaps some communication within our own communities that we urge them to do just that. When you are filling out any kind of a loan with the SBA or the banks, fill that out, because it helps us all better determine what we're doing right and definitely what we're not doing right.
Well, then, is that going to be part of your proposed regulations to do education on this? I think we kind of have similar problems with the census sometimes as well. Yes. It is what it is, and NCAIED and nations have done such a remarkable job on educating. So it seems to me like this may be an opportunity for education for these businesses, and they're applying and so on and so forth. So that's a question. Will there be education on this, and education on the benefits and why this is it's okay to do it. It's not such a negative thing to just check the box.
So it's not specifically called out in the regulations. In our notice of funding opportunities and notice of awards, we do ask that our SBDCs report complete information and encourage their clients to actually report that information. But Marlene is right. There are a lot of folks, for whatever reason, do not provide that information. And because it is part of the protected class, we cannot require it. So there's an option that they can always say they choose not to respond. And that's what we get. We get a lot of folks that will not respond. It could also be from a timing perspective. I'm going to fill out exactly only what I need to fill out to move forward, and not those things that are not required. That might be another reason that people are not doing that. It's just because they don't feel that they need to, or they don't necessarily benefit. So
Another one back here. And online?
Joanne Nota, Project Director for the Arizona MBDA Export Center. On these opportunities for the tribal colleges pilot program, will there be a matching requirement?
Drum roll, no.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say that's going to be a big challenge if there's a matching requirement. So that's great that you're not going to require that.
Patrick has a question.
I'm sorry, this is more of a comment, but in Washington State, which is where I'm from, we've actually seen a lot of action recently, and people informing families, specifically indigenous families, are often very hesitant to fill out ethnicity questions on forms like this. We found a lot of positive feedback on educating people on why it is safe and also beneficial to them to fill out those forms, and also educating people who are, I forget what they're called, but people who are actually like filing those forms and helping the parents fill them out, and educating them how to educate the families on why it's important to fill out those questions. So I just wanted to offer that.
Thank you. Rhonda Harjo.
That's why there needs to be capacity at these places, to the TCUs, and expansion to tribal lands, because folks are more familiar when it's something that they, an entity that they're already familiar with. So, the TCUs are part of the community. They are the community. They're a hub. And so when you utilize something that is so much a part of the community, then you get a better response. You get, more benefits out of the program. Jackson, I know I'm speaking to the choir to you, but since this is the official record, then, the government should make more use of these entities like TCUs and being closer to the community, which is, something on tribal land. Whether it's a satellite, I understand there's some statutory limitations, but, hey, that could be part of the recommendations, is that, well, maybe we need to go back to Congress and figure this out. But, it builds more successes, more comfort, and more familiarity with the programs. And then you're just building better businesses out there in tribal economies if you're going to use these things that are closer to home, that are more familiar with, the folks out there.
Thank you. That's a good point.
Any more questions? Okay.
Yes, Joanne Nota again. I think part of the issue with the checking the box as Native American is, reflective of the historical trauma. I used to work with tribes in California where a lot of their tribal members, their parents wouldn't allow them to designate themselves as Native American or report any tribal affiliation. So I think a more education on that point would be great than just to know that what the data is being used for to improve services for Indian country. I think that's a good point to bring out. And also with the tribal colleges, it's wonderful when our people can receive services and assistance from someone that they know from the community, and also someone that knows the language too, so that they can communicate more freely that way too. Thank you.
I just want to say, I'm supposed to be listening, but I just want to say that I agree with you. And I want to suggest, because understand that I'm Puerto Rican. I had a very dark-skinned mom. I had a very light-skinned dad. And when I could butt in about filling out the census, I butted in. And I'm like, Dad, what do you mean we're white? We're Puerto Rican. And so the whole aspect of education really has to go into that whole thing of dividing what we are ethnically versus what is defined as race. And if there can be some sort of 2 sentences or something that really and truly refers to the reason why it's important that we self-identify, the real reason, the powerful reasons for us to self-identify, it really is of value. So I'm sorry I just gave you more work.
And then one last comment, and I know Derek and I were going to make a comment, I think,
Okay.
and you might follow up with this as well.
Go ahead,
But
you
as
bet.
an example, we have a lot of children that may not be federally recognized members of their tribe due to blood quantum, which is a sovereign nation decision. However, if they can prove that their parent or grandparent is Native American enrolled, federally recognized tribe, that would allow them to participate in various colleges or funding, and I think it just goes right along with small business development, and then it goes from there, and then Derek may have a follow-up on that.
I do, and first, thank you for all the comments, and thank you, Jackson, and your team for being here. A couple of final thoughts that I have relative to this whole SBDC concept is one, it seems to me that when I look at the SBA Act, it was primarily focused on delivery of services through the state model. And I think if you look back at your history of Indian country, the state model was very, very prejudiced towards tribes. And so in the last few years, I'm very happy to see that when you look at the definition of government, we now see "and tribes." And so that has really been, a big factor in delivery and extension of resources to Indian country. Now, when I go back to the SBA Act, because we have 50 states and 50 directors, in many cases, I think a lot of our directors out there forget that, their constituents do include tribes. And I know, and I'm a challenger, but in my area, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, I have not seen a state director come out to Navajo. And so the question is why? And they'll probably say, well, that's Jackson's job. But it's not. It's Jackson's job and our state directors. And so we have 50 directors out there. I think they should be charged and asked to go visit your tribes in your area. Although, some states don't have reservations. So I think we need to do that. The other thing, and I think Joanne pointed out earlier, I think it's always beneficial, especially for our Native businesses, to have a fellow Native on the other side of the table. Ones that are consulting or charge or in fact working for an SBDC to offer the services. That I think would be very powerful because it gets back to, some of the things that Indian country talks about. resiliency, empowerment, self-determination, and being sovereign. And so, what better way to have our natives, hopefully through a TCU concept or natives who are on contract to help service our Indian businesses out there. A lot of tribes also, I don't think they have economic development or business offices. You have 574 tribes. My guess is probably about a third maybe have an economic development office, but I think many don't. I don't know. I know, Don, you've been out there, but many don't have that. Okay. Right. Within the. Yeah, but it varies. It varies, and I guess my point is it's a hit or miss. And so for those tribes that don't have an SBA office or an economic development office or a business development office, where do they go? So they reach out, locally, in this case, to a TCU or a college or someone in their neighborhood. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to try to figure out how to improve our service delivery, especially through SBA, to our reservations out there. I think that would really, really be beneficial, because when I hear, our Vice President, Kamala Harris, when I hear Administrator Guzman talk about job creation and the significant small business sector, I think I hear that. They go out and they say that about 60+% of our jobs in America are small business related. I beg to challenge it, but I think in Indian country, it's different. I think many of our jobs out in Indian country actually come from the government. And I'll include the tribal enterprises in that. So a big amount of our jobs on reservations are from the schools, which is government, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the Indian Health Service, and the tribes and the tribal enterprises. We have a very small business sector. In America, it's all about business. So we don't see that in Indian country. At least that's my contention. So that's why we think, from the National Center, how do we improve that? So if there's additional ways that we can get SBA to provide services either through the National Center or through our small businesses out there or through our SBDCs to get training and to get the capital to our native entrepreneurs out there, I think that'll be very, very beneficial. Because at the end of the day, I know, from my upbringing, how do we produce and live on our own? Yes, we do get subsidies and we benefit for the most part from government assistance, but there's nothing better than to have your own business, to generate your own revenue, your own jobs, and produce jobs for your relatives or your neighbors in your neighborhood, on your reservation. That's ideal. And that's what the National Center is here to do. We've been here 50+ years to do that. And so, how do we get our SBA family out to improve that? But SBA can't do it alone, too. I know that. So you have all the agencies out there, and they're OSDBUs, and, I think when you talk to folks, they say, well, shouldn't the BIA be doing all this? And the answer is no. It should be everybody, all the agencies, SBA, and how do we marshal and direct resources to improve Indian country. So I'll get off my soapbox here, but I think that's really important. I have a lot to say about access to capital, but that'll be for another forum. But I think the SBDC network would really be, I won't say godsend, but a big additional factor in any country by being local and by being through a tribal college and university. I know the act has to be perhaps amended, perhaps changed to do that, because I think on every issue I've brought to SBA, the feedback is, oh, the act says this, so we can't do it. And so I think we need to go back and look at that. So, but thank you very, very much, and I don't have anything else to say before we close here, but thank you, Kehat Jackson, for any final closing comments from you, and then we'll call this, well, I'll end it here, but, go ahead, Jackson, and I'll close the overall NEI today. So it's all yours, Jackson.
Well, okay. Thank you, National Center, for hosting us and for initiating this listening session with your letter. We have some homework to do, and we look forward to doing that and getting back. And I know that we also look forward to attending future National Center meetings. But the door is always open, and visit sba.gov or lender match sba.gov/local or sba.gov/native and follow us. So thank you.
Okay, let's give a big round of applause, everybody. Thank you very, very much. And so this will conclude the Native Edge Institute event here in New York. And so we appreciate Jackson and the team for coming. And I'd like to say thank you for all of you for joining us, and thank you for you all that are on the internet for joining us. We had a great day. We opened up, we had our welcome remarks, and then we went to John. We talked about the small business, federal contracting, set-aside programs. Very, very informative. I always get a lot out of what John says. And then, of course, lunch was good. So we got to thank the hotel and all the administrators here for doing that. And then we had, and I know we talked about it earlier, but we had some great information on human resources. Yes? Oh, yeah, okay, all right, that's right. Thank you, yeah. So we had a great overview on human resources. I think it's always important. We forget about that. And then leadership. My fellow board member, Will Lowe, had a great story, and it was good to hear that. And then we had great conversation about exporting, and I think it's thank you for your presentation. It gives me a lot of ideas. I know that the National Center, we're going to work to see how we can improve the exportation of a lot of the businesses, services that I see in the Indian country. And so we certainly have a lot of work cut out for us. And then, of course, we had access to capital. We had a good presentation on that. I still believe, and I think I kind of reserved my remarks earlier, but we still have, because tribes are unique and tribal reservations provide a unique circumstance, the availability of capital is still not moving to Indian country. And it gets back to the land that we live on, the trust land. It creates a lot of uncertainty for a lot of our lenders, but not only for credit, but for insurance and bonding. Those three areas are severely lacking. If you have a reservation-based zip code, in many cases, you won't get a call back. I've experienced that. And so that's something that we need to address. But I do see and I do hear that it's available. And we do have a lot of natives that live off reservation, and they're benefiting. I think my guess is your portfolio, if you try to cut through it, there's probably almost 200 million that have been extended to Native-owned businesses. I think that, if you look at the record. So it's a good amount. It's a good amount, but we certainly need to improve that. So I'm adding to the access to capital situation. And so, but then, of course, we had a great presentation, our Apex, and so I encourage everybody to follow up and use our PTAC, formerly PTAC. I think that's good. And then we ended today with our SBDC listening session. And so, again, we have to collaborate. We have to continue to all work together to improve, in my opinion, our economics on Indian lands. I think that's important. And I think I said earlier, but I'm a little bit concerned because with the limited amount of development that we have on tribal lands, we're seeing a lot of our members, young and old, leaving our reservations. And so when you look at, for example, the 2020 census, if you ask, there's 4 million, 5 million plus recorded natives, only about 30% are actually living on reservation lands. And if that trend continues, what does that mean? We're just going to have, the grandmas and grandpas at home. And to me, it begs the question, well, if no one's living at home, do we still need a reservation? I mean, this is conjecture on my part, but, because of the trends, it could put us in a situation where it challenges our reservations. And so to address that, I think we need to improve our economies, create a place where we can have jobs, homes, so that our future generations have a place to come back and they can feel proud of our homes, feel proud of what we have, feel proud that we're native, that we can speak our language, and we can do commerce, in our native ways, because it's all a balance. And so it's great doing business, I think, with, the big companies, the Fortune 500 companies, but it's also great to do business with a fellow native. And so I think we all in this room and on the internet, have a responsibility to work toward that. So that was our day. And so I want to thank the staff, Yvette, thank you. Let's give her a hand. Of course, Aaron, our chief of staff, thank you. We appreciate that. Our video folks, thank you. And the rest of the team, Kaya, so great job. And these obviously take a team to get underway. So with that, I want to say thank you, Ahehat. And I know that we have Res 24 coming up in March. And then Yvette is reminding me. Okay. See your badge? Okay, take a look at your badge here. For those of you that are not speakers, and those of you that are regular attendees, if you do the QR code, this will make you eligible. That's the survey, okay. Okay. All right, so for the non-speakers, if you go through and do this code, you'll have a reservation or a ticket, if you will, to join us in Las Vegas in March for Res 24. So please fill out that. So thank you. So with that, let's give everybody a big round of applause again. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Jackson, a good friend of ours. So thank you, and thank you for joining us. So we'll call it a day and have a great evening and enjoy the Big Apple. So thank you, everybody. Go on out.